Hello, 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 people. How are we? Hope you are well after the weekend. South Africa, world champions in rugby union. And yeah, a lot of stuff going on. Hello, Sylvia. Hello, Emma. How are we both? Hope you're well. Um, yeah, lots of death. I mean, I'm not going to go into it, but yeah, it's horrible, isn't it? I dropped murder trial. So the clocks are gone in the UK. Was it forward? So it's currently 1 o'clock in the morning here. What the fuck? 1 o'clock in the afternoon here in the UK. So it's 4 hours. Normally we're 5 hours ahead of Eastern time, but we're currently 4 hours ahead. So yeah, I'm a bit in shock. Hello, Frankie. Hello, Frankie. Hello, Frankie. How are you, Frankie? Hope you're well. Hope your streams are going well. Um, obviously, I just managed to catch the end of your Delphi one the other night because we were streaming. Hello, Nunya. Hello, Nunya. Hope you're well as well. Um, I think that we went back. I feel I'm not great, if I'm being honest with you. I'm not great. I am ill. It's hit me. I'm genuinely ill. Head cold, runny nose, throat's okay, but you can hear me. I'm not like myself. And yeah, I sleep a lot. I want to sleep a lot, but we've got a trial to go through, so I have to power through. So um, I'm not sure what. Hey, we went back. I don't know what's going on here. Uh, um, so Nunya, make sure that you. So Nunya, first of all, Nunya, Frankie is the think tank. Before you, there is no Frankie username. It's the think tank. Um, before you think there's something else. And if you can't see it, you need to change top chat to live chat. Change that, and you should be able to see the think tank on that. Um, so that's where it is. So yeah, I'm gonna be more probably chat today. I'm not gonna be doing too much speaking today because of how I feel. But it's okay. Katie, happy days. It's not happy days, Katie. I'm ill. So it's not happy days, but it is always happy days though. Um, it is what it is. It is what it is. We power through as much as we can. I got lemonade, I got water, I got tea, I got, strepsils, whatever you call them, Jakeman's honey and lemon and stuff like that. So yeah, thanks, Frankie. Hi, lad. Hi, Katie. Thanks. I know. Hi, Katie. Oh, I can see. I think that. No, it's yeah. So my fault, Lydia, my fault. Get some rest for. I will in between. So one of the good things is as this starts earlier, so I can finish earlier. So but I say I'm not going to speak too much today. Um, also, it's fine. You need the love of a good woman, lol. Trust me, I'm all right. I'm all right. Katie, Dunya. I've had two of my nieces here today, so they've been looking after me, the little devils of them. So that's been good. I think it's all coming out, so it's good. It's good. It's all coming out, so it's fine. It's absolutely fine. Looking forward to seeing eat garlic. Jesus Christ, Frankie, eat garlic. So I'm still doing the salt and water. I got lozenges. I got all that. I do not have, you know what? I do not have garlic, and I do not have turmeric. Um, Maybe that's why I need a woman in my life, so I have these things. So I don't have anything, but it's fine. I mean, look, it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. I mean, it's coming out, which is good. It'll take me a couple of days, but um, it's all coming out, which is what you want, isn't it? It's what you want. You know, it's fine. Thank you, Katie. But it's honestly, I love the sympathy. I love it, but it's all good. It's all good. Once you get his throat back, it's fine. Do you know what I mean? Sick, six, sick sucks. Yes, the warm. Yes, and you know what? It's been doing well for my sore throat in the year. It's been doing well for it. To be fair, I think it helped me last as long as I did. I always said I wanted to get through the Matt Moore one. After that, I didn't care, and I tried to get through as much as I could of that. Um, I was ill, but we got through it, so it's all good. Sylvia, hello, he won't listen, and yeah, Sylvia. We're about 22 minutes away from starting this. Once it starts, all right, I'm just gonna leave it on, and I'm not gonna speak too much. I'm just gonna leave it on and chat. We'll do chat instead, because then it'll rest my voice. It'll rest. Do you know what I mean? I don't feel like I need to speak over everything. So I hope people understand that. It's just I don't really want to be speaking full of cold in front of all of you guys. Um, I know, right, Sylvia Rizzo, just like a man. Yeah, you really do need to send your cootie over here across the pond. Thank you very. Oh, you will as well, Katie. No, sorry, sorry, Katie. Not good, is it? You did a great uh, job with internet problems. Oh, I was disaster, wasn't it? But I like it because at least we're genuine. Do you know what I mean? We are complete not meltdown. We are complete. The back end was absolutely disaster on Saturday, but um, you know, we got through it. We got through it. I had him on my phone, him on here. At one point, I couldn't connect. It was like disaster. Still handsome, all good, our end friend. All good. Thank you, Think That. Thank you, Frankie. And I know you're a generous but please share. I know. No, Saturday was great. Yeah, I hope it was. And we just had a lot of technical issues. A lot of technical issues pre-show and during the show. Um, uh, yeah, it worked in the end with Matt. Yeah, and look, it all worked. It was just loads of work, But before it, honestly, we were late by 2 minutes because I couldn't connect. Um, no one, they could hear me, but I couldn't hear anyone else. Uh, but I think it's authentic, do you know what I mean? Because he's fucking useless when it comes to technology. So I think it's all authentic. You see what you see, do you know what I mean? Oops. Even with the issues, yeah, I love it. I don't want it to go perfectly because we are what we are, you know? Do you know what I mean? I love it. I love the cock up. We're all human, so I enjoy it. People that don't enjoy it, well, I can't help you. Do you know what I mean? Hello, Danny. Hope you're well, Danny, out there in Dublin's fair city, where the girls are so pretty. Um, hey, lovelies, how's everyone doing? You don't sound too chill. I'm not. I'm ill. I'm ill, Danny, but it's good. The show goes on. I'll be using more chat today. I will, Danny, rather than speaking and stuff. That's all. But it happens, whatever. Exactly. Hello, Danny. Laughs and Danny. Yeah. As I say, I don't mind it one bit. I'll get some lubrication down me. Um, Hello, Jennifer. Hello, Jennifer. No, yeah, no, I don't think. Hope you're well, Jennifer. By the way, no, no fever. No, I feel fine. Doctor checked me out on Friday. He said, "Look, just let it go out. Just let it come out. It's all good." So I feel okay. Again, Frankie, I'm a man. No, no lemon in the house. I genuinely, guys, I feel fine. I mean, in the sense of it's coming out. It's coming out. That's all it is. It's all coming out. So give me a couple of days. I'll be back to normal. It's fine. It's fine. Got my tea. Got my lemonade. Got my water. Got my lozenges. Got my paracetamols. Um, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Man flu's got you. Yes, man flu has got me. I mean, you women are so lucky you don't get this. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm joking. I'm joking. How you done? I'm okay. Overall, I'm okay. I'm excited to be here, as always, with you guys. I say a bit of my throat, head cold and stuff like that. But apart from that, I'm great. Thank you, Jennifer. I very, very appreciate you being here while we. Oh, it's all good. I look forward to it. The only thing, it started last week, feeling sleepy through the stream, so that's why I'll make sure I'm offline just in case I fall asleep again. All jokes aside, hope it passes fast. Yeah, it will. It will, mate. It will. It will. Thank you, Think Tank. Thank you very much. I know Lemon, he doesn't bloody. I know I got nothing. I got literally nothing. I got honey and lemon lozenges though, so it's all good. And talking about legends, Nancy Nurse. Hello, Nancy. Hope you're well. All the way there in Wisconsin. Wisconsin. Wisconsin lost to Ohio State on the weekend. He won't even answer my question. He doesn't like my. What's your? Sorry, Sylvia. I must have missed it. Hang on, Sylvia. Uh, no, I did answer it. You said, "Do you have turmeric?" I don't. Garlic and turmeric. I do not have any of those. Do not. Hi, Nancy Nurse. Lol, Emma. Hi, Jennifer. Nancy Nurse. Good morning, Katie. Jennifer. No, this is not man flu. This is not man flu. I'll be honest with you. It's just a head cold. It's just like stuffy nose and a sore throat. That's all this is. It's all good. If it was man flu, I wouldn't be able to get out of bed. So, good morning, honey. Yeah. No, I slaved off sickness for 30 years. I staved off. Was you be sick for 33 years? Jesus. Hot lemonade, yes, hot lemonade. Do you know what? A hot lemonade though, I'm not like it's fine, but it's it reminds me, right? So when you have your that coloscopy thingy, right? You go drink a load of that crap. You go drink like two bucketfuls of whatever. So I've done that, and my savior was lemonade Sprite. So I was drinking Sprite. So take the hot lemonade tastes like the Sprite that. So it reminds me of the colonoscopy stuff. So that's why I'm a little bit like, oh. But apart from that, no, it is nice. I am drinking it. I'm drinking it. I uh, don't want to take my tonsils out, but my parents wouldn't could afford it, so I'll play with some sore throats and tonsil every since. Yeah, I know. I think I was supposed to as well. You too much info. Oh, that's not a good. It does suck. It does suck. That's what it tastes like. At the time, it was pleasant because better than the other crap. But now it's like, oh no, it tastes the same. So no meds, no doctor, no jabs, uh, no flu, no colds, no infections. Wow, Jesus, Sylvia. Yeah. Bloody hell. A fair play. Do you know what I mean? I can't. I've not been that lucky. I've been touched with lucky that I don't really get that ill. Um, Obviously caught the Rona a couple of times in the end, but that's about it, really. And yeah, sometimes you get run down and stuff, but I've been doing okay, I think, up until now. But a little bit of time off, ill. Oh, I got called an hour for this start. I started it early, so I got confused. I was going to start at 2 o'clock UK time, but that would have been too late. Um, So yeah, I'm trying to get my times right here now. And Rumble, hello everyone in Rumble. Please say hello in Rumble. Hope you guys are well as well. Hope everyone's well. They can say hello in chat if you want to Rumble. I'll try and keep up to date on Rumble today as well. So please like in Rumble, please follow Rumble, and all that majizzle. And same for obviously this trial on YouTube. If you can make sure you like uh, and subscribe if you haven't done so. So Sylvia, I'll be listening to your health advice. Yeah, I know. Not just not human, Sylvia. I know. In your home, it's not that difficult. Well, yeah, true, it probably is, but I haven't got turmeric. There's no turmeric in my home, that's for sure. No worries, Nuni. I've seen a second. It's all good. It's all good. Hello, Dandy. Hello, Dandy. Hope you're well as well. Um, yeah, hope everything's going well with you, Dandy. My hubby wanted me to wake you up at 12:05 after a night shift Sunday. Yeah, it took me a while as well. I thought these Americans doing it, not us. Do we leave on Friday with a boyfriend? Um, I think so. I think so, Katie. I'll be honest with you, I'm a little bit lost. And I will be a little bit honest with you. I'm a loss with the whole trial. This is Jesus, my little D shouted. This is the first time I can honestly say that I've been on a doing a trial and I feel like a fraud because I can't give you I have no idea what's going on. So uh, the medical aspect, financial aspect, I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on. Hi, Dandy Lioness. Hi, Dandy. Hey, Dandy. Go get turmeric. You will even cure kidney infection. No antibiotics required. Jesus. Uh, my mods are cheating me with. Yeah, I did that. Well, oh, Dandy. I'll be honest with you, Dandy. 100% is cheating on you because Dandy's here. Um, I'll be honest. Shauna and Mekiteki have been here for months. They've probably been here for like 4 or 5 months on this channel. So I'm not sure when they were mods, but they've been here ages now. But yeah, Dandy is definitely cheating on you because Dandy's been here for the last couple of weeks, and we're grateful. And Perry as well. Perry has been here for the last couple of weeks. Oh. But trust me, these girls cheat on me all the time as well. So wasn't it like Emma, do you know what? It could well be. I'll be honest with you guys, I'm not. Uh, I don't know. I don't remember. Sorry, guys. I do apologize. My head's all over the shop with it. Back. Hi, Nunia. Dandy. Dandy. Think that's so much love for Dylan. Sorry, Frankie. I'm losing on keyboard. Don't worry. So are these guys. So are some of my guys. So good. Financial aspect, medical aspect. Well, that kind of stuff. This is what I mean. Financial and um, medical. I have no idea what's going on. So sharing the love. Yeah, sharing the love. Cranberry juice is what I use for kidney or bladder infections. Had those all my life. Good morning, Nunia. I cheated till I'm dealing with many. I know. I know you do, Emma. And I know I encourage people to cheat on me. You gotta cheat on me. you know? So those are asking about I've only done one episode of Delphi stuff, but Frankie does a lot of it. So, oh, Jesus, sorry, I'm gonna lose my thing there. So I encourage you to have a look on all that stuff because I'm not really gonna cover that much on the I wanna I wanna watch it and stuff like that, but I'm not gonna really cover that much on the think tank, on the think tank, on the Delphi stuff. So if you want to see the Delphi stuff, you can follow Frankie there. She does a lot on that, which I don't. I've done what I think done a couple of episodes on it, but if you really want deep dives in it, then Frankie covers that. I'm going to concentrate more on Karen Reed, I think. So um, I'll have to pop in and out, check in the Sarah Boone case. Pretty sure crap today, I think. Oh, that again. Ugh, Dunya. Do you know what? That stuff I don't bother with. I watch that afterwards. I just watch that afterwards because um you know you can find out by I just find it all nonsense with Sarah Boone now. So I drink my sludge a few times a day. Drink my sludge. That's Frankie. Yep, I checked last week. Thank you, Katie. I should check, but I just couldn't be bothered. Some Slater Sarah. A subbed. Oh, thanks for subbing to Frankie. Yeah, man. Thanks, friends. Yes, nice. Samsonite Sarah. Well, once Sarah P's here, she can share all your links, guys. I'm useless and stuff like this. But Sarah P's a bit. It's actually well, no, actually, she's late. She's late. No, I will give her a pass. She's drinking me. She's driving me mad with her madness. Yeah, yeah, I'm not bothered by that. I'll be here for that most part. Just set a reminder so I can check occasionally. I've lost interest in Sarah. I've lost interest in her, to be quite honest with you. With all the games and stuff going on with it. I'm not. The day she goes to court is the only day that I care about. I just Samsonite Clear Booth. Yes. Nah. Do not worry about anything this week. Nah, thank you, Emma. Where did you get your happy place? Etsy I got it from. Hang on, let's see if I can get Etsy I got it. Um, let's see which shop it was. Bam bam. It's bound to be. You can see sell. No, I don't sell. Purchases and reviews. So I got the sign. Oh, they got a good discount on them a minute. I'll I think it's in America as well. Here it is. I'll post it here for you now, Frankie. That's the link to this. I don't know what price. I think I paid something like $100, I think. But it looks like it's half price on it. But I'm trying to convert it. It's about 70 quid I paid plus delivery. Emma Munia. It's not the actual trial. That's why I just want to. Yeah, I just watch it afterwards. I don't. If it's worth it, because people on the internet will say if it's worth watching or not. If it's a nothing burger. So Etsy, no problems for Frankie. No problems at all. Yeah. So they started in 4 minutes, 5 minutes. Hang on then. Let me get this. I'll be honest with you, the sign is quite nice. It is. It's basic, but it's nice. Um, and if anyone's asking, yes, I got my compression socks on. Got them on. They are well ready. Oh, here we are with this. Okay, okay, that's that. The only trial I have interest in is Melly's because drama. I was convinced of his guilt the first trial. Yeah, it's all good. I didn't watch the first one, but the nonsense of the prosecutor grabbed my interest with that one. When's it started? I thought it was supposed to start at the same time as this one. No reason here. When is it starting? Um, I thought it was supposed to. Hello, Christine. Hello, Christine. I'm not sure if you were here. I did say thank you so much for becoming a member, Christine. I value you. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate you, Christine. But I'm not sure if you left by then, so I haven't watched any of the Melly either. Okay. So this will still be going on then whilst Melly is starting. But with the drama that happened, it was pushed back. Yeah, I asked the question to chat who want if you wanted to watch Melly or this, and it was like 85% Melly. This. So here we are on this one, which it's fine with me. Now the new prosecutor's trying to ban Melly's mum from the what? Why? That's weird, but whatever. Each to their own, isn't it? Each to their own. Right. So by stated. Ah, okay. So we might be ending this trial and starting that one maybe. Um, let's go in here. I'm just looking to see if I can get my own. That's weird. Why does it do that? No. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Um, hey, Christy. Hi, Christy. You are a member. She's a member. She's a member. She's a blue wench. She is. Hello, Christine Fortunato from Nunez as well. I was watching some old clips of this channel. So many people that they haven't come back, and there's just so many names. I was like, whoa, where's this person? Where's that person gone? I follow about 60 cases. I do deep dives about 20 of them. Jesus, Katie, I think you got a problem. Prosecutors say Melly's mum was tampering with the jurors. Jesus Christ. So that's who's a big fan of Melly is Luna, a resident Luna. So she cheats me all the time with Melly. If anyone knows, where's Sarah P? I don't. Sarah P's always here. I got Joey Bosa's top on today. Her favourite player is Nick Bosa. And because San Francisco lost, I put this on instead. The judge is like, I was going to say, you can't buy his mother. Jesus. AJ Froud. Oh, I've heard about that. I've not watched it. Somebody died, didn't they? So we'll see what happens today. I'll say I'm not speaking too much today. Wonder if Merlin and Rosebud comes back today. There's a lot of people that joined and then haven't come back. I hope they come back. Maybe it's because I keep saying sexual jokes. Maybe I need to rein back on them a little bit. Not too much though. But when I talk about gargling like women, maybe people don't like that. Hello, Jan. Jan P. Hi, Jan P. Hope you're well, Jan. It's great that you became a member, wasn't it? I didn't know, Sylvia. I try to stay away from cases involving kids. That's that to be okay. Want to know how the prosecution handles their lead detective being corrupt? Right, the court.
After Detective Cole.
That'll be Scott Craig.
Scott Craig. All right. And is he under defense subpoena?
Yes, Judge.
All right. So we will address this in between those
I was
two
about to say, I
witnesses.
can't hear
because I know
anything.
all of the jurors
I
are
haven't
here.
got my
and I wanna
headphones on.
get going right away.
Where's my
Okay.
headphone? Here we go.
And then that will give me an opportunity to review it. My guess is we'll probably have a mid-morning break before Mr. Craig testifies. So, all right. Anything else we need to address this morning from the state? No. From the defense?
Yes, Judge. I'm not sure what court document it is, but the state did file a letter with the court dated January 19th, 2023 regarding things they wanted redacted on the interviews that the detectives Cole and Hoppy and other detectives had with our client, Jessy Kurczewski. And we were going to address that today, I believe, prior to testimony.
Is this the witness who will be going through that?
There is one interview that will be played with Detective Cole this morning from March of 2019.
Is there any redactions that the state has done with that?
Yes, Judge, because we've never ever received a response to that communication from January, we've prepared all of our exhibits per the redactions in that letter. That's not to say that all content other than the redaction is something the state intends to play, but that is the redactions that we deem to be appropriate, and those are the ones that have been made in our completed exhibits at this point. They generally follow along two different paths, one being information in regard to the defendant's own criminal history, convictions, time in prison, felon status, and the other being the decedent's prior history, things that this court addressed last week that have been redacted out where appropriate. So the format that these interviews take now is various clips. Because I wasn't able to simply mute portions, we actually physically clipped out the pieces that we believed were not appropriate to play. Again, that was done some time ago now, and I believe that at least the past 2 or 3 hearings we've had on this case.
So I was gonna wear morning, Sarah. I was gonna wear a Nick Bosa one, but I couldn't. Then I was gonna wear Joe Burrow, but I can't. So otherwise you get a mood with me. So I got Joey Bosa on today. Joey Bosa.
I had asked and made a record to the court that list had been provided, and asked that if there's any objections to it, those be filed. This court did agree and set a deadline on objections to that list, and nothing was ever filed. So I think that at this point, any discussion about that is untimely.
How long do you anticipate your direct of Detective Cole and the showing of these video clips to take?
Probably, I believe that the clip is around 30 minutes, and I think that I may have 20 to 30 minutes of questions. So around an hour.
So I want to do this. I want to be mindful all jurors are here, and that the state is obviously going to present the evidence in the fashion that it has outlined. Before I take up cross and any requests, well, not requests, but statements from the defense related to this, I'll excuse them. But I want to get going this morning. I think that's appropriate, and especially in light of some of the procedural history as it relates to these issues. So, all right, so that's how we'll address that. With that, Madam Clerk, you can have the jurors brought out.
So those are coming in new. I'm still ill, so I'm not going to be speaking that much, guys. Yeah, something. Jesus. My little niece is screaming her head off right now. We'll see something anyway.
All rise for the jury.
Everything seems to be well in the world now. Judge Dorow is here. You've missed nothing. It's all good, Jan. Thank you, though. Thank you. Right, I'm going to see my niece. See what.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. All right, the state may call its next witness.
Thanks, Judge. The state calls Chris Cole.
Good morning, sir. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
It's Chris Cole, CHRS KOHL.
Mr. Cole, are you currently employed with law enforcement in any capacity?
Yes,
And what do you do?
I'm a patrolman with the village at Eustisford in Dodge County.
Okay. Do you have prior law enforcement experience?
Yes,
Where?
I've spent most of my career with WAUKESHA County Sheriff,
How long did you work with them?
25 years.
Okay. Around 2018, what were your job duties with the sheriff's department here in Waukesha?
I was a detective.
Okay. Are you familiar with someone named Jessy Kurczewski?
Yes,
Do you see her in the courtroom?
yes.
Could you please identify her by where she's seated?
She's sitting at the defense table.
Now, did you become involved in an investigation that involved Ms. Kurczewski?
Yes,
And was that around October of 2018?
it was January of 19.
Okay, can you tell the jury how you got involved in that case?
I was contacted by the medical examiner's office, reference toxicology report that they had received, reference to the death of Lynn Hernan, which had occurred in October of 2018.
Got it. After that point in time, were you part of the team that investigated the death of Lynn Hernan?
Yes,
Is it fair to say that after January of 2019, the investigation changed from what it was in October?
Yes.
Why?
The toxicology report received by the medical examiner's office showed a substance in Ms. Hernan. It's believed to be, and excuse me if I mispronounce this, tetrahydrogenine.
Okay,
It's the active ingredient in Visine or eye drops,
okay.
which is a poison to the human body.
From that time forward, would it be fair to say that the investigation had a lot of officers working on it?
Yes.
Were some of those officers working on a financial aspect of the case?
Yes.
Okay. Was that you necessarily?
No.
Okay. Was at this point in time, was the investigation a homicide investigation?
It was a death investigation when I started it.
Eventually, did you gather evidence for this death investigation?
Yes.
Did that even include getting some records from a probate case?
Leading.
This background at this point?
Yes.
All right, overruled.
Did you even get some things from a probate case?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to ask you some specific questions about the discussions. Did you speak with Ms. Kurczewski in regard to this death investigation?
Yes.
And was the first time in March?
I believe so.
Okay. And that would be of 2019. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember why or how you came to be in an interview with Ms. Kurczewski at that time?
She contacted our office looking for an update on the death investigation.
Did that prompt you to make contact with her?
Yes. I don't recall if I believe she contacted dispatch and then I called her back.
Now, before that time, had you ever spoken with Ms. Kurczewski before?
No.
Did you know her in any way prior to this event?
No.
Okay. So throughout your time working on this case, would it be fair to say that was several years?
Yes.
During that time,
Cassandra.
you have occasion to hear Ms. Kurczewski's voice on many occasions.
Yes.
Do you think that you can identify her voice at this point?
Yes.
Okay. What I'd like to do now is I'd like Ms. DeValcanier, if you could please cue up Exhibit 60. Detective Cole, do you know whether that call to dispatch from Ms. Kurczewski was recorded?
Almost all calls to dispatch are recorded.
Okay. Have you even heard the call that is relevant to this case before?
Yes.
Okay. In that call, were you able to identify the callers, who the caller was,
Yes.
and who was it?
It's Ms. Kurczewski.
Okay. Did the recording that you heard seem to be a fair and accurate copy of that call from dispatch?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 60 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
Objection.
Exhibit 60 is received, permission to publish is granted.
And Detective Cole, would that call to dispatch have any video with it?
No.
Okay, so it's just audio?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe we tested the audio system out this morning, Judge, so I think that this should work. It's about 5.5 minutes long, and I would just ask Ms. DeValcanier to play.
Before she plays, I'd like to read to the jury instruction 158. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are about to hear an audio recording. Recordings are proper evidence and you may consider them just as any other evidence. Listen carefully, some parts may be hard to understand. Go ahead.
WAUKESHA County Communications, it's WAUKESHA County Communications, it's Jeff.
Yes, I'm calling. I'm trying to find out some information, and I don't have a case number or who is working on it.
Okay.
I have a last name and the person who it is on, and basically I'm just trying to find out some information.
Okay.
I don't know who to look like.
All right. Do you remember where the incident happened?
It happened in Pewaukee. What it was the medical examiner is the one who gave me the number for you guys.
Okay, what kind of information are you looking for?
I'm trying to figure out who's working on her case.
Okay, what kind of case?
I don't know. The medical examiner just gave me this phone number and said it was referred to you guys.
Okay, so is it reference to death then if you were talking to the medical examiner? Okay.
Yeah.
And what is the subject's last name?
Hernan, and the first name is Lynn.
Okay. Lynn?
Correct.
Any idea when it happened?
She passed away October 3rd of last year.
Okay.
But I don't know when it was referred to you guys, or I don't know anything about that. Basically, I've been checking with the medical examiner because we're trying to figure out she was in the hospital before she passed. This was something the hospital should have caught or whatnot, what's going on. And it's the medical examiner hasn't had any information in months, and then she just said now that it was referred to your department.
Okay. Now, which department? We dispatched for 20 different police agencies.
She said the sheriff's department in Waukesha.
Okay. I am not finding anything with that last name, but they don't always put the name in the call for a decedent. Let's see. You don't know the address where it happened or anything like that?
Her address is N16W26543, and it's Meadowgrass Circle.
Okay. What's the phone number I can have a deputy call you at?
414-514-1039.
Okay. Do you know what unit number she was in?
I don't.
Okay.
Oh, unit for her apartment, you mean?
Yes.
Unit A. I'm sorry, I didn't even think you meant the address.
That's okay. All right. All right, hang on one second. Okay. And your last name?
Kuczewski.
And your first name?
Jessy, Jessy.
Okay, is that short for anything?
Nope.
Your middle initial?
R.
And just for our records, your date of birth?
2/18/1984.
All right, Jesse, I will have a deputy give you a call, okay?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Detective Cole, after that call was made, did you meet with Ms. Kurczewski?
Yes,
Where was that meeting?
at the sheriff's office.
Okay. Who was there?
Myself, Detective Hoppy, Jesse, and her mother, Jennifer.
Do you know whether that meeting was recorded?
It was.
Have you seen that recording?
Yes.
Do you know if it fairly and accurately captured the conversation that you had that day?
Yes.
Okay. Have you reviewed the recording in its entirety?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that there are parts of it that aren't really relevant for why we're here today?
Yes.
And have you also seen a version of that interview that is clips instead of a full length?
No.
Okay. But you know that there are pieces that aren't really relevant for what is happening here.
Judge,
Yes.
Jack Dane, based upon what he thinks is relevant.
I'm gonna ask for a sidebar.
Overruled, he may answer.
You know that there are pieces of that interview that have been taken out, and that the jury's not going to see those. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, Judge, I move Exhibit 55 into evidence. Ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 55 is received. Permission to publish granted.
And if we can please go to slide 1. Now, slide 2. Detective, at the top of the video screen, is there actually a date and time stamp that the video put on this video?
Yes.
And what's that date?
It's March 6th, 2019, just before 10 a.m.
Okay. Does this look like the beginning of that interview that you had in this case?
It is.
Okay. And then for the record, the timestamp for this clip is in the lower left of the exhibit, and the time is associating with the clock running at the top of the video.
Before you play that, I want to read instruction 158. Again, this time for audio and video recordings. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are about to hear and view an audiovisual recording. Recordings are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. Listen carefully. Some parts may be hard to understand.
Aaron, this is Jessy and her mother. I'm sorry.
Oh, hi. You have a seat right there. We're going to grab you another chair.
Oh, no. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Aaron.
Aaron, okay.
Nice to meet you.
He was well. Yeah, she was a good friend with Lynn, so she kind of wanted to know what's going on too. Thank you.
Theoretically, I am assigned to this case.
Okay.
But we got a new boss here a little bit ago and kind of changed protocols on us. Because back in the day, I've been doing this a long time.
Sure.
We didn't look at this stuff. Yeah, me kind of called out and said, you're all good. And now he has us investigate it like on a back burner.
Sure.
So when you called, yeah, I knew the name and I had glanced over it.
Yeah.
But I'm waiting for the ME to call me and say, hey, we're all done, death certificate signed, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, okay.
So I was a little surprised when he sent the phone. You had concerns about the hospital.
When I talked to the medical examiner last,
Uh,
well, I talked to him numerous times. The first couple times, they said there was a few issues as far as health-wise. She had like 5 things.
mhm,
Then they said they were waiting on toxicology.
mhm.
And then they said they sent out second samples or tissues, something. And then they stopped saying anything. And they said I had to contact you guys.
And that's when I got the
So-
boss.
Okay. And I'm going, I just want to know, because they kind of weren't sure. We didn't know if it was a suicide or if it was something medical. She was in the hospital shortly before. She'd been sick for years. We really weren't sure, if this is something, because the doctors could never figure out what was going on.
Mhm.
So it was frustrating, and she had literally probably 10 boxes of medical documents.
Okay.
And, we just didn't know. And, I know what state she was in and where she was at, but I didn't. It's kind of frustrating because I was there all the time taking care of her. I'm the one who took her to the doctor. I'm the one who did everything. So the not knowing, you know, and I wasn't there with
If there
her.
is a medical
So
issue
it
or
bothers me because I go,
5
could I have
years
been there?
worth.
Could I have helped? Could I have done something? You know, that's my hardest part.
Mhm.
I've never found anybody before, and it's not something I ever want to do again. So.
The medical examiner, they're very thorough.
Yeah.
I barely graduated high school. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're super smart. When they talk to me sometimes, I'm like, hey,
Well, that,
you got to figure it out.
well, that's when they were talking to me. I'm going, I don't know what that means. I'm sorry, I don't understand. You know.
So at this point, I mean, they're waiting for their secondary. They call them confirming tests. But there doesn't appear, there's no trauma to the body, nothing like that. She had medical issues, which I think is pretty well documented with her medical record.
Well, I want to know, that's what I want to know, if it's in her head. If this has been 5 years worth in her head.
It's
of things
frustrating
going
because the
on.
doctors could never find anything. You know, and I mean, they found little things, but not.
She just kept doing
wasn't
repeat checks.
For
Years.
3 months. I mean, she'd have a bowl of soup once a week.
Yeah.
And she had such stomach issues, and she was just frustrated. And finally, the last time we went in, which was 4 days before she passed, that she got out. She was in for 2 weeks. And
where'd she go? Waukesha?
Pro Healthcare, Waukesha.
Waukesha Memorial, right just up the road. Big hospital right up the road.
Or she went to the clinic or the hospital?
No, she was admitted to the ER, and then they. But it was Pro Healthcare. It was right here, I think.
Oh, I thought it was Waukesha.
This is Waukesha.
Yeah, Pro Healthcare used to have WMH.
Yeah, I know actually.
Hi, Lou. Hello, Lou. Hello. Hope you're well, Lou.
Close to here because there was like the same exit.
And you said in the lobby that you and Miss Hernan were friends?
Yeah, she's my best friend.
How long have you known her?
Over 30 years.
High school together or something?
No.
We lived in
apartments.
Okay.
So she was like an aunt, a second mom to me. She didn't have kids.
So you've known her your whole life?
Yeah.
And that's why you were helping her out?
Yeah.
Or?
Well, we're power of attorney and all, everything.
She switched her medical like the last 6 months. My mom was in charge of everything. And she switched it because with her working and her hours, it was hard for her to get a hold of her.
Mm-hmm.
So my hours were different and I could help her. So she basically, I mean, towards the end, I was taking her to doctor appointments, picking up her prescriptions, doing everything. And she was supposed to get in-home health care from the hospital. That was the only way they were going to release her because they wanted her to go to inpatient. And she refused.
Okay.
She didn't want it.
Was that coming then, home health care? Because the report says you were the caregiver.
Yeah. No, home health care, they were supposed to come that Tuesday or Monday. And I don't remember if it was Tuesday or Monday. But they were supposed to come. She pushed them back to Friday. And they actually called because they kept calling. And I finally answered the phone and said she's no longer because they were trying to come out. That was her condition upon her release. Was they wanted to make sure somebody was there with her. I was there with her. But she had to have in-home health care.
When you say you were given care and there's different levels of care.
I wasn't an RN by any.
That's what I was going to ask. You don't have training.
She used to be.
You weren't given injections?
No. I basically would help her to the bathroom, do any errands she needed, make any if she needed. I mean, she never
Clean her up when she needed to be cleaned up.
She right before the hospital, she had a few accidents, on the way to the bathroom, stuff like that. So I helped her around the house, but I didn't. She used
Thanks, Lou. Appreciate you. Thank you very much.
to be an RN, and she was to the point where, because she knew Lynn did not want to go, she was debating and quitting her job to actually physically take care of her.
How long were you taking care of her?
It was just shortly, I would say. A little bit before she went into the hospital. I mean, I was out there pretty much every other day, but I wasn't staying.
That was like doing her shopping.
Yeah, I would say a few months, but then towards the end, I was back and forth twice a day.
Okay, so for the last, let's see,
I'd say 6 months.
Last 6 months.
Yeah.
You're out there every couple of days.
Yeah.
Then the last few weeks, you're out there pretty
much
often.
daily. Yeah. Once, twice a day.
And you're helping her. Are you
Yeah.
administering the medication at all?
No.
She's taking care of her own pills.
Yeah.
But you're picking them up from the
Yeah.
pharmacy. Which pharmacy are you going to?
Walgreens. It's right off of her main road. I'm not a Waukesha person, but it's the closest Walgreens to her.
In Pewaukee?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they knew me very well. They knew her very well as well, but
And what, did she have like express pay set up, or did you pay cash?
No,
or
we used her card.
used your card?
Yeah.
Okay. Was she paying you to do this, or just a friend?
Yeah. No, well, I mean.
I have a friend
and
but
yeah.
again, my father got real sick last year and passed away. And so I know the way the stuff goes, and I was going there all the time. He knows, and it's real hard. And one of my coworkers said, well, you should be paying yourself to take care of your parents. I'm like, well, I can't take the kids.
No,
money.
She always, would offer here and there, and but it's hard too because when somebody she had no family, she had nobody.
No, I get you.
It was us, so it's just it's hard.
So when you bought girls, she was like you were just using her credit card.
I mean, sometimes obviously that was coming from my house.
Where was she on disability then, or
she was on Social Security or just one of them. Medicare, I got the form at the end of the year, but I don't know if it was Social Security or disability. It was one of them.
Okay.
I think it might have just been Social Security. Okay. But she's been on that for 5 years.
It's based on what I've read in our files and our contacts with her over the years. She was like a hairdresser in the salon or something.
Yep.
She made a lot of money doing that, or? She doesn't really have any family.
No.
Based on what I can tell.
Yeah, has one distant cousin.
She had her parents passed away about
her dad passed away a couple of years, and then her mom passed away, and she passed away. I think it was like a year, 2 years late. Was it 2? I don't know.
I think about 2 years later.
Because I helped her move her mom's house. And
yeah, well, she doesn't have any family.
So
I mean, well, she did. Her aunt, but she passed away too a year ago. They were all from Madison. That's where she was originally from. So
we couldn't really find anyone local.
I guess the medical examiner said there was a cousin or somebody called.
It's great aunts. So it's a distant second cousin.
I didn't know of them. So
okay. And you had power of attorney medically?
Yeah.
Did you have financial power of attorney?
No.
No.
No. Yes, if need be, I think so. Or you did. I don't remember. I know I still have all the forms at home, so.
Okay. And what happened to her apartment and stuff?
We did an estate sale. Me and Anthony, the other family friend, just like us. His mom was her good friend.
Two of these two. The two younger ones.
But we emptied out.
Was Anthony your brother or cousin? Or?
No,
it was a family friend.
It's just like her. It was somebody she went to high school with.
Another good friend, Kareen, who I know has their son. Yeah. So these two are.
So
she's got the house up there and it's sold. So now.
Do you know Kareen's last name? Do you have a number for her?
Yeah. I can't think of her last name offhand.
While you're looking for it, we just get some basic information because you kind of jumped the gun here.
Yeah.
Jessy.
Correct.
Middle initial.
R.
And your last name?
Kurczewski.
Thank you for spelling it for me without me asking.
No problem.
Your date of birth?
2/18/84.
Address?
10562 West Cortez Circle, apartment 26, Franklin, Wisconsin, 53132.
Hold on. I'm great dog as fast as I can. What's the zip?
53132.
53132.
Correct.
And your phone?
414-514-1039.
And you work somewhere?
Yes.
What's that?
Well, actually, no. Sorry, I'm not there anymore. Smiles for Miles is my last position.
But you're unemployed now?
Yes.
Okay. And Kareen?
I can't think of her last name offhand. Oops, I'm calling her. It's 414-916-1010. I can't think of her last name.
She did friends like you a long time. Did you meet in the apartments or?
No.
No, she went to.
Just knows her.
She went. No, stop. She went to beauty school with her.
Okay.
And then her son is Anthony.
And why would she give the stuff to Anthony? Just because she needed somewhere to put her stuff, or?
She was going to leave everything to me, but she figured, okay, if I died first, then who's going to get it? So she left it to the two younger ones that she knows.
Okay. Do you know him at all or no?
We know each other, but not well.
His name was Anthony, is
yes.
that? Do you have a number for him?
Yeah. We know each other more so
I know Corinne and I know
From-
Anthony, too.
Okay.
from all this, I mean, we've all kind of intertwined. His is,
Let me ask you this, while you're looking again, how are you doing? Because you seem a little upset on the phone.
it's just frustrating the not knowing. That's what bothers me the most. Because I feel like, had I have been there, could I have done something? That's what I really, and it's just, Corinne calls me every week or so checking in. I spent 3-4 months cleaning up her condo, getting rid of things, and that was hard.
Mm-hmm.
And it's frustrating because I feel like she was so close to us, and I feel like, if she would have just reached out maybe a little bit more, or...
Well, she did, and you just didn't know what was wrong with her.
I mean,
I didn't know if it's in her
feel free to
head.
chime in here, but you're taking her to the doctor. She was in the hospital 2 weeks prior to her passing. I mean, it's not like
You're talking, this is calls like throughout the night, during the day, it's all the time.
Yeah.
And this has been going on for
She,
years.
before the
Probably
hospital,
like
she
5 years.
fell 3 times. Me and her neighbor tried to pick her up, which she was very heavy.
She's very tall.
She gained a lot of weight with her stomach issues, and I mean, we literally were fighting with her on the floor trying to get her up. And her neighbor's probably 10 years older than her.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, her neighbor was just shocked because she was so sick, and she sat there for probably 2-3 weeks before we got her to go into the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just frustrating because it's like, you need help. And she was frustrated because she kept going in. I mean, she ambulance.
She'd go in, but then she'd turn around and leave.
Well, that's.
Does she have some psychological things going on?
Yeah.
I've never met her. So
I looked into her records, which I don't know if you have access to, but
The hospital has a lot of notes on her. She would go in and they would release her right away.
I don't think they know what to do.
I don't know exactly what they would say, and half of what she said you couldn't believe, because she'd tell the doctor, "I'm fine, I'm eating," and I'd come outside and say, "No, she's not." I mean, so it's hard. But she said that they all thought she was psychotic, and all these things listed on her medical records. That she saw a psychiatrist, she didn't. So I don't know if it was what she was saying or what they really thought. I don't know. That's what was frustrating, is because she would tell you one thing, but it'd be different. So
It'd be different when you talk to the doctors.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony's is 414-916-1026.
And you know his last name either.
I do know both of them. They're the same. You know what? I can find out what.
Why are you looking? You said stomach issues. Is she have diarrhea or is she throwing up?
Both. But she saw a what is the stomach doctor?
She said gastrointestinal.
She saw somebody
check
probably
everything
3-4 years back, and ever since then they prescribed a ton of medications, changed her diet, and she never was the same after that.
Based on your observations, was she taking her medication properly? Because they find her.
Yeah.
Obviously, you found her. There's everywhere.
No, the hospital, when she was there and they noticed, they put an actual camera in her room. She had me go to Walgreens and get her prescriptions because they weren't giving her regular meds. She pulled off all her stuff. I went in one day and I'm like, why is there a camera in here? And they said, well, we're having some problems.
Mm-hmm.
She was never good with her medication. She was really big on her Xanax, was her big one. She never took it. She always was taking more of it than what she needed.
The doctors wanted to cancel her on.
Yeah, when she was in, they took her off of it.
These items that she would have already purchased when the doctor was giving them to her, so she'd stockpile on stuff.
Did she have doctor shop? They call doctor shop. We have multiple doctors prescribing the same stuff.
I don't know.
No, she didn't.
She do that.
Because as a matter of fact, the doctor she had
took her
off stuff and then said, I want you to see another doctor because I cannot prescribe these things for you anymore. So,
because people use Xanax.
Posa.
Posa.
P-O-Z-Z-A.
That's mom and son?
They're both the same.
Are they local? I assume they're local for
they live in Big Bend, I think.
Okay. So they're in the metro area?
Yeah.
Okay.
If we could please go to slide 3.
Erin, this is Jessy and her mother. I'm sorry. sick?
Towards the end, she really wasn't. I would say probably the last 2 weeks. Not that I know of, was she? Prior to that, yeah.
You're there twice a day and someone's hitting it, you know it.
Yeah.
I mean, you're taking the trash out.
No, she had 3 bottles when she passed away still. So, as far as I know, no.
Okay.
Before that.
Because she was hospitalized for like 2 weeks and then she's out for like 4 days.
Yeah.
And she passes.
Yeah.
So,
as far as I know, she was just drinking.
And historically, based on my hospital experiences, they don't let you drink in the
No.
hospital.
No.
But she drank in the morning too. She
Yeah.
drank whenever. I mean, prior to her being sick the last couple of weeks, where she wasn't drinking anything, because she couldn't eat, she couldn't get anything down.
Do you know why she's gaining weight if she's not eating?
Exactly.
We couldn't figure it out.
Is it water weight or
She
something?
I know when she first went in, she was very bloated.
Because I can tell you why I got it.
Well, she's a good eater.
She was
she loved to
very-
cook, but she was not eating.
Sure.
But when
hasn't
she,
done
okay,
it for years.
when she went in the last time though, they kept feeling her stomach because they said the same thing. And they took x-rays and they just said she was extremely bloated, but they don't know from what.
Okay.
Because they would actually push on it and she was in excruciating pain.
The medical examiner gets access to all the medical records by statute. So, I mean, and again, I don't tell them, doctors, but you know, they tell me what happened.
Yeah.
Were you going there to see her at all or not?
No, I hadn't been out there in a while to see her.
When was the last time you saw her, do you think?
I don't know.
I'd say maybe 2 months before.
2 months prior to her death?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
At least prior to her hospital stay?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the only people that she really saw in the last month was me and the neighbor. The neighbor went to the hospital.
She didn't want nobody. She never wanted anybody out. If somebody said they were coming out, other than her or I, she would tell them.
Don't come.
No.
Is it June or Judy?
Next door.
Yeah. Jean. Sorry, I'm wrong. I don't know her last name, but I do.
I think it's in their report here.
Yeah.
Because she was there, they talked to her that day. Jean Tennell.
Yeah.
And she was right next door.
Yeah, she was right next door.
High hands for y'all. Another CG, hello. We just integrated 2 flocks, and even though they are hens, they're dicks. Well, you're in the right place because everyone in the chat loves dicks, so it's fine. Jonathan, can't blame anyone but yourself, son. You're in trouble with all these women. High hands, high hands. Everyone's there, high hands. Hello, everyone.
Yeah, because she helped me and pick her up. I think 2 days.
Do you have a number for Jean?
Yeah.
We have one, but I want to make sure sometime.
And also, I just got to say, what a win for the Bengals last night. I was going to wear my Joey Burrow top today, but if I did, then Sarah P would not be speaking to me. So, good win for the Bengals last night. I bet lots of people had 3 ways last night. So, go Bengals.
No, that's right.
Nothing more frustrating. Our deputies sometimes get a little lazy when it gets to phone numbers.
262-893-3483.
Was she helping her out too, besides you, or mostly just you?
She would help a little if I wasn't there. Lynn would call her, she called quite a few times if she needed something or she fell, and if I couldn't get there quick enough, she would try calling her.
Mm-hmm.
So she would help, or if I knew I was going to be gone, and I knew she was having a bad day, I'd say, can you check in on her or stuff like that. So, and I know she came and visited her once or twice in the hospital too.
Okay. Any other neighbors that she? No.
I mean, they all knew her, but she wasn't really close with a lot. She did have one guy friend that lived further over that would stop every so often, but he didn't even. She pretty much blew everybody off possible at the end. A lot of people were upset because they'd call and they'd say, I'm stopping over. And she'd say, no, I don't want to see anybody. Or when she was in the hospital, I said, do you want me to call anybody? No, I don't want to. She just.
Sometimes you don't feeling well, you don't want to see no one.
She
had paranoia. She'd never leave her house. That's why she do her shop. And even if she could shop, she wouldn't.
She just
got
wasn't.
a certain time.
She was a very 5 years before this. From when I was little to 5 years ago, she was a completely different person. Fun of the party, knew everybody, would bring hors d'oeuvres to the pool for everybody. I mean, she was just a completely different person.
Mm-hmm.
And after her parents died and she got sick, She kind of just withdrew from everybody and everything. She didn't.
If we could please go to the next slide.
Check. Can I get your name? Is it Jenny or Jennifer?
Jennifer.
And initial?
Yeah.
And last name?
Flower.
Date of birth?
12/26/1963.
Address?
Same as
The Cortez?
Yep.
You have a cell phone?
414-460-5792.
Anything else you want to tell me that you think's important? Even a small detail.
No, there's nothing.
I mean, the crime scene pictures, I reviewed them before you came here. Obviously, it looks like she was trying to force down medication. The doctor will tell me if that's true or not.
Do I think it's a suicide? Yeah. I think she,
because of her psychological issues.
Yeah, and I think when she went in the hospital, that was it for her. That was the last straw. If they couldn't find nothing, she was going to tell them whatever she wanted to get out of there. And I told her that. I said she just wants to come home because she's going to do herself in.
She was just she was just tired of being sick.
Mm-hmm.
And she was frustrated because she wasn't getting the answers. I do know when she first went in, they said she had liver, kidney. She thought she was going to have to go on dialysis. Within a day that improved, they said no. Then after her being there 5 days, they said she has C. diff. She was so excited thinking that was like all her problems. And then she realized that wasn't, they made her, I think, with what they told her and what she believed, she got excited thinking they finally figured out what's wrong.
She actually thought, she even had her water checked in her house when she bought the condo, the upstairs.
She had them checked for mold. She had a lot.
Yeah, I mean, she
thought the apartment herself was making her sick, or the condo.
How long did she live there?
I think it was 4 years since her parents.
4 years?
I thought it was like 3, but.
Well, it's either 3 or 4.
How about 3 to 4? There we go.
I know I got the paperwork.
Is there an attorney that's handling the estate?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Who's that?
Lisa Martinson.
And the next slide, please.
Can I get your name?
Had 2 friends, and they had set things they wanted. And those were the 2 people she said, I do not want them in my house when she passed.
Who's that?
What's Green's daughter's name?
Everything about later, call me.
It's Green's brother, and then Jim, her ex-boyfriend. And they both wanted the same things, and they were the things worth of some value.
What did they want?
She had a very expensive bracelet that she bought about a year before she died. It was a men's Mariner link bracelet, and that was the first thing they both asked for. It was I've never seen
one
people
wanted it
so
because
sick
the other one knew.
over. I mean, I was like disgusted over what they didn't say how did she die, when's the funeral, they didn't ask any of that. They asked when can I come to her house, or who's getting the bracelet. I want the bracelet. I mean, actually, Jim set his mom up to ask for the bracelet too. So it was 3 people, and she would never. I mean, it was sick.
How long was Jim the ex-boyfriend?
Over 30 years.
They were dated 30 years ago?
Yeah.
Not that long ago, but
yeah, it was.
I don't think it was no.
They lived at the apartments. That's when I met her, and they
I think
broke up.
maybe 20 years ago.
No.
She did a lot for him, a lot.
And that's.
Right, can I ask you, right, what is this? What do you Americans call this? What do you call it? If anyone says cookie, I'm ending the stream. If you say cookie, I'm ending the stream. Muffin, thank you. This is a cake, a muffin. Thank fuck for that. Fine, we're back to normal. Child Katie, don't start. Don't start.
Let's hang out in 20 years.
Well, he's got a girlfriend too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's okay because he broke up 20 years ago. Right?
It's a weird.
Well,
She's one of
I'm
those
in
people.
cahoots with that guy right now. I've had some conversations with him.
yeah.
I'm also aware of the fact that she has given him money for down payment on his house and only paid him back like $300.
How much did she give him?
Uh,
When you say a lot, you have documents?
Yeah. And he knows we know. Because those are my exact words to him.
He actually also has very good friends who work for this office.
Was it?
His wife's a court reporter for WAUKESHA too, girlfriend.
Sorry.
Next slide, please.
And one person.
Well,
but
and
he
whoever
created a lot
stuff
of.
too is really not his.
He created a lot of
His name
problems.
isn't on anything, so why should he? It's not his business.
He was very determined to be in her house and get certain things. She had strict who gets what. We abided by it. But he.
Did he get anything?
Yeah, he did. He got way more than what, because I didn't have a problem with giving away her things.
Did you have an itemized list what you gave?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'll give you a card. Has my email on it. You want to email me?
Yeah. I also have her itemized list too.
Want to email me that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's been an issue. We don't have any conversations with him anymore, but at the beginning he was a problem.
Did he have contact with her toward the end?
No.
He tried, when she was in the hospital, he tried.
He called when she was in the hospital.
Yeah, he called.
And he was mad that he wasn't informed.
We had a
and I
birthday
said,
gift to drop off for her, and I said, well, she's in the hospital right now, and her birthday was in June, so why are you calling now?
Yeah.
And she said, do not tell him I don't want him here. I don't want to see him.
She didn't like the way she looked, so she didn't want people around. Because she always was done up.
Oh, so good, and she's.
Yeah.
She looks so hot at the end.
Yeah.
Based on. You never look so good when you're dead.
No, and the brother is Kareem's brother. I can't think of his name offhand.
Let me think of it. Send me an email.
Yeah. But the two of them, we had a dinner.
But you're pretty sure Jim's not around just at the end.
No.
Do you have a phone number for him?
He has.
Or do you know his last name?
It's Kel.
I don't want to have any more
It's
contact.
Keller.
Yeah, just
I do have his number.
K-E-H-L-E-R.
K-E-H-L-E-R.
Because after she passed, he contacted me and said, well, I'm contacting the sheriffs. And I want to know when she was in the hospital and how long. And
He wanted dates and stuff, and it was like, okay, whatever.
I guess I don't have it in here. I thought I did.
If you find it, send it.
I have. I know I have it. I thought I had it in my phone. But him and we had a dinner afterward, because she didn't want a funeral. She had strict instructions. So we had a dinner, and all of us know each other, but haven't really seen or talked to each other in years since she used to live on the lake. And, none of us are really close because we didn't really hang out together.
People.
But they were all at the
She's
dinner.
kind of the hub and girl spokes of it.
Yeah. None of us really knew each other together,
So did Jim go to the dinner?
He did. Him and his girlfriend went, and
Kareen and her husband and Kareen's brother, Anthony, came. She was pretty close with Kareen's brother.
Yeah.
Okay. Was he there at all?
Yeah, he wasn't going to come.
No.
At the end.
He saw her maybe a month before.
So basically, it's just you there. The only person she's seen is you.
Yeah, me and the neighbor.
And the neighbor once in a while, but mostly it's just you.
Yeah.
All right. Let me grab your card. Do you have any questions? I mean,
no.
Once we hear from the FE, I'll let you know what's going on. But
do you know, out of
they
curiosity?
have up to a year. And they almost.
I mean, it's not like, it doesn't do anything. It's more so, I just wish I knew. It's more so to know if I could have done something had I been there. That's the hardest part.
I'd like to know if it's a suicide, but I'd still like to know what led up to her being sick for the last 5 years of her life. Why?
Medical problems.
If it was in her head.
I'll ask the doc when it comes time. But again, our medical exam, she may take up to a year on something. She does it quite a bit.
Yeah.
They're very thorough.
Well, and I'd rather at least, I was excited when they said, I'm not excited, but when they said, that they found something with their heart. They found 5 different things. And that at least was encouraging because I went,
a lot of times there's a lot of contributing factors, and it's a combination of these things.
And that's what.
The body starts to shut down. So I'm gonna go grab you a card.
Detective, is that essentially where this interview ends?
Yes.
Okay. During that interview, do you recall the discussion about a bracelet?
Yes.
Did you follow up on that specific item in this case?
Yes.
Do you know what happened to it?
It was sold to Robert Hack.
What is Robert Hack?
It's a diamond gold place in
Hi Sam. Hi Sam. Hello Sam. Hope you're well, Sam. Thank you.
Greenfield,
Okay.
Wisconsin by Southridge.
Did you actually go there?
Yes.
Did you get records as well?
Yes.
Did they indicate who sold that item?
It was Jessy.
In terms of throughout the interview, would it be fair to say there were some things like phone numbers or names that people couldn't remember in the interview?
Yes.
I'd like to show just the witness states Exhibit 59. Detective, at the end of the interview, were you able to give Ms. Kurczewski a card with your info on it?
Yes.
Would that have included your email address?
Yes.
Ultimately, did Ms. Kurczewski email you to clarify some of that information after this interview?
Yes.
And do you recognize Exhibit 59?
Yes.
What does it appear to be?
It's an email that Jessy had sent me.
Okay. What's the email address that this was sent from?
It's JESSROSESKI@gmail.com.
In terms of what the defendant told you she would send you in the interview, is the content of this exhibit consistent with that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to please read the third largest paragraph just quietly to yourself and let me know when you've finished.
I'm finished.
In March of 2019, did Ms. Kurczewski ever tell you that Ms. Hernan had been trying to kill herself all the time?
No.
In fact, in this correspondence, does the defendant indicate she finds it hard to believe suicide?
That's exactly what she says in the email.
Does this look like a fair and accurate copy of the email in this case?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 59 into evidence. I'm not asking to publish it.
Exhibit 59 is received.
Now, Detective, at a point in time, did you try to locate a lockbox at a BMO Harris branch?
Yes.
And why?
There was a lockbox in Lynn's name at the BMO Harris in Waukesha.
Okay. Did you eventually go to that location?
Yes.
Were you able to get inside the lockbox?
Yes.
What was in there?
There was a small white stone that appeared to be like a diamond, but I didn't think it was a diamond.
Okay. Any paperwork or currency?
No.
I'd like to show the witness States Exhibit 133, slides 10, 11, and 12, please.
No objection.
You said 113?
133.
I'm sorry, exhibit 133.
And at this point, I would just be moving into evidence exhibit the last 3 slides, 10, 11, and 12.
And that's what there's no objection to.
Correct.
All right, exhibit 133, slides 10, 11, and 12 are received.
I'd ask to publish these, Madam Clerk. And Detective, do you see the image before you?
Yes.
On States 133, slide 10, what is the jury looking at here?
This is the exterior of the lockbox that
Okay.
belonged to, or what, it was in the BMO Harris that was registered to Lynn Hernan.
Okay. Moving to slide 11. What can we see here?
This is the photo of the box after we opened it.
Okay. And what about slide 10? I'm sorry, 12.
That's that white stone that was in the box.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, prior to cross, I'm going to excuse the jurors and we'll let you know when you can come on back in. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. Be seated. Anyone have the document number for the state's letter outlining the redactions? I can pull that up. Or the date you think it was sent.
So I just located the email, which was sent January 19th of 2023 to both attorneys Galaviz and Kukler. Attached is the letter dated January 19th, 2023 with all of the redactions. I also sent this again on October 10th of 2023.
Was this filed with the court ever?
I don't believe it was ever filed with the court.
Attorney Galaviz, any objection if the state emails that to the court so that I can review that, since that's apparently what we're going to discuss? Detective, you can step down for now.
No, Judge, it's fine.
All right. That explains why I couldn't find that.
I just sent it to your clerk.
I think there may have been a reference to it and then a letter.
What's Tiger Balm? What's that? I don't know what Tiger Balm is, Emma.
To the court either late summer, early fall, around the time of our jury status.
Right.
But I don't know that the letter was ever.
I think it included a reference to it in the outstanding issues that were provided to the court.
No, just send it. Please send it to me.
No. No.
Attorney Nikolai, while I'm waiting for that to be printed, the redactions that you made, do you believe those to be consistent with the court's rulings on motions in limine in this case?
Yes.
And are those why those were made?
I would also note I believe that they're consistent with the court's ruling on other acts motions and even goes a step further in preventing the jury from hearing things about Ms. Kurczewski's prior criminal convictions or criminal conduct, even if those are allowed into evidence. So even though the defense never actually wrote any motion for this court to consider about how to, for instance, explain that she appears in custody during interviews, or explain that there was a revocation hearing in this case, or explain that there are two witnesses who only know her from a custodial setting. I have done what I believe to be appropriate and admissible in terms of deleting every reference of the defendant being a felon, the defendant being on a probation hold, the defendant being revoked from a probation hold, the defendant having been in prison or going to prison. And of the probably 12 hours of interviews in this case, I believe that not only myself, but two other individuals now have listened to them at least 4 times to make sure that the clips we have accomplished all of those goals. So I believe at this point, the state's gone above and beyond, given the lack of any guidance offered by the defense, despite my numerous requests to talk about that. I think that the response this court was given from defense at one point was just that none of that should come in. So I didn't know what that meant, because we obviously have evidence that she's in custody during some of these interviews coming in. So that's not been addressed, but I did try to strike that from the record the best I could in terms of things she's saying during these interviews. Which is why I took exception and issue to the way the defense characterized the way I was trying with this witness to explain to the jury why these things are clipped out. Because the suggestion was made that Detective Pohl and I are trying to hide things, when in reality, it was because his own client talks about either her prior criminal history or the victim's prior criminal history. And I certainly don't want that to continue occurring.
I recall there was a hearing, and it might have been the jury status in January of this year, prior to the trial being adjourned, that we had scheduled for February, where there was a comment made during our many discussions about, well, none of that's coming in any event, from Attorney Galaviz. I'll keep looking for that so I can find that. I think I'm finding it. I have a note to it.
It was at the January 26, 2023 jury status hearing. Attorney Galaviz indicated there were no issues with in custody status during interviews, but they made a blanket objection to mention of any PINs for telephone use, any jailhouse phone calls, any mention of being in prison during probate matter. And then you ordered them to file something, which was never done.
Right. There's some notes about my recollection, of course, of that hearing. Attorney Galaviz saying they need to stay on point. We understand videos of her being in custody at times are unavoidable. There's that discussion about PIN numbers, etc. Reference to all of this being turned over to the defense, in relation to phone calls, jail phone calls, PIN numbers, etc. In any event, I know we discussed that and all these related issues at that prior jury status, and it's true I don't have any particular motion. I believe I also advised the parties I was thinking about a cautionary instruction and asked the defense if they wanted one themselves to send something. I haven't gotten anything. Attorney Galaviz, we should have addressed this long ago. I'm not sure that any of this is timely, but I don't even know what your request is.
Well, again, Judge, as far as a lot of the stuff on, that's been redacted, we have no objection to like 95% of it. Anything that discusses revocation hearings, Lynn being in prison, or Jessy being in prison, or Jessy being revoked, or Jessy talking to a probation agent, which is most of this that they've redacted with 95% of it. In relationship to the March 6, 2019 interview, between 26.09 and 26.40, where they're requesting a redaction. And I'm okay redacting the first part of that area where they marked 21.54 to 21.
Which clip are we talking about?
To March 6, 2019.
No, I understand that. Which clip? We just watched, I think, 5 or 6 clips from that. Which clip are you talking about?
Well, they didn't show the clip. They redacted.
What is it? Which clips does it fall between?
I'm guessing it's between the first and second.
And what's the time period?
Did they want,
Timestamp?
did they wish redacted?
No, that you wished, I'm guessing that you wish to have played.
Just 26.09 between and 26.40. In
So
regards to that,
10:26.
I'm just reading the police report. I'm just reading the letter from the state.
I think I can shed some light on this, Judge. There's always 2 different players for timestamps on these recordings, and one of them runs along with the player, which is how this redaction list was created. However, once we start putting clips into a PowerPoint, you can't count on that anymore because it starts at 0 every time. So we had to translate all of our times in our exhibits to the timestamp that can be seen in the video with the actual time of the day on it as it runs. And so that's what's listed in all of our exhibits. So that,
Do you know, are you able to tell me what 26:09 through 26:40, what time that would be as
yes.
in relation to what we just watched?
Right. It would, let me, so it should be between 10:24 and 10:28, roughly.
All right, thank you.
Slides 4 and 5.
Between 4 and 5, okay.
And the content is inadmissible information based on this court's rulings in the motions in limine. It's the defendant claiming the victim was abusing narcotics, marijuana, pills, everything.
Attorney Galaviz, do you agree that that's the sum and substance of that clip?
Yeah, it discusses Lynn using narcotics, was a drinker, like pills and like weed.
Well, that would violate my prior rulings in the motions in limine, specifically number 19 of state's motion in limine, document 119 that I've addressed. This would be the second time now that I'm addressing. So I expect everyone to follow the rulings I made in the motions in limine. And I'm
See you in a bit, Emma. I'm drinking tea, water, and lemonade. I am. I've got no green tea, Sam.
not going to be having these hearings in the middle of trial, wasting the jury's time on issues that I've already ruled on. And since we're outside the presence of the jury, if there are questions that violate this, I've been kind right now, and I have not had to give any admonitions in front of the jury. But I'm giving a warning to the defense that if you ask questions that violate my rulings, you run the risk of this court giving an admonition in front of the jury and advising them that your question violates a motion in limine ruling made previously by this court. And if there are questions or insinuations about evidence and why it's redacted, we don't tell juries why things are redacted. And I understand why Attorney Nicolai asked the questions that she did, but if there's a request, meaning if there's a violation going forward, if there's a request from the state that I explain to the jury what's going on, I may very well do that. So unless you tell me there's something I'm missing here, that this is inadmissible evidence based upon my prior ruling, I'm not going to readdress it.
Well, Judge, again, this is the reason I'm bringing it up before the witness testifies, because I don't want to bring it up while he's testifying.
You shouldn't have to bring it up. I've already ruled on it, and your questions on cross should be accordingly.
Right, but under due process, a defendant has a right to present a defense. And
what other X motion have you filed that would even give the defense grounds for me to address this, other than what I already have? These are clearly other acts of the victim. And the statute, what is it, 90404 applies. There's no motion. There was no motion at any point in time. There was the state filing a motion to limit it. Other than that, no motion from the defense. So any request that you have is untimely. And I'm not revisiting the motions in limine. So we're going to bring the jury back out. Detective Cole is going to come back out on the stand, and you can do your cross, and it needs to be in line with my rulings. Understood?
yes, Judge, can I use the bathroom for 2 minutes?
Yes, you may use the restroom for 2 minutes, and then we'll come back.
The one thing I will say though is that if she is found guilty, she can't appeal on ineffective counsel, because according to all these people, they've not filed no motions, they've done nothing. So I think that already you can see that they got grounds for ineffective counsel. I mean, I'd love her to spank me, I'll be honest with you. Look, what makes you say smarmy so? I don't know. But they've missed out on throughout the court. Both sides, state and the judge, have asked, "Where's this motion? Where's that motion? Where's you're supposed to file a motion for this? You're supposed to file a motion for that," and they never have filed motions. So I think already you can see ineffective counsel. So if she does get guilty, I think there's 100% ineffective counsel, in my opinion. In my opinion. Yes, he did. I hope he washes his hands,
All
though.
right, thank you. We have Attorney Galaviz back. Go ahead, Madam Clerk, and have the jury brought back out.
Which, yeah, it's a bit disgusting. But imagine if he had a quick shit, and then didn't wash his hands. That was too quick. I agree.
All right, thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Oh, great, Detective.
Now, guys, can you see who is a bad influence on me? So when people think it's me, no, it's Sarah P. It's really bad influence on me.
Cole, you back up here. Thank you. Have a seat. And Attorney Galaviz, will you be doing the cross?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
All right, when you're ready then. Thank you.
Mr. Cole. So as far as your law enforcement experience, you said you were a deputy with the Sheriff's Department, correct?
I was a detective.
So you were hired straight to be a detective?
No, was hired originally as a correctional officer.
So you went from correctional officer then to deputy?
Yes,
When did you become a deputy?
1999
And then from there, you became a detective.
and 2001.
And this was all with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department?
Yes,
And you eventually left the Sheriff's Department and you're an officer, correct?
yes, I retired in May.
Of 2023?
Yes,
And now you're an officer for what municipality?
Eustisford PD.
And as a law enforcement officer for the Sheriff's Department, what kind of investigations did you partake in?
A variety of investigations, including narcotics, property crime, death investigation, auto theft.
So you did narcotics investigations. So were you working for a special unit?
I have.
And what unit was that?
I worked for the WAUKESHA County Metro Drug.
And how long did you work there?
I had 3 tours, just under 15 years.
Is it safe to say you had a lot of experience with drug, like prescription drug investigations?
Yes,
Approximately how many cases did you investigate involving prescription drugs?
dozens. I'm sorry, I can't give you an accurate representation. I just dozens, I would say.
In what years did that take place, where you investigated prescription drug investigations?
Prescription drugs probably came around in the late 2000s until I retired.
Sir, so in 2018, you were investigating prescription drug scenes and things like that.
I was, at that time, I was assigned to the Detective Bureau and General Investigation. So I was doing all types of investigations, including drug overdoses or death investigations.
Did you do any investigations at the federal level?
Yes,
And did they involve like drugs?
it involved drugs, yes.
How many federal cases did you handle?
I was involved in dozens of federal investigations.
Did those involve prescription drugs too?
Mostly street level narcotics.
And when did you, again, get involved in this case?
In January of 2019.
And that's when the ME medical examiner contacted you?
Correct.
Do you know who from the medical examiner contacted you?
Ultimately, it was Dr. B, but one of her staff called me.
So when this incident, there's been testimony that this incident occurred on October 3rd, 2018. You're aware of that?
Yes.
And from October 3rd, 2018 till January, you were not involved in this case at all.
No.
When the ME contacted you, did you get caught up to speed regarding the investigation?
I guess we started an investigation. I contacted my supervisor and advised what the medical examiner had briefed me on, and an investigation was reopened.
So October 3rd, 2018, this incident happens, and then the case gets closed, correct?
I can't honestly say if it was closed because I don't manage the case operations, but I would say that's probably accurate, that it was not an active investigation. It's probably an accurate assessment.
And do you remember writing a report where your report says you reopened the case?
Yes.
yourself? And that was in January 2019.
I don't recall when I wrote the supplement.
If I showed you a copy of the supplement, would it refresh your memory?
Yes.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Sure, just show the state first.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If you haven't marked any exhibits today, that should be marked as, for identification purposes, as 590. 592?
593.
Okay, thank you. 593. It'll be marked as exhibit 593 for ID purposes.
Mr. Cole, does that appear to be a supplement that you were involved in?
Yes.
In fact, it has your heading on it, correct? Your name?
Yes.
And it's supplement number 27?
If you say so.
And it states reopened case, Detective Chris Cole. Is that
Yes.
correct? It has a date of January 2019, correct?
I think it had a date of July of 19, did it not?
I can show you again.
If you'll try.
Go ahead.
It's fine, Katie. We'll be going all the way through
So
the
it
end.
was
Don't you
generated
worry.
on July 18th, 2019.
What's the next paragraph?
It says in January of 2019.
Correct. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll sleep well tonight. I need to sleep. I need to sleep. I got aches and pains now. I need to sleep. But that's fine. That's good, Joey. That's good. You're a machine. I will get Sarah P to welcome
during
you,
this time-
Sylvia. Sylvia, welcome to the Tackle Club. Sarah P will welcome you when she gets back. You're not confirmed as a member till Sarah P welcomes you. So once she welcomes you, then you're officially a member.
The individual who was identified as John Fried had contacted the medical examiner's office, correct?
Yes.
And that was in January 2019, correct?
I believe it was after her death. He was contacting the medical examiner's office.
And John Fried, you were aware was the district attorney?
Objection, relevance. Sustained.
You were aware that a person named James Kelleher had contacted the medical examiner too, also in 2019, January?
I know he contacted the medical examiner's office, yes.
And as a result of that, did they contact them, do you know, before ME contacted you or after the ME contacted you?
I don't know.
So if I was to tell you they contacted the ME before they contacted you, wouldn't argue with that?
I know that they had both contacted the medical examiner's office prior to contacting me.
And as a result of that, the ME, your case was reopened, correct?
As a result of the medical examiner contacting me, yes.
And you indicated that at that time you had to get up to speed regarding the investigation, correct?
Yeah, I'd never seen it before.
So what did you do to get up to speed?
I reviewed.
It's now official. Welcome to the Tackle Club, Sylvia. It's never official until Sarah P does it. So thanks, Sarah. Sylvia, welcome to Tackle Club.
The original report taken the day of the death.
And that's it?
That's what I started with, sir.
Right. What else did you do to get up to speed?
I'm not exactly sure what you're asking me, sir.
Well, you had never been on this case until January 2019, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And then the medical examiner contacts you, which causes you to reopen your case, correct?
Yes.
So you're going to be assigned to the case, correct?
I was one of the detectives, yes.
You were one of the leading detectives on the case, correct?
At the beginning, yes.
And that was in January 2019, correct?
Yes.
So what did you need to do to get you updated?
I started looking at the parties involved.
I know you indicated that you looked at police reports, correct?
Yes.
Did you look at the Pewaukee Fire Department police reports regarding their response and what reports they generated?
At some point during the investigation, yes.
Did you look at witness statements that were on the scene, that were taken on the scene?
Yes.
Do you recall anything else you did? Did you look at photographs?
Yes.
And those were photographs taken on the scene?
Yes.
When was it that you began, did you ever question witnesses in January 2019?
In January of 19, I don't recall when I started talking to witnesses.
Well, you interviewed Ms. Kurczewski, was it March 6th of 2019?
Yes.
And in that video, that's her mom, Jennifer Flower.
Yes.
So between January and before you questioned her, what additional stuff do you review?
Projection vague.
Overruled, he may answer.
I don't recall. This was 5 years ago. And at the time when the medical examiner contacted me, referenced the substance found in Ms. Hernan, it was still unclear how that substance may have gotten in there. And she was still researching on how it may have been ingested in the body. So basic investigation had started. But as far as when or who I talked to at the time, I can't tell you. I just don't recall.
I understand that. Prior to testifying today, did you review your testimony with the prosecutors?
We had a meeting, yes.
And did you review your testimony with the prosecutors before?
Object.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Well, you met with the prosecutors before testifying today, correct?
Yes.
When did you meet with them?
Approximately 2 weeks ago.
And what was the purpose of your meeting?
To discuss my testimony.
And did they show you the videos that they just played?
They showed me the video. Yes, the one we just saw.
Did you review the whole video, the original video with the videos that they showed you?
I reviewed the original video.
And in that video where Ms. Kurczewski's talking with you, she doesn't believe this was a suicide, correct?
I don't think she ever says that in the video.
But she's kind of questioning whether or not this was a suicide involving Lynn Hernan, correct?
I guess that's my impression, yes.
And she's asking you that she wants you to do more investigation because she doesn't believe this is a suicide, correct? She's pushing it.
She wants to know how she died.
And she's adamant about that, right? I want you to do more investigation. I don't believe this is a suicide, correct?
I don't think she says she wants to be doing more
Been
investigation.
an objection,
States the testimony.
sustained as to the form of the question. You can rephrase.
Well, in that email that she sent you on that same day, she tells you that in the email, it kind of states it says hard to believe a suicide. Correct?
In the email, she states she doesn't believe it's a suicide. Yes.
And she wants you or your department to do more investigation, correct?
I'd have to look at the email again, but I don't think she said that in the email.
Well, the email stamped like 12:06 p.m. on that same day, correct?
It's around there, I believe. Yes.
And you had interviewed her at what time?
It was, I believe, started at 10 a.m.
So shortly after she leaves your office, she sent you an email, correct?
Yes.
And was there anything else to attach to that email? Any other documents that you sent?
I believe there were attachments.
What was attached to the email?
I don't recall it specifically.
If I showed you a document, would it refresh your memory as whether or not this was attached to the email?
It may.
This will be 594.
I don't object anymore. It's not what defense is purporting it to be.
Can you hand the document to Madam Clerk, please, and I'll take a look at it without argument by either party?
Right, Meki Teki. For those that don't know, Meki, I won't lie to you, has the sexiest voice ever. I could listen to Meki Teki all night long. Welcome, Meki. You got such a soothing voice. You should read books. You know, the audio books. I fell in love with Meki Teki. I love Meki Teki anyway, but I absolutely fell in love with Meki Teki listening to her on stream. Wow, wow, wow. Sexy, key, techie. I don't know, but welcome, Meggy Techie. Love to see you. Honestly, guys, she streams with Frankie, the think tank. I've never heard her speak before, and I was like, "Fucking hell, who's this?" It's Meggy Techie. I was like, "Fucking hell, that she sounds like a bit alright." So I love her voice. You can't pronounce my name though, Meggy Techie. That was just absolutely appalling, but the rest of what you said was brilliant.
Does the email the state showed, is that a full, can you put that up just for my review? And then if it's more than one page, that's all I need to know. Okay. Let me see the parties at sidebar.
Right, hang on. Let's snipe here. Share screen. So this is Mecky and Frankie. What did I tell you?
So I mean, they're starting to pile up,
That's
the
Frankie.
ones that could be associated, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what they're saying, Tracy. How sad is that?
Where are you, Karen? Karen, where are you?
A big ring of parties. That's what they're saying. You know, that's kind of what they're saying out there. True or not, I'm not sure. The
Well,
new
Mecky.
witnesses, we'll find out about them here in a few minutes here, friend.
Yeah, and I actually did get their witness statements on paper, so we could actually read them because I feel like those are a lot easier to follow than what the lawyer spewed during that conference.
Yeah, the thing is though, is he had like kind of, what was that, the chief that was with him?
He's
Like
the police commissioner. Like
the
he's
police
the
commissioner.
big guy. Yeah.
So doesn't that make you think that he is supporting what he says?
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what he was saying. Like in his little speech, I got that they had been working on this together.
Yeah.
Since they started the Gilgo task force.
Yeah.
That they have been in constant communication with each other. They're sharing information. Him standing next to him speaks volumes, you know.
I love the voice,
Yeah.
Mecky Techie.
And yeah, they are saying they took depositions from them. That's what they're saying. Mexie's on the case. Mexie and I behind scene.
Yeah,
we talk
a lot.
Yeah, like 24/7 almost. If one of us isn't.
Well, I think Becky Techie's got a fantastic voice, a real sexy voice. I could listen to her all day. Right, back to the trial. Well, people asked, so I delivered. Share screen. Oh. Yes. Cool down. Honestly, I love your voice, Becky. Buckle in. We love you too as well, Sam.
There was an objection. I sustain the objection. Next question, please.
Study. So we can all get off on her voice. Yeah, sorry, Jennifer. I could get off on Becky's voice. I think that's for me. When we only got there, and she's like, that boing. Oh. I'd be all over the shop. I'd be cream pie in.
Mr. Cole, I think at the beginning of your testimony, the jury heard a
Thanks, Jennifer.
recorded telephone
Sorry,
call
Becky. Sorry, Becky, if I'm embarrassing you, but I think your voice is outstanding.
Your office received from Jessy Kurczewski?
The dispatch center received it.
And did the dispatch center also record the 911 call that was made by Jessy on October 3rd, 2018?
I believe they would have.
And did you listen to that?
I'm guessing at some point I did.
Did you provide a copy of that call, 911 call to the prosecutors?
I don't recall.
So you clearly remember listening to a 911 call, or the 911 call?
I didn't testify to that. I said I would have listened to it if we I don't recall listening to it. I tend to think I would have listened to it, but I don't specifically recall listening to it.
So as you sit there today, you may have listened to it or may have not listened to it.
I just don't remember. It's been 5 years.
And again, from October 3rd, 2018 to when you got on the case, your office was treating this as a suicide, correct?
I don't know how they were treating it. I wasn't involved until January of 19.
So why did you have to reopen the case?
I reopened the case because my boss told me to reopen the case. And we started an active death investigation.
And you were involved, did you ever interview that neighbor that lived next to Lynn Hernan?
I don't believe I did.
But you know your office did, correct?
I believe someone did, yes.
And her name was identified as Jean Tennell, correct?
Yes.
And you got that information from Jessy during the interview, correct?
Yes.
And did, to your knowledge, Lynn Tennell confirm what Jessy had told you regarding Lynn?
Objection, calls for hearsay. Strike.
Sustained.
Well, Jessy had mentioned that the neighbor came over and helped her pick up Lynn several times before her death, correct?
She did state that, yes.
So did you confirm that? Anybody in your office confirm that with the neighbor?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Overruled the way it was asked.
I believe someone in my office interviewed her. You'd have to ask that detective.
Did you personally interview any other individuals?
Yes.
Who did you interview?
In its entirety of the case?
Right, as far as citizen witnesses.
To the best of my recollection, I interviewed John Fryatt, Jim Kellner, there was trying to think of her name. There was a bartender in West Dallas I interviewed. I can't remember her name. I also met a gentleman in West Dallas and interviewed him too, but I don't recall his name either.
Would that be, I told you it was Scott Craig, would you object with that?
I don't think I ever interviewed Scott Craig, but I had talked to him.
Did you interview an individual by the name of Autumn Rogers?
Autumn Rogers, did you say? Yes.
Eventually you got off this case, correct?
Yes.
And you got off the case when you retired?
I was transferred divisions.
So when did you get transferred and taken off the case?
I don't know the exact date.
What approximate month of the year?
I don't know. It was after July of 19. I was transferred several times to specialty units, so the exact dates I don't recall.
But you did make additional contacts with Jessy during your investigation, correct?
I interviewed her several times.
Right, you interviewed her on July 9, 2019, correct?
Yes,
July 10, 2019, correct?
around there, I believe, yes.
And July 11, 2019, correct?
Sounds about right.
And during those interviews that you had with Jesse, you opined to her that you thought this was a suicide. Is that correct?
I may have.
When you interviewed her in July, had you examined the NMS report from the lab?
Can you ask that question again, please?
When you interviewed her in July, had you reviewed the NMS report from the lab as far as the test results?
Is that the toxicology report you're referring to?
Correct.
I don't recall if we had that back. I don't recall if I did or not. Counselor, I don't want to sound evasive, but since I retired, I don't have access to the case files. So I was only trial prepped on certain things that I didn't have access to any of the other stuff like the interview of Jesse. So I remember vaguely, I remember interviewing her, but if you ask me specifics on that, I can't actually, I haven't reviewed it in 5 years or 4 years.
But you were involved in those interviews, correct?
Yes,
You were, in fact, most of the time in charge of the interviews in July of 2019, correct?
I would say I was co-lead with Detective Hoppy.
Is it safe to say prior to your involvement in this case, you had no knowledge about Visine, correct?
That is true.
Is it safe to say you had no knowledge at all that Visine was even lethal, correct?
That is true.
Is it safe to say you had no, strike that. Did you do any research yourself regarding Visine?
No,
Well, how did you become familiar with it when you were involved in this case?
Dr. B, she's did the research and briefed us.
So when you learned about Visine being lethal, you just learned it from other people.
Yes,
You were just being told what Visine could do or not do, correct?
by Dr. B, yes,
You had personally had no knowledge of it, correct?
correct,
Nor did you do any research regarding that, correct?
correct.
So because of this memory, you probably weren't aware that Lynn Hernan had a prescription drug.
Objection. Move to strike.
I don't know what the full question was going to be. So understanding my previous rulings, you may ask the question again.
Well, you looked at the NSM report, right? From the lab?
I believe I did.
And it listed a bunch of prescription drugs in Lynn Hernan's system, correct?
I believe there were several substances in her system.
And one of those prescription drugs that was listed was baclofen, correct?
I don't recall.
And another drug that was listed was cyclobenzaprine, correct?
I don't recall.
And another drug that was listed was nifedipine, correct?
I don't recall.
Do you recall those drugs or that report when you questioned Jesse in July of 2019?
I don't recall.
Did you ever ask Jessy in those interviews about baclofen?
I'm pretty sure I did not.
Did you ask her anything about cyclobenzaprine
I would say no.
or nifedipine?
No.
When you, if I could show you the report, would it refresh your memory?
It may.
The report from July.
I think it's August 8th, exhibit number,
Fair enough. A report from the summer of 2019.
correct.
You'll still have 594 if you want to mark it for identification because that other exhibit was not marked.
It's exhibit number 25. But
25 was a photo.
exhibit number 35, can I? Correct.
Would like to bring it up on our
Sure.
screen so we can
Go
show.
ahead. It's a, I can.
think Attorney Galaviz is hooked up. Just a minute, please.
Sure.
Just had to connect it. All right, should be on the screen now. I got it.
You want it in front of the witness?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
Should take a moment. It's in front of the witness.
Mr. Cole, I'm showing you what's marked as State's exhibit number 35. Do you see it on your screen yet?
I see partial of the document.
You see on the far right, there's a page counter and it'll say 1 of 14 right now. Do you see that? Far right,
Far right.
middle of the screen.
I see it, 1 of 14, yes.
All right, go ahead.
Do you see at the bottom of that first page, State's exhibit number 35?
Yep.
And the title of that first page is, do you see what it's titled? NMS?
Yes.
Labs? And it's dated August 7, 2019.
Yes.
Had you seen the first report that came out regarding this case before you interviewed Jessy in July 2019?
I don't recall.
Had you looked at any NMS reports prior to interviewing Jessy?
I don't recall.
But in your interviews in July, you would refer to the tetrahydrozoline level in the NMS report. True?
Can you restate the question? I didn't hear it fully.
Well, in your July interviews of Jessy of 2019, you would refer to the test levels or test level result for tetrahydrozoline.
I may have.
So me telling you that doesn't refresh your memory?
Again, I didn't review the interviews with Jessy prior to the hearing today. So I just don't recall what I said and what I didn't say 4 years ago.
So you don't recall telling Jesse that the 60 ng was fatal on tetradrazolene?
I may have said that.
It's safe to say you would know how much Visine it would take to get to any THC level.
I would not know how to rely on Dr. B.
So any information that you had was just by talking to Dr. B.
Yes,
And when you mentioned Dr. B, her name is listed on the report, exhibit number 35, correct?
it is.
And Dr. B is Dr. Linda Brzezicki.
Correct.
And you recall, if you can, that throughout those interviews in July of 2019 with Jesse, she always told you that she did.
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained. State versus Johnson.
Well, in the March 6, 2019 interview, in an email, Jesse, or you opined that it was a suicide, correct?
Well, Jesse emailed me, so I at the time we didn't know. I may have said that we were investigating what we thought originally was a suicide.
And while you were one of the lead investigators on this case, did anyone from your department interview I'm going to restate the question. Well, you know that checks were involved in this case, correct?
There's a financial aspect, yes.
That eventually this investigation turned into a financial fraud investigation, correct?
Yes,
And were you still on the case when that was being done?
yes,
And so you were aware that there were checks retrieved or copies of checks retrieved from the BMO Harris Bank, correct?
there were checks received from financial institutions, but I wasn't involved in the financial portion of the investigation.
So as far as you were concerned, you handled none of the financial stuff.
No.
Do you recall whether or not you heard testimony or through your investigation that no one from your department ever located any eye drops at the scene, correct?
I don't believe any eye drops were located at the scene.
And it's safe to say no one was looking for eye drops at the scene, correct?
I would say that's probably accurate, yes.
So it's safe to say that because you weren't looking for eye drops at the scene, there could have been eye drops there at the scene, correct?
I wasn't at the scene, so I don't know.
Well, you saw photographs of the scene, correct?
I did.
And you talked to some of the deputies that responded to the scene, correct?
I spoke to deputies, yes.
And were you informed that no one there at the scene looked for eye drops, correct?
No one mentioned seeing eye drops.
Well, did you ask any of the deputies or anybody, did you guys look for eye drops?
I probably asked them if they saw any eye drops, and no one saw any.
Well, that's because everyone at the scene thought it was a suicide, correct?
I don't know what they thought. You'd have to ask them.
Did, you said you had interviewed an individual by the name of John Fry, correct?
Yes,
Were you able to determine his relationship to Lynn Hernan?
I believe he was a cousin.
Did you able to determine whether or not he was close to her?
I got I don't think they were real close.
Judge, I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Judge. Detective, you were asked some questions about meeting with our office. Do you remember those?
Yes,
And was that the first time you'd ever met with our office before a trial you were involved in?
no, that's pretty standard.
Okay. When we had this meeting with you, did any of the attorneys at this table tell you what we wanted you to say?
No,
Are there things that as you sit here today, you just simply don't remember from the investigation in this case?
there's a lot.
Okay. For example, as you sit here today, do you know whether there exists a 911 call from the date of the death?
I don't.
Okay. Generally, would you say that on your cases, if that type of audio is available, that you would listen to it?
Yes,
Okay. You were asked some questions about, I believe Attorney Galvez phrased it, being taken off of this case. Do you remember that?
yes.
Why did you stop working on the case?
I was transferred
Okay. To what kind of unit? Do you remember?
back to the Metro Drug Unit.
Okay. And those interviews that you were asked about from July of 2019, was Detective Hoppy in each and every one of those?
Yes,
Okay. In fact, are you aware that he spoke with the defendant more times than you did?
yes,
Okay. And I didn't ask you to review all those before today, right?
no.
If you wanted to, could you have gotten them on your own?
I would have had to ask the department for them.
Okay, so you can't remotely access even your own files from when you worked here?
No,
Okay. Is it pretty standard that through the department, people are moved and reassigned to different units fairly frequently?
detectives can be.
Okay. Was that true for you?
I spent a lot of time in specialty units.
Okay. Was that in any way some form of discipline?
No,
Okay. Are those specialty units sought after in your department?
yes,
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Detective, you may, excuse me, Officer Colin, may step down. Just the state's subpoena?
Yes.
All right, he may be released then. All right, it's 10:33. This will be an excellent time for our mid-morning break. I'll let the bailiffs know, probably about 15, 20 minutes, but all rise for the jury, please. Thank you. Be seated. I do have to place on the record the one sidebar. It had to do with what was ultimately not marked as an exhibit, even for identification purposes. They were printed documents, and the objection from the state was that they're not the same thing. And when I reviewed the email on Attorney Nikolai's computer, what is attached to that email are photographs of documents, not the documents themselves. In fact, some of them are difficult to read given how they were photographed. And so I sustained the objection because what Attorney Galaviz had, while appearing to be the documents that may very well have been attached, are not the same thing as what was included. And so therefore I sustained the objection. I think that was the only sidebar we had. I'll give you all your break. And then I believe the next witness, I'll need to address the state's motion.
I believe so.
All right, so the defense should be prepared to discuss that after the break. All right.
Do you have a document number on that filing?
I thought it was 593, but it says 592 on it.
Did I make a mistake?
Okay, not long to go now. Um, okay, so we have this break, which I'm not sure how long this break is for. But then could do with Mekiteki being here, couldn't I? Just fucking making everyone's dream. I still don't know what we're doing. Still don't know what's going on. So for me, when I put my camera off, I just fall asleep. Just had a like 5-10 minutes sleep there. It was nice. So it shouldn't be that long anyway, but to come back on. When lunch comes, I'll just switch. I'll just leave it on. I won't speak. Oh, Jonathan's left. Jonathan, where's Jonathan? Hmm. But thanks for everyone for being here. Sorry it's not very entertaining today, but I just can't speak. Can't speak. I think I used all my voice for last Saturday. Yeah, Jonathan's here. I know that when Jonathan's here, I know everything's right. Hey, did you see my the link I posted in the pets Discord thread, Jonathan, for Twitter? Thought you might like that one. Thought you might like it. It's good. He's a chiropractor for animals. For our members, just so you know, if the Discord goes haywire, well, you know why? Because Jonathan is an administrator. He's in charge. So watch out. I did see you, sneaky boy, put in something about Trump. We're not political, remember? Oh. There we are. Thanks, Sam. Thank you very much, Sam. It's been off for you. Oh. It's pissing down here with rain, but no snow. For me, anyway. I know Scotland got a bit of snow. Looked lovely. Yeah. Oh, oh, first freeze. Another CG is from California. Sam I am. Another CG. I don't believe Katie is from California. Thanks. Thanks, Sam. It's all good though. It's all good. Northern Illinois Spore, South and West of this kid. They all actually pop too. What the fuck? It's a great clip, Joe. I thought you'd love it. Especially the first one. I like the first dog though, because I thought the first dog was going to attack him, but they all love him. Yeah. So chat. No, there's not a chat, but chat. You have to entertain it. Sorry, guys. I'm running out of my voice is gone, so I'm gonna stop speaking. But use chat. Chat. Let's go. Jonathan, lead the way, my friend, in chat. We need Jonathan today. And everyone else. You're doing great, guys. Thank
relationship?
Yeah, there was probably maybe a couple month period between those two jobs that she wasn't, but then she ended up getting another job.
Okay. Did you ever discuss with Ms. Kurczewski how much money she made at these jobs?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Did you ever?
Sorry, yeah, I was napping, sorry. Court's back. We're 5 minutes behind. I'll play 1.25 for you guys.
All right, thank you, everyone. Please be seated. All right, the statement called. Next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State call Scott Craig.
Good morning, Mr. Craig. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. It's at the front of the courtroom. It is up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
My name is Scott Craig, SCOTT, last name CRAIG.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Craig, how old are you?
I'm 48 years old.
And what kind of work do you do?
I work for a local company as a structured cabling surveillance technician.
And how long have you been working in that field?
25 years.
Mr. Craig, do you know a woman named Jessy Kurczewski?
I do.
And is the woman you know as Jessy Kurczewski in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please identify her by where she's seated and perhaps what color her shirt is?
She's right over there in the peach colored sweater.
Thank you. I'd ask by pointing and describing her shirt, Mr. Craig has identified the defendant, Ms. Kurczewski.
The record will stop.
Thank you. Mr. Craig, how is it you know Ms. Kurczewski?
We were boyfriend and girlfriend for 3 years, 3.5 years.
What was that time span? From when until when were those 3 to 3.5 years?
From spring of 2016 till the summer of 2019.
Did you meet her in spring of 2016 or had you known her previous to dating her?
We were acquaintances previously, but formally talking to her was spring of 2016.
And over that 3 to 3.5 years, would you say the relationship became serious?
Yes.
Did you ever live together?
Yes.
For how long did you live together?
Probably 3 years.
And was that at a house you purchased together or one of your previous homes? How did that work?
I rent a home and she most of the time lived with me. She was also living with her mother at the time, but for the majority of the time she was living with me.
And did the two of you ever have children together?
No.
To your knowledge, did Ms. Kurczewski have any children of her own?
No.
Do you have children of your own?
Yes.
And did Ms. Kurczewski take well to your kids?
Yes.
Did your kids seem to like her as well?
Definitely.
And how many kids do you have, sir?
4.
Was that true of all 4, would you say?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. While you were dating for these 3 to 3.5 years, what kind of activities would you do together?
We would go out to local pubs. We had common friends, so hung out with friends, had barbecues and things at the house, at other people's houses. Sporting events for the kids. My kids were heavily involved in sports, especially my daughter at the time. So we would go to softball tournaments throughout Wisconsin, sometimes in Illinois.
Okay. Did you and Ms. Kurczewski ever go to casinos?
Yes.
How frequently would you say you went together?
It was off and on. Sometimes we would go, 2 to 3 times a month. Sometimes more than that. Sometimes we wouldn't go for months on end.
Okay. And was that true of that kind of sporadic in those 3 years or 3.5 years you were dating?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know what Ms. Kurczewski was doing for a job while you were dating her?
She had a job at a dental office I knew of. And then she had another job at another medical type office as a administrative type job with another medical office.
Were those 2 jobs she was working at the same time throughout the 3 to 3.5 years, or were they different times?
They were different times.
And was she, to your knowledge, consistently employed that total 3 to 3.5 year time span?
No, for the first 6 months, I knew she did not have a job. So she didn't have a job, I knew, for about the first 6 months.
Okay. Beyond that first 6 months, did you believe she was employed consistently for the rest of your relationship?
Yeah, there was probably maybe a couple month period between those 2 jobs that she wasn't, but then she ended up getting another job.
Okay. Did you ever discuss with Ms. Kurczewski how much money she made at these jobs?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Did you ever group your bills together, for example?
Bills themselves, no, we didn't group our bills together.
Did you ever add her to any credit cards as a second user?
No.
Did you add her to any of your bank accounts as a second user?
No.
Did she add you to any of her accounts that you know of?
No.
Okay, so you kind of kept your finances separate from one another.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, you just have to answer out loud so the woman in front of you can take it down.
Sorry.
It's okay. Now, when you would go to the local pubs, as you said, did you pay attention to how much money Ms. Kurczewski would spend?
At times I would pay attention, at times I didn't, because it's not my business of how much money somebody's spending or not spending all the time. So there were times I did, but times I didn't.
Okay. And when you went out, you would spend your own money, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Roughly how much money would you spend out at a night at the bars?
It would,
Background?
Well, I'm just trying to establish what he spent and what he was paying attention to Ms. Kurczewski spending for counts 2 and 3 classes.
All right, overruled. He may answer.
it would vary from what we spent. Sometimes we go to the bar and only spend $50. Sometimes we would go and spend $100 a piece. It would just depend on the day or the evening or what was going on for that particular trip to the bars.
Okay. And you referenced we would spend. Is it fair to say you and Ms. Kurczewski were either you might pick up the bill sometimes or she might pick up the bill for the both of you at times?
Yeah, correctly. Sometimes I would run a tab and it would be all under, some night it would be all under my tab. There'd be nights that it would all be under her tab.
Okay. And you said that it wasn't really your business how much anybody else was spending, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't really pay attention to what Ms. Kurczewski was spending. Is that fair?
Well, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What about these times you would go to the casinos? Did you pay attention to how much Ms. Kurczewski was spending?
At times, yes. She would probably do the same with me. We would tell each other how things were going as we were there.
Okay. And anything that stood out about Ms. Kurczewski's spending at the casino to you?
At the time, no.
Okay. How much money would you typically spend at the casino on a given night?
Again, it would vary. Sometimes you'd spend $100. The maximum I probably lost at a casino is maybe $1,000. Sometimes we would have win money, so it was different every single time.
Let's talk about that for a second. When you would win money, what kind of amounts are we talking about?
Sometimes you win a couple $1,000s. Sometimes it would be a few $100s. Then you would maybe take that and try to, go and play some more, or just leave and go home with the money that you won.
Okay. When you say you would sometimes win a couple $1,000s, is that around 5,000, less, more? How would you put it?
It would be mostly probably less than 5,000.
Okay. Prior to October 3rd of 2018, did you ever win any jackpots bigger than $5,000 that you can remember?
Prior to that, no.
Did you ever see, up until October 3rd of 2018, did you ever see Ms. Kurczewski win any big jackpots while you were with her?
No.
Okay. So nothing over $5,000 in your time with Ms. Kurczewski up until October 3rd of 2018?
Correct.
Now, after October of 2018, was there a pretty big jackpot you won?
Correct.
How did that go?
We were at a casino late one evening and we won a jackpot. I think it was in November of 2018 for $70,000.
Okay. Now you said we won that.
Yeah.
How did the two of you both win that jackpot?
Well, we ended up sitting together. So we always kind of said, we would always mostly try to split what was happening when we were at the casino. So when I say we won it, we were sitting together at the machine.
Understood. And did you split that jackpot then 50-50?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take the money and sort of deposit it in your account and then give her a check, or did she do that, or how did it work? How did you split it?
When we left the casino, we each got $5,000 cash, and then Jessy received a check for $60,000.
And did she ever share some of that $60,000 with you?
Yes.
Okay. Did she write you a check, do you think?
I'm not sure how it was. I'm not sure how it was given to me. I don't remember. I don't recall.
Okay. Beyond that $70,000 jackpot in November of 2018, any significant jackpots that you can remember while at the casinos with Ms. Kurczewski?
No.
Switching gears a little bit, this was a serious relationship with Ms. Kurczewski, you said, correct?
Correct.
Did you meet family members of hers?
Yes.
Specifically her mother, Jennifer Flower?
Yes.
How many times would you say you met Jennifer Flower?
I would probably say 8 times, 9 times.
Okay. Did you meet any other family members of Ms. Kurczewski?
I met her grandmother.
Did you know of a Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
Did you ever meet Lynn Hernan?
No, I did not.
How is it you knew about Lynn Hernan?
When I first met Jessy, throughout those first few months, she told me of a friend of hers that was like a mother figure, and her name was Lynn.
Did you know anything more about Lynn sort of early on in your relationship other than it was a family friend of Ms. Kurczewski's?
At the time, no, I didn't really know anything else. I knew she lived in Pewaukee. Jessy talked to her, a few times a week on the phone, went and visited her. So I just knew of her as a good, close friend of Jessy's.
When you met Jennifer Flower, Ms. Kurczewski's mom, was that at your request or did Ms. Kurczewski want you to meet her mom?
I think she wanted me to meet her.
When it came to Lynn Hernan, you said Ms. Kurczewski was going out to Pewaukee to visit her?
Correct.
Where were the two of you living? What municipality?
West Dallas.
So she was leaving your house in West Dallas to go to Pewaukee?
Correct.
How many times per month, if you had to say?
At least 4 times, at least once a week, for sure. 4 times a month. sometimes more, sometimes less.
Did Ms. Kurczewski ever ask you to come with her on these visits?
No.
Was there ever a time that you offered to come with on a visit to Ms. Hernan?
Yes.
And did you get to go then?
No.
Why not?
She said that Lynn was kind of a recluse. She didn't feel, Lynn didn't feel good about herself, and she was kind of just kept to herself, and she didn't want to meet people, I guess.
Okay.
That's kind of how it was left.
And was that sort of explanation consistent to you between 2016 and 2019?
Yes.
So you never met Lynn Hernan?
No.
Up until about spring of 2018, so for that first 2-year period, how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Kurczewski? Was it pretty solid? Was it sort of off and on? How would you describe it?
It was pretty solid. I mean, there were times where, like normal relationships, where things would get a little, I don't even know how to say it. I guess I don't know how to answer that. I mean, we have, small problems here and there, but it was pretty solid.
Okay. You've referenced that your relationship with Ms. Kurczewski went until the summer of 2019, correct?
Correct.
What was it that happened in the summer of 2019 that caused that end to the relationship?
When Waukesha Sheriff's Department came to my house and took her away.
They arrested her.
Correct.
Did they do anything else as it relates to your house?
Yes.
What was that?
Obviously, they were looking for evidence, pretty much destroyed everything in my house as far as ransacking and looking for things.
They had a search warrant, is that correct?
Correct.
And then they searched your house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Correct, yes.
Thanks, Ed. And they went through everything you said.
Correct.
Did they at some point talk to you
Yes.
at your house that same day?
Yes.
You recall what day that was specifically?
July 9th
Of 2019?
of 2019.
In that conversation, some Sheriff's Department personnel had with you, did they ask if they could have your cell phone?
Yes.
Did they tell you why they wanted your cell phone?
They basically just said that they,
Sustain.
Did you give over your cell phone?
yes, I did.
Did you get that cell phone back rather quickly?
Yeah, yes, within 2 days, I got it back.
Okay.
2 days later.
Was it your understanding that police wanted to look through your phone?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what you were agreeing to give them your phone for?
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Mr. Craig, why did you give your phone over to the sheriff's personnel?
So they could use it as gain evidence from my phone, I guess, going through calls and text messages.
Okay. Did they ever tell you you were a suspect of anything?
No.
In fact, did they tell you quite the opposite?
Yes.
As to leading?
Object to hearsay.
Object to leading. Sustained as to the form of the question. He may answer.
What was the question again?
He'll rephrase it.
Thank you.
Were you ever led to believe in this conversation that you were a suspect in anything?
No, I was not.
So when you say you gave over your phone so the sheriff's department could look for evidence, what do you mean by that?
Well, at the time, I didn't know what anything meant. I just figured that was standard protocol for what they were doing.
Okay. I'd like to bring up Exhibit 183, please, just to the witness.
It's up.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Craig, can you see Exhibit 183 based on that little sticker in the bottom right corner in front of you on the screen?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And if I could have Mr. Vulcan scroll down to page 5 of that exhibit. Mr. Craig, are you able to see how many pages that exhibit is?
According to the right side, it says 5.
Okay. And if you could just, as Ms. DeVulcan slowly scrolls up, could you just read, actually, let me ask you this first. In reading some of the messages that are on the screen, do you believe you know whose phone these messages were taken from?
Thank you. Yes, they're from Jesse's phone.
From Jesse's phone?
They were, kind of looks like a conversation between Jesse and I.
Okay. Do you know whose phone they were taken off of?
Looks like my phone.
Regardless, as you read through these messages, you believe this is a conversation between yourself and Jesse, you said?
Yes.
Is that Jessy Kurczewski?
Yes.
And as we slowly scroll up the 5 pages, more technological.
No. Oh, yeah, I don't know what happened.
Bear with us, Mr. Craig. We'll get it back up for you. Yeah. We have to go with hard copies.
Let me just- There you go. Back up.
Just back up.
Oh, thank you. Keep these just in case. Can you start scrolling up the Mr. Vulcan? Oh, thank you. And Mr. Craig, to be fair, prior to testifying today, you and I met with one another, is that correct?
Correct.
And I showed you certain portions of these messages that I'd probably be asking you about during today's trial, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you've seen this before.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us generally what this conversation with you and Ms. Kurczewski was about?
It seems that we were out one night and we got into an argument about, I really don't know exactly what it was about, but this happened from time to time where we got into arguments and looks like I was very upset and I was trying to back up with her.
In what date was this conversation, as we've scrolled up from page 5? Do you recall what date that conversation took place?
Looks like 5/13 of 2018.
Okay, so about mid-May of 2018?
Yes.
And if we could go to page 2 of 5. And Mr. Craig, do you see on the left side, and if we can actually scroll down, Mr. Vulcan, here, just on that same page 2 of Exhibit 183.
Judge, I believe that the witness should be asked the question and only shown the exhibit if he needs to refresh his recollection.
Has not been offered yet, so you lay a little more foundation and then we'll go from there. I'll sustain the objection at this time.
I think the proper foundation will be laid through a later witness. He has testified that this is a conversation he recalls between himself and Ms. Kurczewski.
Haven't established how he knows that.
Understood. Mr. Craig, how is it you're able to say this is a conversation you had between yourself and Ms. Kurczewski?
I guess I don't understand the question.
And you can stop publishing, stop publishing to the witness, please. I want him to answer the questions from his memory.
As you look through those messages briefly, do you recall having that conversation with Ms. Kurczewski?
Yes.
Okay. And
bits and pieces of it, yes.
Understood. And in the midst of that conversation, you said it appeared to you, or you recall trying to end the relationship with Ms. Kurczewski.
Correct.
And around that time, May 13th of 2018, you recall Ms. Kurczewski telling you something about Lynn Hernan.
Yes.
What was that?
That Lynn had overdosed on pills.
Okay. And did she say what happened as a result of Ms. Hernan overdosing on pills?
That she was admitted into Frederick because she was in coma.
And did she tell you anything else subsequent to that about Lynn recovering or anything like that?
About recovering? I guess I don't understand.
Sure. So in May of 2018, you said Ms. Kurczewski told you that Lynn Hernan was in a coma after overdosing on pills, correct?
Correct.
Was there ever a time after May of 2018 that Ms. Kurczewski told you something along the lines of, hey, great news, Lynn is recovered, she's back home?
Jeff, leading.
Sustained, rephrase.
Did Ms. Kurczewski ever tell you any news or updates on Ms. Hernan's condition?
Yes.
What was that?
That nothing has changed with her condition. She was still in the hospital and in a coma. And that was it.
So that was in May of 2018. Yes?
Yes.
If we fast forward to October of 2018, did Ms. Kurczewski tell you any news about Lynn Hernan?
Yes, in October of 2018 that she had passed away.
Where did you believe Lynn Hernan passed away?
In Frederick Medical Center.
And why did you believe that?
Because she was in a coma at Frederick.
Who gave you that information?
Jessy.
So you believe between May and October of 2018 that Lynn Hernan was in a coma at Frederick?
Yes.
Did Ms. Kurczewski ever tell you that was not true?
After the fact, after her arrest, on phone calls from the prison, yes.
So is that how you first found out that entire story about the coma in Frederick was untrue?
No, that's not how I found out.
How did you find out?
I found out 2 days after Jesse's arrest from Detective Hoppy.
You remember looking at messages between your, well, let me ask you this. Do you remember in August of 2018, did you and Ms. Kurczewski take any trips that you can recall?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Did you look at any messages prior to testifying where you indicated to another person in your life that you were taking a trip?
Yes.
And where was that trip to?
Wisconsin Dells.
You recall who that trip was with?
Jesse.
And do you recall roughly what time?
I don't recall what time of day.
No, what time of year was that trip?
Oh, it would have been in, I don't recall actually, in summer, possibly,
Summer of what year?
2018.
Did you and Ms. Kurczewski go to the Wisconsin Dells often, would you say?
No.
How many times do you think you and her went to the Dells?
We probably went once together personally, but there was a couple other times where my daughter had softball tournaments and we were maybe in that area.
On any of those trips, that whether they were just you and Ms. Kurczewski or for your daughter, did you bring Lynn Hernan along with you?
No.
Moving ahead to early 2019, you were still with Ms. Kurczewski?
Correct.
And in fact, let's back up for a second, because in May of 2018, you told us that you were trying to end the relationship with her, correct?
Correct.
You didn't ultimately end the relationship with her?
No, I did not.
Why not?
It was a few days later is when I actually found out the news about Lynn, and that seemed to be like a bigger thing to worry about at that time when she was going into the hospital. And I could tell Jessy was very distraught about it. So that's not the ultimate reason why we didn't, but I just kind of put it aside, let things go. And because it was basically just probably a frivolous type fight anyways, the more I thought about it.
Okay. And so your relationship continued?
Yes.
And in early 2019, were you and Ms. Kurczewski still living together?
Yes.
And did there come a time where she had a conversation with you about needing to go to the hospital?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
There was a number of times that she needed to go to the hospital. So I don't remember any. There was a lot of reasons why she had to go to the hospital. Obviously to go and see her. Sometimes to go sign papers for medical delivery, things of that nature.
I see. So if I understand you correctly, you're talking about Ms. Kurczewski needing to go to the hospital to visit Lynn.
Correct.
Was there ever a time in early 2019 where Ms. Kurczewski told you she had to go to the hospital for her own medical needs?
Yes.
And how did that go?
She was out with some friends. They went to another local pub to go see a concert, and she believed that somebody had drugged her and she wasn't feeling well, and she had to go to the doctor.
Did she go to the doctor or the hospital?
Or the hospital.
And how was she relaying this information to you?
Through text messages.
And did she ultimately tell you that the doctors had concluded something?
Yes.
And what was that?
They said that she ingested Visine.
Did she use the word Visine or a different word? Do you remember?
Well, she said it was some medical I don't know the exact name, tetra something.
Okay.
But in the end, she clarified that it was the chemical in Visine. So this chemical was in Visine.
And do you recall what month and what year that text conversation with you and Ms. Kurczewski occurred in?
I don't recall exactly, no.
Okay. Was it before or after Lynn Hernan's death?
After.
Do you recall what you were thinking as you were receiving these text messages about your girlfriend being poisoned?
I was very irate, very mad, wondering who could do this to her.
Had you personally ever heard about tetrahydrozoline or eye drops being poisoning people?
No.
Did you know anything about it?
No, not at all.
Did Ms. Kurczewski in those messages tell you if it was serious or nothing to worry about?
She said it was serious, yes.
And you took it seriously?
Yes.
Did you try to take any action after she informed you that she thought she had been drugged?
Yeah, I was inquiring on who she was with, where she was afterwards, beforehand, trying to figure out who could have done something like this to her.
Okay, why were you asking about that?
Well, because I was very concerned that, if it was somebody, a friend of ours, I just wanted to get to the bottom of actually what happened to her, because it was a bad thing, obviously.
Did you ever get to the bottom of it?
No, I never did.
How did that situation resolve itself?
After a few weeks, it just kind of fizzled out, and it never really came up again, because I figured I wasn't going to find out who did it.
At any time between those text messages where she told you she had been drugged and her arrest on July 9th of 2019, did Ms. Kurczewski ever tell you that that wasn't a true story?
No.
Did you later learn it was not a true story?
Yes.
That would call for hearsay.
Overruled. His answer may stand. Next question.
Thank you. And Mr. Craig, moving on to sort of my final points. You said the relationship ended when Ms. Kurczewski was arrested, correct?
Yes.
You also referenced receiving calls from her after she was arrested, though?
Yes.
If the relationship had ended, why were you continuing to take calls from Ms. Kurczewski?
Because I was very confused. I didn't know what was happening. Obviously, I was trying to figure out how any of this could have happened. I just wanted to hear what was going on her end of it. So that's why I was just trying to figure out what was happening.
And would she call you frequently from the jail or just once every great while?
For the first 6 months, it was about once a week. It kind of fizzled out towards the end of those 6 months, but
Okay, let me stop you there. I'm going to pull up Exhibit 54, please. And Mr. Craig, if we play that first portion of the video, that first 1 minute and 38 seconds, was there a way you knew you were getting a call from a jail?
I think it came up as well, depending on where she was, but it came up as an unknown caller, or it would come up as Waukesha County Jail.
Was it Ms. Kurczewski's voice right away, or was there some sort of automated, almost robotic voice that you had to listen to first?
It was an automated message saying that there was a call coming from, and then it would be Jesse's voice saying Jessy.
Yeah.
Sidebar.
Prior to doing that, I want to advise the jury that to the extent that you're hearing about testimony, Ms. Kurczewski may have been in custody or incarcerated or in jail. Please be advised that that does not have any bearing on her guilt or innocence and should not in any way be used against her, meaning used against Ms. Kurczewski when you ultimately deliberate. Do you still want a sidebar? All right, go ahead, Attorney Sitzberger.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just for the record, Exhibit 54 is divided into two separate audio clips. The first one is from 0 minutes till 1 minute and 38 seconds. And if Mr. Valkenier could play that, please.
Call number 808261186. Inmate ID 1488412. Date 2019 7/25. Time 170549. Dialed number 14145871322 from station 10110. The time is 5. Please enter your PIN number. Press 0 to make a prepaid. Your account balance is $25.51. The cost of this call will be 37 cents for the first minute and 37 cents for each additional minute, excluding taxes and other applicable fees. The time limit is 15 minutes. Hello, you have a call at no expense to you from
Jessy.
An inmate at
Waukesha County Jail.
To accept this call, press or say 5. This call will be recorded and subject to monitoring at any time.
Later part, that's the sort of automated voice you would hear at the beginning of a call like this?
Correct.
And you had to accept that call, correct?
Yes,
You had the option to reject it,
yes,
and you accepted it.
correct.
You heard the human voice say the word Jessy, correct?
Yes,
Do you know that to be Jessy Kurczewski's voice?
yes.
If we could continue on with the second audio clip, which is from timestamp of this particular file, 6 minutes, 44 seconds until 10 minutes, 5 seconds.
You really have nothing to say to me, do you?
No.
Greg, in that brief audio clip, did you recognize the two voices we've heard so far?
Yes,
And who are the two voices?
Jesse and myself.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, by Jesse, who do you mean?
Jessy Kurczewski.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move Exhibit 54 to evidence.
Exhibit 54 is received.
Thank you. And then I'd ask to continue playing that second audio file to its conclusion.
Granted.
Thank you.
Don't. What the hell you expect?
I don't understand why you're being this mean. It doesn't even make sense.
God, I'm not being mean at all. I'm being what any normal human being would be in this situation. I don't know you, Jesse.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. I don't. Nobody makes up lies like that to their person they love. You don't love anybody.
I don't love anybody.
No, you don't. You don't lie to people. You don't lie to people and make up so many lies.
About one thing. One
No, it's not
thing.
one thing.
Our whole life was not a lie.
Yeah, I was.
No, it wasn't. How can you even say that?
Very easily, because you lied to me about something very serious. Then you told a bunch of other lies on top of that to my family about her being in the hospital and being brought back to life. You just kept making up more and more lies. You're diabolical. That's just crazy. Crazy. I can't even believe it. Do you know what it's doing to my mind knowing that I was living with somebody like that?
Is continuing to be played, which is just this witness's perception of things. These are not statements of Jesse. There's a witness's impression. It's improper.
The exhibit was received without objection. The state may continue playing it.
Thank you.
You may cross-examine on that.
And you never even skipped a beat. It didn't even bother you.
It didn't bother me. It bothered the shit out of me, Scott. There's a reason I didn't let you know the shit.
I couldn't tell. Whatever. I couldn't tell. There's no reason why you didn't let me know this shit. You should have let somebody else know, like the police or a mental institution or something. Not what the heck you did. It's just sick. It's so sick and disgusting.
You act like that was our whole 3.5 years together. And it wasn't.
Well, it takes precedence over everything, trust me.
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't for you, Jesse, because you're not a normal person. It does for me.
You never once thought that I was keeping you from anything so you wouldn't know, so you wouldn't be a part of anything? So you wouldn't get hurt, so you wouldn't be involved?
Why the hell would I think anything even close to what was going on? I was told she's in the hospital.
She was in the fucking hospital numerous times.
Well, not in a coma for 5 months. That's what you told me. So,
I know that's what I told you.
Yeah,
I told you
know.
that to protect
That's
you
pretty
for a
disgusting.
reason.
That's pretty disgusting. That's a disgusting thing to lie about.
Mr. Craig, at the end of that audio file, did you hear Ms. Kurczewski tell you she was trying to protect you?
Yes.
Do you know what she meant by that?
Overruled, he may answer.
Speculation what's in Jesse's mind.
The way it was phrased, he may answer.
No, I don't know what she meant by that at the time.
And throughout your 3 to 3.5 year history, did Ms. Kurczewski ever express to you that she was concerned about Lynn and her mental health?
Yes.
And in what way?
She said that Lynn was a drinker. She used pills before medications. I don't know if they were prescribed or not. She was suicidal, things of that nature.
That was all from Ms. Kurczewski telling you that?
Yes.
You never got to meet Lynn though, correct?
Correct.
And again, as far as the pill comment, that led into Ms. Hernan having suffered a coma and being in the hospital, correct?
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Sorry. Mr. Craig, how did the pill comment specifically come up as it relates to Ms. Hernan?
As far as...
Did Ms. Kurczewski just say, oh, she uses pills? Or was that the basis for Ms. Hernan's hospitalization, according to Ms. Kurczewski?
Well, that was the reason that I was told that she was in a coma because of pills and alcohol.
And you later learned that was not true.
Correct.
Calls for hearsay.
So overruled, the way it was asked is sufficient.
I'm sorry, could you just repeat your last answer, sir?
Correct.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have.
Cross.
Judge, could we have a lunch break now and begin the cross after lunch? It's not going to be done in 10 minutes or even 20.
All right, that's fine. We'll take our lunch break then. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. Be seated, sir. You can step down for now. Please be mindful you're still under subpoena, under oath, and subject to the exclusion order that I previously entered, okay? But you can step down and go back to the victim witness room. I do want to make a note or a record regarding the objection from the defense just now regarding the phone call. First of all, there was no objection when the state offered it, number one. Number two, context is important. The rule of completeness kicks in as well. It would be, obviously, the statements come in as against Ms. Kurczewski as a statement by a party opponent. Moreover, this witness is on the stand testifying regarding the phone call. Not only with the rule of completeness, but I think best evidence as well as to what his impressions were at that time based upon his tone of voice and the questioning that was going on. He's also subject to cross-examination. So that's why I overruled that objection. Then we also had a sidebar at the request of the defense. It had to do with this witness's repeated reference to either jail or custodial status. The state had indicated at sidebar, that's why the state was trying to lead the subject through. I asked if the witness had been advised about my prior rulings, and the state confirmed it had. Obviously, the concern is we knew some of this would come up. Everyone, we've talked about this at prior court hearings. Obviously, want to limit any repeated references to her custodial status. I did give the limiting instruction. The defense appreciated that, but given my observation of his testimony, I indicated the state could lead on that limited topic in order to avoid any further or limiting further references. So I wanted to make a record of those things. Anything from the state as it relates to those things?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anything from the defense?
No, I think you stated accurately. I was concerned because you had mentioned the word prison, and he had also uttered the phrase multiple institutions. And so those two things concern the defense.
Understood. All right, then I want to start back up at 1:10. I think given the fact that our jurors don't leave and they're back there, I think I'm going to start shortening our lunch times to between an hour and 15 minutes. So just so that everyone can plan accordingly, I'm not in any way getting close to the time that the cafeteria closes for a defense team. I know last week, I think that was an issue. My apologies to that, although I wanted to get that witness completed, which was my goal and all of that. So, we'll shoot for around noon each day, give or take. It was a good stopping point. So thank you, Attorney Kukler. We'll see everyone back here at 1:10. We are in recess.
Thank you, guys. Right. I missed it. I was asleep, so I missed the last few bits. I don't know what's going on. But I'll catch up another time. So yeah, I'll keep this rolling. I'll keep it rolling. Wherever the song goes, I'll keep it rolling. So if I'm back or not, it doesn't matter because the thing's still going. So again, apologies again. Yeah, I'm not been here. I'm just falling asleep all the time, guys. I feel good once I come out on a nap though. So but yeah, we'll see. Um, I shall see you all in, yeah, about an hour, 10 minutes. Love you all. Thank you very much. And thanks for being so understanding. Appreciate you all. Hello, 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 hello. We're back. Judge is back. Fuck, she's stunning. Judge is back. I've just had a nap. I've had some food. I've had some drinks. Still not great, but she brings a smile to my face. And I'm sorry to hear about your youngest. Stomach issues are being in and out. No worries, freezing, but that's fine. You look after the youngest. It's all good. Katie, hello to you. So I'll give a shout out to you until I can. Baby got back. Baby got back. I can't really sing, but oh, hang on, is it muted or something? No, the chord's muted. As long as Katie and Jonathan here, I knew
Let's use
the
just the
chat's be
technology,
fine.
but let's just do a test on both sides.
Emma's back as well. Emma's here.
I know
It's all
Zach was in
good.
here testing the tables and there was a 6-second delay sometimes, but
I know what you mean about older women now, Jonathan, because this one is, gee, she's 53, I think she is. Jesus, hello.
yeah, go ahead. We're gonna.
LA face with no kombucha. Jonathan. Oh, I'm not going to be speaking that much again because I want to prepare myself for tomorrow. Hopefully, be better. But look at Jonathan, another one in frame there, Jonathan, for you. We've gone back now to the Eagle. Playing with resin. Oh no, that means you're going to make a mess. Emma got blocked up nose now. Nightmare. Oh, resin and you do not go together, Emma. What else have we got here then, guys? Who smoked, drunk, and did drugs? Yes, Jonathan, but the judge does not look
Record
rough.
then, State of Wisconsin versus Jessy Kurczewski, 21 CF 885. Appearances are as they were before.
Needless, right?
Attorney Kukler.
Your Honor, we're going to begin the cross-exam of Scott Craig. This afternoon, the state played the jail call between Jessy and Mr. Craig. And during it, he provided opinions about what was going on in the case and Jessy's, that she's a liar and all sorts of negative things that he had to say about her. I intend during his cross-exam to go into the fact that the things that he believed about Jessy didn't come from Jessy, but came from talking to detectives. And I plan to go into so that we can understand what was in his mind and why he thought what he did. I plan to go in the statements that detectives told him that led him to form those opinions.
All right. Any comment from the state?
I think this is an issue we have to take piece by piece as it comes in. There was certainly some of the same that I tried to ask about that was objected by Attorney Kukler as hearsay. So I'm somewhat surprised she wants to get into the same area she objected to me asking about. But again, I think it's something that has to be evaluated as it happens. I don't know that there can be a blanket rule that it's permissible or impermissible at this point.
This is only related to the jail call.
So normally, any statements attributed to another witness other than a party opponent would be hearsay unless offered for another purpose. Obviously, you can question this witness about the source of his knowledge. I don't think there's anything improper about that. I frankly would expect that. But are you telling me that you're going to ask with specificity what information he was provided by the detectives in this case?
Yes.
And I believe that's what the state was then indicating should be taken up piece by piece. Not-
Yes, I mean, I would say with that blanket statement, I would object to it as hearsay. I think the jail call pretty clearly lays out that Ms. Kurczewski acknowledged that the one story of Ms. Hernan being in a coma for 5 months was untrue, and that was confirmed by herself in the call. So I guess it's hard to say because I'm not sure how far we're going with what the police told Mr. Craig.
I think sometimes it depends on how you ask the questions. If you say, did you have information that led you to believe? And was the source of that information the sheriff's department, Detective Hoppy, Detective Cole, whatever the case may be? That doesn't call for hearsay. It's an acknowledgement. If the witness is asked to just narrate what the information was, I think I'll take it on a case-by-case basis. The state may object, the state may not object. I won't know, I guess, unless an objection is made, whether I need to rule on it or not. There could be many reasons why parties don't object to hearsay. Attorney Kukler, if there's another reason you'd be offering that other than for the truth of the matter asserted.
Right, for the rule of completeness as well. Because some of the things that are said in that call by Mr. Craig, it's unclear. It could be inferred that he heard those things from Jessy, and I'm not talking about the coma. I'm just talking about other things that he's suggesting that she was lying about, or that she's a liar about. Could be, the jury could be thinking that he heard this information from Jessy when it is not accurate. The information came via law enforcement.
Well, the rule of completeness would refer to either a writing or a recording, where the rule of completeness would support the inclusion of, for example, showing a jury an entire recorded interview where parts have been redacted, if the parts that have been redacted would clearly relate to the context of something that came in or help explain. So the rule of completeness would not be what I would rely upon in this case. However, I'll take it on a case-by-case basis. I've already indicated I think some of this would be proper cross-examination.
I would say it also goes to the context of what was going on, Judge.
So, well, the context of the phone call or the context of the investigation?
The investigation.
I mean, you can tread, I would say tread lightly. I mean, you've already objected based upon the circumstances of the phone calls and being in custody. That's why I let Attorney Sitzberger lead the witness. So I think you kind of do that at your peril. Be careful what you ask for, because he may then give an answer that highlights that information. Obviously, you can lead him, as you know, so I would expect that you'll do that. I'll take it up piece by piece as need be. And if there's an objection, I'll rule on it. If I feel I need additional arguments, I'll excuse the jury. All right. And then
I put it on the record, but I've lost the use of my computer over the lunch hour. The screen has broken. I did not drop it. I'm trying to get a replacement computer.
Thank you. You indicated, because I asked if there was a backup, and it sounds like you have a backup at the office. Obviously, that's something that needs to be worked through, but it sounds like you at least have that. And then anything you thought you needed, you had the office email to Attorney Galaviz.
For this witness.
For this particular witness.
Correct.
All right. So let me know if we get to the next witness after this, which I hope we do. If there's a need for a short break, just to make sure you have everything. And we'll work with you as best as we can. We do have the flash drive that you gave us. So if that can be helpful in any way, plugging that into Attorney Galaviz's computer. I think that's the updated exhibits from your office today. Madam Clerk will make that available as well. So with that, then, let's have the jury brought up then, Madam Clerk.
Okay. I missed the whole direct, so not the whole of it, but I missed some of it, so I don't really know what's going on. I don't know what she said or anything like that. But look at chat. A lot of people said she's now guilty because of what she said. So
Mr. Craig, you can come on up to the witness stand.
yeah, I'm not sure what you guys feel at the minute. I don't know. If there's a strong feeling one side or the other. Oh, Jonathan. Moderately slimy.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Mr. Craig, you are back on the witness stand. We are after the lunch hour. Do you acknowledge that you remain under oath?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, Attorney Kukler.
Thank you. On October 3rd of 2018, Jessy texted you at 5:18 p.m. to tell you that Lynn had died. Isn't that true?
Correct.
When you were first interviewed by the police, you had told them that you got that text when you were still at work. That was not correct.
I didn't know the exact timing of it when they asked me.
But it was when you were already at home.
I could have been at home. I could have been in transit. I'm not exactly sure.
You saw Jessy that evening, true?
I don't recall.
Do you remember telling the police that she was distraught and crying that evening?
Yes, I do remember that.
Okay, so then you did see her that evening.
Yes. That's what I said, yes.
You remember saying that now?
Yes.
Okay. You told the jury this morning about your home being ransacked.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that was when law enforcement came over to execute a search warrant. That's what I understood, right?
Correct.
And that did make you upset.
Yes.
Because it really trashed your house, true?
Yes. I mean, no physical damage, but just everything was everywhere.
So the drawers were empty.
Correct.
Closets were going through.
Correct.
It was a big mess.
Yes.
You were mad.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
They were looking to see whatever they could find, that whatever they were looking for, you don't
To be fair, I would be well pissed off as well. So yeah, I don't blame him.
know, but they looked through everything.
Correct.
You'd agree that you never saw Visine bottles laying around your house.
Correct.
You never saw Visine bottles in Jesse's car, for example.
No, I did not.
And as far as you know, when the police executed a warrant, they didn't recover any Visine.
As far as I know, no.
You'd agree with me that during that, well, you were living together for how many years? 3?
Roughly 3 years.
A little bit longer?
Yeah, possibly a little bit longer.
You knew each other for 6 years.
Yes, we were acquaintance years prior. I knew that she worked at a local pub as a waitress. We never really spoke then, but I knew of her. Yes.
And then you dated and lived together.
Yes.
And your kids, you said this morning, like Jessy.
Yes, very much so.
She got along well with your youngest son.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
How old was he at that time?
At that time, he was.
How old
I
is he
believe
now?
it was 2.
He was 2?
Yes.
You had him every other weekend,
Yes.
and Jessy would pick him up, for
Yes, she
example,
would.
do things with him.
Yes.
And you knew that Jessy and her mother, Jennifer, and Lynn, they were all old-time friends.
Yes.
You'd agree with me that Jessy saw Lynn much more during the last 6 to 7 months of her life than she had earlier in your relationship.
Yes.
When you were with Jessy, you never saw her making any, what you would call extravagant purchases, true?
True.
But you all as a family certainly did buy some gifts, right?
Yes,
And you buy gifts for Christmas and birthdays, for example,
correct.
for the children,
Yes,
and even occasionally for the ex-wife.
yes,
You had a good relationship with her, true, the ex-wife,
yes. Very good.
the mother of the children.
Yes.
You mentioned this morning about gambling at the casino. That's one of those things that you and Jessy like to do.
Correct.
Basically, you go to Potawatomi, as I understand that,
That's correct.
downtown Milwaukee.
Correct.
And you said that your gambling varied. Sometimes you might gamble $100, maybe another time it's $500.
Correct.
And you mentioned having won money on occasion.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and
Yes.
sometimes you lose money.
Correct.
And there were times that you won as much as, besides that 70,000 that you mentioned, there were times that you won, for example, $6,000 or $5,000. Those kind of numbers happened also.
Correct. I would say, I don't specifically remember the amounts, but yes, we would win some money sometimes.
Did the two of you usually play on slot machines?
Yes,
And did you have a player's card?
yes, I did for a short period of time, yes.
And by that, I mean a player's card for Potawatomi.
Correct.
And a player's card, would you agree with me, is something that you can ask the casino to issue you, and then you use it when you play there?
Correct.
And if you're playing at a slot machine, you would take your player's card and insert it in the machine before you put your money in.
Correct.
And then does the casino track your playing amounts?
Yes,
And then in return for that, you might get some rewards from the casino.
correct.
They might send you coupons in the mail, for example.
Yes,
They might comp you some meals.
yes,
And so you would typically use a player's card when you went to the casino, true?
not all the time. Sometimes I would not use it.
And sometimes you'd use it.
Yes,
And sometimes Jessy had her own card, right?
I believe so, yes.
And isn't it true that sometimes you would use Jessy's card?
I don't recall.
Do you remember telling the police that? Do you remember being interviewed by law enforcement on November 3rd, 2021?
Don't recall, no.
Do you remember being asked about whether or not you would ever borrow Jessy's player's card, or whether Jessy would borrow your card? Do you remember? Yeah. Pardon me. Do you remember being asked about that?
I don't remember that, no.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that if you were playing together, we'd play her card or we'd play my card? Do you remember that?
There were times when, if we were playing the cards that evening, there were probably times that happened, yes.
There were
If
times.
if we were sitting next to each other,
Okay. So if you were sitting next to each other at a slot machine,
yes.
is that what you're talking about?
Or if she was playing a machine, or if I was playing a machine next to her.
You might use each other's card.
If we were, I don't know that we would use each other's card.
Well, okay. So you don't recall telling law enforcement that sometimes you would use her card, or sometimes she would?
I don't recall that, no.
All right, then permission to play that part of the interview, which we've marked as exhibit. I'll give you the exhibit number.
What's the number?
595.
595. We're going to
Do you have
play,
a timestamp?
594 it is. The number there. Touched it.
I'm sorry, 594. And we are going to start at 432 and stop at 441.
Any objection?
No.
Go ahead.
But sometimes, if we were playing together, we'd play her card, we'd play my card. So like that, sometimes we wouldn't play a card at all.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because I thought it was kind of bad juju to play that.
Was that your voice?
Yes.
Do you recall that now?
I recall it now because you just played it.
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Yes.
And so is that true that sometimes you'd play her card, sometimes you'd play your card?
Like I said, depends if we were sitting next to each other and she was playing hers or I was playing my card. I wouldn't physically grab her card and play it. We would play together.
So you might shake, so one card might go on both machines then?
Yeah, it's possible.
Because you might be sitting next to each other.
Exactly.
And so it would be fair to say that the dollar amounts that were being gambled on one card or the other card might not be completely accurate as to the person because you might have been sharing a card.
Correct.
With regard to the big jackpot that you said you won in November 2018, do you remember talking about that?
Correct.
Congratulations, that's a big amount. Did you tell Jessy to declare that? Well, you told Jessy to declare that on her income taxes, isn't that true?
Correct.
And you're the one though that really won it, true?
We were playing together next to each other. I was the one who pushed the button. Yes.
It was your machine that won it.
Well, we were sitting next to each other. She was not playing. We were both playing the same machine as a
Okay.
couple next to each other at the same machine.
All right, and you're the one that had pressed the button
Yes.
and won the jackpot.
Correct.
You didn't declare half of it on your tax return, true?
I don't believe so.
You said that you tried to end a relationship with Jessy on May 13th, 2018. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
And to be fair, the day before, you and she had been in a kind of stupid arguments, right?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that you were upset because you thought that Jessy had told people you were with that you like somebody named Whitney?
Yeah, I do recall that.
And you were embarrassed about that.
I wasn't embarrassed. I was just more so angry about it, of why this was even coming about, because it wasn't even something that was true. And it was kind of very childish.
I'm looking at your text message. It's all everyone was talking about last night. Absolutely embarrassing.
Yeah.
Just for the record, can we reference an exhibit number in line?
That would be exhibit 186, page 3.
Thank you.
Bring up 186. So you were embarrassed.
Yes. It was a lot of emotions, I guess.
And that's, you and Jessy had been out drinking that night?
Yes.
It sounds like an argument that happened after a night of drinking.
Yes.
Argument about somebody named Whitney.
Correct.
That's okay, I don't need it. And then that argument went on with text messages for some time, true?
Correct.
And at some point you told her to stay away from the house, right?
Correct.
And you told her that that you were going to call the police and report her as an unknown person.
Yes.
That you were going to pretend that she was a stranger trying to break into your house.
Well, I wasn't going to pretend that. I was just trying to keep her from my house.
Well, you told her that you were going to lie to law enforcement and say she was an unknown person, true?
Yes.
Yeah, you might be right, Jonathan. That's why we're so low today. I don't know. But we missed things like Merlin, Rosebud, Hooch. There's a load of people that we're missing today. So maybe they just found other streams. I don't know. But it might be because of that. I don't know. I'm eating some ice cream to try and chill out my throat. I hope you call it ice cream, though.
As you understood Jesse's relationship with Lynn, you understood it to be that Jesse was like a daughter to Lynn. Is that right?
Correct.
And you had been at Lynn's house at least after she died, right? You were at her condo.
Yes, I was.
You saw all the stuff that she had there.
Correct.
And when you were living with Jesse, at no time did you ever see at your house any mail or applications for credit cards, true?
Correct.
And when you listened to earlier today that jail call that you had with Jesse, what was in your head that day was based upon information that you had received from law enforcement.
Correct.
Between Jesse's arrest on July 9th and that jail call about 10 days later or so, you had spoken to law enforcement and they told you certain things.
Yes.
And so the information that was in your head was from them, not from Jesse, true?
Correct.
So any information in your mind about any type of poisoning, for example, came via law enforcement.
Correct.
Just 1 minute, I want to check one other thing. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Craig, Attorney Kukler just asked you, among other things, if you ever saw at your house any credit card applications or mail. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did Ms. Kurczewski use your house for a mailing address to your knowledge?
For her own personal use, yes.
Did she have another form of getting mail to your knowledge?
I was told that she had a P.
You're sick?
Okay.
Sustained.
Thank you. Like I said, to your knowledge.
Last part of the answer, I'll strike. Jury will disregard it. Please rephrase.
Thank you. To your knowledge, sir, did she have any other ways of getting mail? Not what somebody might have told you, but did you know of any other ways she was getting mail?
I'm going to check as the knowledge, any knowledge came via hearsay.
Overrule.
She had a P.O. box.
Okay. And did you have access to that P.O. box?
No.
Now, we just went through that sort of stupid fight, you called it this morning, those text messages leading up to you trying to end the relationship, correct?
Correct. Why
Why were you so mad at Ms. Kurczewski for whatever it was about?
Just because I thought it was very childish, and just the whole situation was kind of childish, and it was a real nothing thing. And you know, when you're out with friends and everybody's talking about something that's really not even there, I was very angry about it.
Did you feel she was being truthful with that whole situation?
No.
And what do you recall? You told her to stay away from your house. I think Attorney Kukler asked you. You recall that?
Yes.
Was Ms. Kurczewski respecting that?
I'm not sure if she was actually there or not.
Okay, what was she telling you?
She told me that she was at my house, but I don't believe I was there at that time.
Had you told her to stay away from your house at that point?
Yes,
You believe you told her once or multiple times?
I believe multiple times through texting.
Was it after those multiple times that the reference to calling the police was brought up?
Yes,
After those multiple times?
yes.
You said that you did not see Ms. Kurczewski making extravagant purchases during your relationship, correct?
Correct.
If I direct your attention to the sort of beginning half of October 2018, did anything come to your house that you were you didn't expect?
There was some furniture that came to the house.
What was that furniture?
It was a bedroom set for my room and my daughter's room and my son's room.
So 3 bedroom sets?
Yes.
Had you discussed making such a purchase with Ms. Kurczewski?
It was mentioned a couple of weeks prior. She said that we need new bedroom sets. And I said, we don't need that at all. I don't need anything like that. And then I came home from work one day and all the stuff was in my front yard, the new furniture.
And you would agree that is something of an extravagant purchase?
Hey boy, how's it going, fella? I'm ill, I am, but so I can't speak that much, but I'm doing well. Hopefully, Breckenway's doing well with you, but as well. I'd like to see you, man. Yeah, hope you're enjoying yourself. Hope you're getting life's treating you well, boy. Emma's around here somewhere as well. She's Newport, isn't it, but so yeah, hang in there, boy. Hope you're doing all right. Buzz, I can't speak much, Anthony, because my bloody voice is gone, but
Yes, I would say so. Yeah, I guess.
And did the conversation after you said we don't need any bedroom sets, did it ever get brought up again prior to you coming home and seeing those bedroom sets delivered?
No.
And were those bedroom sets delivered before or after Lynn Hernan's death on October 3rd?
I believe it was after.
Do you know how they were paid for?
I do not know.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have.
Anything else from the defense on this witness?
Just looking at my notes, I would say no.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Your Honor, we ask that Mr. Craig be released from his subpoena.
Any objection?
We have him under subpoena again, just as indicated earlier, we want to evaluate at the close of the state's case.
Any objection to him being released from his subpoenas?
Yes.
Sir, you can step down. I'll address that at the next break.
Thank you.
No, but I got honey and lemon lozenges, John. Honey and lemon lozenges. I got nothing with ginger here. Even though I like gingers, but no, nothing with ginger. Yeah, no. So I'm swallowing the honey and lemon. What? Right. So how do you do your cider vinegar? Do you put water in it, or do you just put a small amount and just gargle it a couple of times or something, or do you actually dilute it with with warm water or something, or do you just use it cold and then do it? How does that work, John?
All right, the state may call its next witness.
The state calls Daniel Radloff. Well,
Yes.
so about
Its next witness. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Daniel Radloff, DanielRadloff.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Radloff, what do you do for work generally?
I'm a contractor.
Okay. Do you know someone named Scott Craig?
Yes.
How?
He's my cousin.
Okay. Have you ever lived with your cousin?
Yes.
About how long did you live with Mr. Craig?
4 or 5 years, maybe.
Okay. During that time, did you ever come to meet someone named Jessy Kurczewski?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was Scott Craig's girlfriend at the time.
Let's go, Sylvia.
Did she live in the house as well?
Yes.
So about how long would you say that you lived with Mr. Craig and Ms. Kurczewski?
Maybe a year and a half.
Was there anyone else living in the residence?
Scott's daughter and son.
Thanks, Sarah.
They lived there, but not full time.
Okay. In terms of the time that you were living in the household with Mr. Craig and Ms. Kurczewski, what was everyone at that point in time doing for work?
I was still a contractor. Scott worked, I can't remember the name of his company. Jessy, I think, was a dental assistant at the time.
Okay. Did there come a time when you...
Got it. Used it. It's in. Thanks, Sarah. Jonathan, you can answer my question, son, about this cider vinegar stuff. Do you drink it neat, gargle it neat, or with water? And is it cold?
questioned Ms. Kurczewski's employment?
Yes.
Why was that?
I think that there was days where things just didn't add up. I'd get up for work. Some days she would get ready and go to work. Other days I would come home at like 10 o'clock because it was raining, and she would be home when she was supposed to be at work. So then that's what made me think something was not right.
Okay. In terms of the amount of time that you...
Right, I'm going to try it now. Right now, Jonathan. We'll try it right now.
were living there, did it seem like there was a certain time in the morning when Ms. Kurczewski had to leave to go to work every day?
I want to say around 8-ish.
Okay.
I feel like that's when she would leave the house most days.
What about other days?
Other days, she would take more time to get ready. She would leave, 9, 10-ish. But, from day to day, it was different.
Okay. When you say that she would get ready,
can you clarify the time frame
Sure.
with the witness, please? So I'll sustain it for now.
about how long, you said that you lived with Ms. Kurczewski for about a year and a half?
Yes.
Was it every day during that year and a half that she would get ready to go to work in the morning?
Object to vagueness as to what year.
Well, was not asked. Witness can answer this question and then, so I'll overrule the objection.
Can you ask the question again, please?
Sure. So throughout the time that you lived with Ms. Kurczewski, did it appear that every day she had to get up and get ready to go to work?
No. Felt like it was very sporadic.
Okay. Did you ever learn that in fact she wasn't going to work on some of those days?
Yes.
When there's an objection, you have to wait to answer, so I'll sustain it, strike his answer. I'll sustain it as well due to vagueness as to the time frame we're talking about.
Let's talk about the time frame. Do you remember, and this was many years ago at this point, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. When you first started living with your cousin, was Ms. Kurczewski already living there in the house?
No.
So there was a period of time when he wasn't dating her yet. Is that true?
Yes.
Do you recall about how long that would have been?
From when I moved in to when she moved in,
Right.
I would say about 3 years.
Okay. Do you remember when you moved out of the residence?
I don't remember the actual date.
Okay. Did you, in this case, become aware that a search warrant was executed at that residence in July of 2019?
No.
You don't know that that happened?
Yes, I do know that happened. At the time, I did not know it was happening.
Understood. But using that as kind of a point in time in your mind, when that occurred, were you still residing in the house?
No,
Do you know about how long it had been since you were living in the house?
about a year.
Okay. So roughly, what would you say was the rough time that you were actually living in the home with Ms. Kurczewski and Mr. Craig then, in terms of months or years, if you can estimate that?
So you're asking me how long I lived in a house with her?
Like when on a calendar, when in time that would have been, like 2015 or 2018?
I want to say 2018, but I'm not positive.
You testified, you think it was about a year after you moved out that the search warrant happened?
Yes.
Overruled. Again, if there's an objection, make sure you wait to answer. His answer may stand.
So a year before July of 2019 would be July of 2018.
The aftertaste, Jonathan. The taste is, I don't know what to say about the taste. I gargle it twice. Gargle it twice. I just want to spit all the time now to get everything out. But it's okay though. Still here. This channel does not give legal, medical, or artistic advice. All comments made by the host or guest or chat is for entertainment purposes only. Thank you, Sarah. That's a lifesaver. Thank you. Jesus, I don't know what to say about this. Oh,
18, right?
still,
yes.
Do you think that at that point you were living in the residence?
Objection as to what he thinks. We want to know what he knows.
Sustained is to the form of the question.
Were you living in the residence in July of 2018?
Yes, it's a long time ago, so my memory's not that good, but I want to say yes.
Okay. Nonetheless, did there become a point in time when you found out the defendant was actually just pretending to go to work every day?
Judge, objection is to hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer without saying what source of information it was, just his understanding.
Yes,
Who told you that?
Jesse.
What did she say?
Can I elaborate a little?
Yes. What did?
It was, I think that she had known that I knew that she had not been working.
you can't gargle a tablet, can you, Miss P or Mrs. P? So I have to gargle. I'll be honest with you. The aftertaste. I can understand how it works, though, Jonathan, because it does feel a little bit like it feels like I've relaxed my throat a little bit. Oh, it's not got better or anything, but I feel like it's relaxed it a little bit. The aftertaste of it. I don't know what to compare it with. Studies disclose that regular intake of apple cider vinegar promotes weight loss, diminishes cholesterol levels, less inflammation, and uplifts the overall health of the liver. But how do you intake it, though, Dandy? What do you do with it? Do you just swallow a spoonful every day or something? Is that what you mean, Dandy? That's interesting. Yes. I think infection in your throat immediately died, and viral load is what makes it sore. Okay. In most cases, anyway. That's why I've been blowing my nose a lot. I've been blowing my load out a lot recently. I'm learning a lot here, guys. Thank you.
And she told me one night when we were outside, it was just the two of us, that she had not been working for, I want to say 4 to 6 months, that she was lying about it.
Okay.
Did she say why?
No.
So I have got a jar of pickled hot peppers. So I have got it, but I just don't like, it's too hot for me. That's the only problem, Sylvia. You take the capsule form if you can't tolerate liquid. Yep. Right, I get it. I get it. But it's not gonna better my throat though, is it? Because you swallow it. What Jonathan's saying is it's killing bacteria with gargling it, like salt and water. Yeah, okay, so what capsules should I take then? Drugs will irritate it. You see, Sylvia is a right, okay. So if I'm taking capsules, right? Hiya hens, hello hens, my lovely. Oh, I hope your son or daughter, whichever one it is feeling a lot better. You know, hope that they're feeling okay. I was talking for the other uses, not the throat gargle. Well, I mean, you gargle anything anyway, you dirty. Anyway, so what should I use then, vitamins wise? 41-year-old, overweight, obese. What should I use for capsules then? Because I was looking at different things that I could use. So what's the recommended stuff that I use to bring my cholesterol down a little bit? Liver bit probably a bit too fatty. What brings that down? Hang on, Sylvia. My liver health. I need so I'm quite my bloods are all clear, but my liver is a little bit high, a little bit high. Right, right. If you're here for if you're here for the trial, bear with me, right? Bear with me. Right. So I have this. Never been opened before. Red jalapenos. Is that what you're on about? Right, we take. So I should take some then. Do you know what? That's my breakfast. Cheerios. That's what I eat for breakfast. Bowl of Cheerios. Love it. That's what I eat. Honestly, breakfast every morning. Cheerios. Pickle juice is vinegary. It's not a bad thing for a sore throat. Mother it. What's mother? Mother. What's mother? What is mother? Talk about mothers. Oi, oi. Erin. Erin. Right. I just want to tolerate the taste. See, right. Or even smell. It's even better if it's cloudy and raw and filtered. They all work though. Erin Hack is in the house. I love Erin. I hate pickles. I hate spicy stuff. Red jalapenos. He's got to make himself have a stuff. Yeah, I've just done it. So I shouldn't do it again, Jonathan, should I? I've just done some, I've done your vinegar thing. Little sip. It's gonna. Yeah, but do you swallow it or do you spit it out then, Sylvia? Anything with anyone's mother in it. I bet you do, Katie. Hello, Erin. I do need a Paddington emoji, you're right. So that's protein. It's kind of like the stuff that makes kombucha. Right. Okay, but are we saying I take a sip of this then? and swallow it. Is that what we're saying? I fucking hate peppers. I bought these for the wheel. Hey, Dylan, I'm not complaining. I'm ill. I'm ill, Erin. And I'm here. I'm ill, but I'm here. Oops. Mother Earth in apple cider. Mother Earth. Right, guys, no offense, but what the fuck is Mother Earth? What is Mother Earth? I have no idea what Mother Earth is. It's basically just wetting your lips, swallow it to coat your throat. Basically, wetting your lips, swallow it to coat your throat. You go monthly. Scurvy, some agricultural bacteria. Mother is a cultural beneficial. Apple vinegar. Okay, but I still don't know what it is. Guess it's kind of different. No yeast. Do you like oil, vinegar, salt? Yes. I haven't got any though. It is. But everyone's shouting at me, Eric. It's all shit that comes with fermenting something to. Okay, the whole. The clear stuff has all of everything. Right, so, but if I. You can handle this. Okay, so if I just take a sip, I only need to take a sip, yeah? Fucking hell. I fucking hate peppers. Ooh, I hate peppers. Hate them. Only sip. Do I have to rinse in my throat or something then? You know, do I have to rinse in my throat or just swallow it straight? It's all right. I'm not even joking. I think I might. The smell of this is enough. Yeah, but so I want to get this right. You will regret it. Do not regret. Right. Do not guard it. But how do I swallow it? Just naturally swallow it. Fuck, you know. I don't like jalapenos. I don't. No. Oh, you guys got what? Right, Katie. What the fuck? Pepper juice, not ACV. Right. Whoa, 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 whoa. Right, Sylvia. Talk to me, Sylvia. Talk to me, Sylvia. Sip and a swallow. Fuck you know. You don't understand. I fucking hate these stuff. Hate them with a passion. Sip it like it's hot tea. Fucking hell. You just said small sip. Right, okay. Right, 2 seconds. Let me just get my head right. The stuff I do for this stream. A, I trust you. And B, um, just a small sip and swallow it straight away. I can't fucking. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Fucking what? Mm. Anything, man. Oh, Jesus, that's hot. I can feel it in my ear. That's good though. I didn't. Why do I feel in my ear though? Oh, that's strong. That's strong. It's only sick, but I felt it all the way down. It's still burning a little bit, but it's not too bad. Not too bad. Oh, it's tickling me. It's tickling my throat. It's tickling my throat. It's tickling my ears for some reason. Tickling my throat and tickling my ear. That's probably a good thing, I imagine. But how much do I use? Oh, you have to do it like twice a day or something, isn't it? What about lemonade though, John? Jonathan, lemonade's all right, doing it? Scratching on my throat. It seems to have gone now. Take a sip before bed. I suffer from heartburn. I do suffer from heartburn, but I got a tablet for it, so it's all right. Okay. Call poison control clinic. No. Okay. Not too bad. I would say about 2 minutes of then it scratched it. Scratched my throat. Okay. Doesn't be sore, just think. Okay. I'm taking for bed now as well. Oh, okay. Wasn't too bad. Wasn't too bad. Hmm. Yeah. I mean, it's not. I can still feel it. I got blocked up nose as well. So yeah, I got some magic tablets. Samantha Marie. Hello, Sam. No, there's no break. Sorry. Sorry, there's no break. Samantha Marie, don't worry. We're back on it. Don't worry. Just be careful. Give you worse happening. Why the fuck are you all telling me this now? Oh my god, you motherfucker. Why are you all telling me that now after I drank it? Like, I get bad heartburn. Sorry, Samantha, we're getting back to it now. Hang on. They got me to drink some vinegar. Red jalapeno vinegar. No? I don't know. Hey, sorry, Samantha, we get into it now. Sam, 2 seconds. Samantha, have you been here before? I think you have been here before. Welcome back, anyway, if you have. Right, let's watch this again. Oh, Jesus. The things I do for you guys, and I get no gratitude back for it.
Mr. Craig there to hear this conversation?
No.
How was she pretending to go to work?
Judge, objections to speculation. How does he know?
I believe the question calls for his observations, so the objection is overruled. You may answer the question.
She would get ready in the morning, like I said. She would leave to go to work.
He told me that after I fucking took it. Yeah, it wasn't you this time.
She would
Jesus
come
Christ.
home at different times. There was no set schedule, I feel like, where
Samantha
it was
Marie, tell me more about yourself. Where are you from, Samantha?
a 9 to 5 job. There were times where she would leave to go to work and I would come home and like 2 hours later and she would be there. So that's what was throwing the red flags in my mind, that she was not going to work.
What would you see the defendant wear as she would leave the house for work?
Where would I see her?
What would she be wearing?
She would be wearing her scrubs or uniform that she would wear to work on a normal basis.
When Ms. Kurczewski told you that she was pretending to go to work, did that correspond with this amount of time where you would occasionally see her at the house when you thought she was at work?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know if Mr. Craig was ever told?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you ever tell him?
No.
Okay. In terms of, I want to talk to you a little bit about the spending habits that you noticed while living with Ms. Kurczewski for a year and a half. What would you say? Do you know whether Ms. Kurczewski would buy, for example, food for the residents?
Yes, she would.
Was she helpful in that way?
Yes.
What about helping out with the kids?
Yes, she did.
You got a tablet.
Did she
Sylvia.
help with Mr. Craig's kids in ways other than buying things?
Yes.
Like how?
Well, girls, Martha
Picking his
Marie.
son up, bringing him back to the
Mm-mm.
residence where he lived. She would watch him, do stuff with him, that type of thing.
Do you remember there being a point in time where a big purchase was made by the defendant for Mr. Craig's son?
Objection to vagueness.
Overruled.
You
may answer.
Yes, she did make purchases that I can remember. I know that there was a TV bought. There was furniture bought for his son. Big purchases, I think that was about it. I don't know of any other big purchases.
Did you have any idea how she was paying for these things?
No.
Okay. Were there occasions where you would be out in the evening with Mr. Scott and Ms. Kurczewski?
Yes.
What kind of stuff would you do?
We would go to the local bar that we hung out at, drink, have fun. Sometimes we would go to the casino. But that was pretty much the gist of me hanging out with the both of them.
Okay. When you would be, and again, this was all occurring in that year and a half that you lived with Ms. Kurczewski?
Yes.
Okay, so speaking specifically to that time frame, what can you tell the jury about Ms. Kurczewski's spending habits when you were out at the bar that you noticed?
It seemed like there was no end to the money that she had. It wasn't where we would go out. Most people would spend a certain amount of money and they would be done for the night. They couldn't afford to spend anymore. Well, with her, it was overwhelming. There was always money, a lot of spending at the bar, a lot of buying drinks for people, food for people, that type of thing. When we would go to the casino, like I said, there was no end to the money. It felt like there was just constant spending.
When you say food at the bars, were the bars that you frequented places that had big kitchens?
So, if I took a shot of whiskey, that would help as well, then, basically.
No,
Okay, can you explain that to the jury?
it was more that we were at the bar. She would ask people if they were hungry. Of course, people are hungry at the bar. So she would order $200-300 worth of stuff from different restaurants in the area
To be brought into
to
the
be
bar?
brought to the bar to, so we could all eat.
When that would occur, did you ever see Ms. Kurczewski collecting money from everyone then?
No,
Did she ever ask you to pay her back money for food she bought you or drinks she bought you?
typically if she were to buy me something, I would try to pay her back. If I didn't have money, she would just tell me, don't worry about it.
The bars that you were at, did they have machines that you could gamble on
Yes.
inside?
Yes,
Did you ever see Ms. Kurczewski using those machines?
yes,
Do you know if those require money to play?
yes.
Did you observe what kind of amounts of money the defendant was using at those kind of machines?
No,
Okay. You said there were times that you went to the casino with Ms. Kurczewski and Mr. Craig?
yes.
About how often do you think that occurred?
Once a week.
Okay. Do you remember during those occasions at the casino where the group would be up a lot of money consistently?
Tough question to answer. Depending on the day, gambling is one of those things where, some days are good, some days are bad. They were multiple times where I saw Jesse or Scott, hit a nice chunk of money. But, there were so many times we were there that I can't tell you exactly the amount of money.
Sure. At the casino, are there ways to get money if you want to take out more than would be like on an ATM limit?
Yes.
What is that way?
I think that you can go up to the cash register and you can pull money from them. I think you can write a check.
Speculation. Again, he thinks. We want to know what he knows.
Overruled. You may question him on cross.
So you said you think you can go to the cash register, and then how do you get money from there? Do you know?
I have never went to the cash register to pull money out, but pretty certain that you can go there and write a check and they will cash it for you. Or you can go up there with your ATM card and get more money out than you can at the ATM.
Did you ever see Ms. Kurczewski use that system?
Yes.
In terms of how much money Ms. Kurczewski would be taking out or spending at the casino, do you have a recollection of that?
I have a recollection of one night that she went to the cashier and she came back with $3,000.
Do you ever remember being in the house and Ms. Kurczewski kind of complaining about money or not having money to spend on all these things?
Never.
Did you think that was consistent with what you knew of her employment?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you ever know Lynn Hernan?
No.
Had you heard of her before?
Yes.
From who?
Jesse,
And who did you think that was?
a friend of her family's.
Okay. Did you ever meet Lynn Hernan?
No.
Okay. Did you know where she lived?
Somewhere in Pewaukee.
When Ms. Kurczewski would talk about Lynn Hernan, what would she say about her?
She said that she was sick and that she was dying and in a hospital. That was pretty much about it.
Would there be times when Ms. Kurczewski would have to leave the house because of Ms. Hernan?
Yes.
Can you describe that to the jury, please?
I want to check the vagueness. How would he know where he's going when Jesse left the house?
Overruled. He may answer.
She would get a phone call saying it was the hospital and that she had to go to the hospital to either sign papers or talk with the doctor about Lynn's condition. That's what I was told.
Did Ms. Kurczewski ever tell you what hospital Lynn was at?
No.
Okay. At some point, did you find out that Lynn Hernan died?
Yes.
Okay. Remember earlier when we talked about the discussion that you had with Ms. Kurczewski about her pretending to work?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Was that discussion before or after Ms. Hernan died?
Before.
Do you know if you were still living in the residence when Lynn Hernan
Where are you from, Samantha?
died?
No, I was not.
Okay.
You get snow a lot, don't you? And your cousins is out now for you for the season. Oh no, Erin.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Cross.
Thank you, Judge.
Shut the up. Wales.
So, Mr. Ratloff, is it safe to say you don't know exactly the months and years you lived with Mr. Craig and Jesse was in the house, do you?
No.
You can't give this jury an exact time frame, correct?
I can tell you that it was a year prior to Lynn's death.
So originally New York. So you still you probably still support the Giants. You didn't go to Connecticut to support the Patriots, that's for sure. But Connecticut is halfway, isn't it, between New England and New York? So we're in the middle there. University of Connecticut. Dan Orlovsky's from there. Yeah, so I know where you're from. I could probably pinpoint this. I'm joking. I couldn't, but I know my West maps quite well. Erin, better you than me. It was 80 yesterday. Jesus, where Hens lives yesterday evening. Oh wow, does she know? Will's in the house. Yes, Cymru we call it. Uh, yes, I probably could have said that even creepier. Erin Hack sucks. Sorry, Erin Hack, that sucks. Both are true. Kids will be trick or treating in snowsuits tomorrow. I hate trick or treating. Jonathan, Erin Hack, I've never had hand out candy. He's trespassing Rose. He got a Giants, but they suck this year. They lost. How did they lose to the Jets last night? I'll be honest with you, I prefer the Jets or the Giants these days. Dayball made a massive, massive mistake last night to lose. Then on the farm, it's so far out you don't have no. Good for them still going. Lol, Jonathan. Yeah, Hens, you got a creeper after you. It's not me, it's Jonathan.
Death that I did live there, and the 5 years prior to that.
So that would be from 2012 to 2017?
Yes, I want to say 18.
Well, you heard that Lynn Hernan died October of 2018, correct?
Yes,
And you moved out a year prior to that?
yes. So must be 17.
What are you gonna do now? Yeah, but Jonathan, you made it
So when
sound
you
like
would
you
see-
went to her house. You literally slowly drove past her house. That's how you made it sound.
Jesse dressed in scrubs, that was in 2017, 2016, correct?
Yes,
And I take it you were working full-time?
yes.
Is that Monday through Saturday, Monday through Friday? What's your schedule?
Every day of the week.
Monday through Sunday? And your times was 12-hour days?
No, it ranged depending on the weather, depending on our job. Every day is different. I would say anywhere from 6 to 8 hours I would work a day.
And you had a conversation with Jesse where she said she was pretending to work, correct?
Yes,
And this conversation occurred in 2016, 2017 while you were still at the residence.
yes.
And you never told your cousin Scott
No.
about it? And you said the way gambling is, sometimes you win a lot of money, sometimes you lose a lot of money, correct?
Yes,
Sometimes you win a little bit of money, or sometimes you lose a little bit of money, correct?
yes,
And is it safe to say when you win a lot of money, you like to spend it?
yes.
You like to spend it going to bars and buying people drinks?
That is for each person to decide.
Fair enough. And when Jesse was at the casinos, Scott Craig was usually always with her, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And was Jesse went to bars, her boyfriend, Scott Craig, was with her, correct?
Not always.
Can you elaborate?
We had a lot of friends at the bar that were my friends, Jesse's friends, Scott's friends. If there was a night that Scott didn't want to go to the bar,
He just wants to try a three-way. Hens, take Jonathan and have a three-way with Jonathan. Hens and Jonathan have a three-way. And report back how he was.
Jesse would go by herself. There was nights that, just me and Scott would go. Jesse would stay home. So they weren't together all the time.
And there were times where you and Jesse just went to the bar?
Maybe once or twice.
So that was rarity. If ever, you and Jesse went to the bar together, correct?
Yes.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
He's doing nothing burger.
Any objection?
No, no, Judge, thank you.
No objection? All right, thank you, sir. You are released from your subpoena.
Line.
The front of the courtroom. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth?
I feel like Katie as well, yeah.
I do. Thank you. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Jacqueline, Jacqueline, Kurczewski, Gerloski.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Kurczewski, how are you employed?
I work at Fiserv Technology Company. I'm vice president there in the legal organization.
Ms. Kurczewski, do you know an individual named Scott Craig?
I do.
How do you know him?
He's my ex-husband.
That's more than most of us are getting hands.
Do you know an individual named Jessy Kurczewski?
I do.
What is the relationship between Mr. Craig and Ms. Kurczewski?
Currently, or
Let's say back in 2018.
they were dating.
Okay. Are you friendly with Mr. Craig at this point?
Yes.
Were you friendly with Mr. Craig back in 2018?
Yes.
Fair to say during that time frame, you were still talking to Mr. Craig, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you and Mr. Craig have kids?
Yes.
Okay. How many kids do you have together?
3.
Are they involved in sports or other activities?
They're all adults now.
Okay. When they were younger, were they involved in sports or other
Yes.
activities? Okay. During those activities, let's say around 2016, did you meet a Jessy Kurczewski?
Yes.
Okay. What was your impression of her at that time?
I thought she was nice. I think the first time we met was at a fast pitch softball game, and I didn't have much more. I mean,
So you interact with her at those games?
Yes.
In your experience with Ms. Kurczewski, was she good to your children, Scott's children?
Yes.
So I want to change the topics here a little bit here. With your and Scott's relationship, would you guys get each other Christmas gifts or birthday presents?
No.
Okay. What about, like, say for Mother's Day or Father's Day, would you guys get each other presents for those occasions?
No, our kids were old enough that they would buy their dad something if they wanted to borrow money. Like our youngest, I would borrow her money to get dad something, or from the school fair or whatever. But he always had gifts, and they were typically from the kids.
I want to direct your attention to Mother's Day, for instance, here. Did you receive a gift from Jessy Kurczewski on Mother's Day?
I did.
Can you tell the jury what that was?
Check the vagueness at the time.
I disagree. I think she likes cheese. I'm not sure if she likes onions, but she'll definitely like cheese. 100%. Hens loves cheese, I bet.
Overruled.
I received a delivery of a dozen roses, and my youngest, my 4th child with my new husband, was already born. I remember that. And the card was from all the kids. So Alex, Dominic, Bella, and Violet. And there was a gift card for $100 for a spa gift card. And I was taken aback because I had already gotten gifts from my kids. And my husband was also like, wow. And that was not the normal behavior from my ex-husband, even when we were married. Let the record reflect. So I called him and I said, well, thank you for this. Because I said to the
I thought three-way was spaghetti, chili, and cheese. So, Hans, you go for 5-way. Hans, you love a 5-way. You fucking.
kids,
You're a minx.
what is this? And they said, oh, I'm sure it was from Jessy. And so I called Scott and he goes, you know Jessy. And I said, well, thanks. It was weird, but a nicety. Weird, but weird.
I want to direct your attention now to like a Christmas time. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. Would Jessy get your children gifts?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about those gifts?
So they had very good Christmases when Jessy was there. They always had good Christmases, but they had Christmases that were plentiful. So we did not, we had our kids very young. So we were young. We didn't have a lot of money.
And we got them a lot of gifts, but it was small gifts. So they had a lot to open. That was always important to my ex-husband. But when they had Christmas with Jessy and Scott, it was multiple pairs of very expensive shoes or electronics or a combination of all those things. And so they would have Christmas Eve at their dad's, and then they come back to my house Christmas morning and tell me everything they got. And I thought, why did I even buy anything? I got so much, like what? That's weird. And that wasn't normal behavior before Jessy. She was a gift giver.
At some point during this time frame when Jessy was with Scott, was your daughter Alex overseas?
Yes.
Was she studying overseas?
She had graduated from UW-Madison and was going to travel abroad and then teach in Thailand for the last 6 months. Or last year, she was traveling for 18 months.
Were you planning to go see your daughter?
No.
Okay. At any point, did Jessy offer to pay for a flight to Thailand?
She did, and it was probably because I was saying how much I missed her, or I can't really remember how that unfolded, but I remember the offer. And when she offered, I thought to myself, you're not even working. Like, how are you offering to pay for me to go to Thailand, which I, of course, would never accept and did not. But it was very odd to me. And then I always thought she just had a credit card spending problem. I couldn't rationalize in my head how she could afford what she could afford. But again, most of it was for my kids. And I thought, well, it's none of my business. I mean, I didn't say anything or.
Ms. Orlowski, have you heard the name Lynn Hernan before?
I have.
Did you hear that name from Jessy Kurczewski?
Yes.
In what capacity would you hear about Lynn Hernan from Ms. Kurczewski?
I think the first time that I heard about Lynn was when she was ill and in the ICU, because I believe that spanned over a summer that we were together almost every weekend for pass pitch. So, and we sat together at those tournaments.
Did she talk to you about Lynn's health issues?
Not in detail during the games. It was just, I think, how's Lynn doing? And it wasn't anything in grave detail other than she's still in ICU. And I recall the kids saying that to me as well.
Did she ever get into detail about why she was in the ICU, if you recall?
Overruled. She may answer. I can't recall if we had that conversation or not.
During that summer, do you recall having a conversation with Ms. Kurczewski about a do not resuscitate order with Lynn?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that conversation?
So I pulled up to my ex-husband's house to either drop off or pick up my daughter, my youngest. And Jessy came out to my car and was frazzled, was upset. And she said, I can't believe it. Frater did not, I can't remember the exact words. It was something to the effect of, they brought Lynn back to life. She had a do not resuscitate and they brought her back to life. Is there anything I can do? And I said, I don't know. Do you have an attorney? Maybe get an attorney. And it was just odd. It was an odd conversation. And I think I advised her to get an attorney. And she said that she would, or she had one, but it was a very odd conversation.
Ultimately, did you get any follow-up from Jessy about what happened with the hospital and the do not resuscitate?
Yes. So I can't tell you what the time period was, maybe a few weeks, maybe a month. She had said that they settled with Frater and Frater had agreed not to charge Lynn for any of her stay after that day. And in my mind, I said that would never happen. Nothing happens that fast with a company like Frater. What was the question? I'm sorry.
Do you recall a discussion that involved whether your mom would come visit you in Thailand? Involved
2003. And math is not my forte.
That's okay.
Weird, but a nicety. Weird, but weird.
I'm going to direct your attention now to the Christmas time. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. Would Jessy get your children gifts?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about those gifts?
So they had very good Christmases when Jessy was there. They always had good Christmases, but they had Christmases that were plentiful. So we did not, we had our kids very young. So we were young. We didn't have a lot of money. And we got them a lot of gifts, but it was small gifts. So they had a lot to open. That was always important to my ex-husband. But when they had Christmas with Jessy and Scott, it was multiple pairs of very expensive shoes or electronics or a combination of all those things. And so they would have Christmas Eve at their dad's, and then they come back to my house Christmas morning and tell me everything they got. And I thought, why did I even buy anything? I got so much, like what?
You met Jessy, if you can remember.
Well, if I met her in 2017, they started dating. Somebody say yes to that so I can do the math in my head. It might take a while. I think she was 10, 2003, she was born. 13,
Oh, that's okay. Who's the child that was in fast pitch?
Isabel.
So Alexandria and Dominic. they were-
Congrats, Sandra.
oh, young adults.
Yes.
Blue wench.
Alexandra
Let's
was
go.
studying abroad during that time?
I believe so. She graduated Madison December of 2016 and left the January after December. So she left in January of 2017.
And Dominic must
I was
have been in high
thinking
school or
heads.
graduated from high school,
What year?
2017.
So he was in UW Eau Claire in his last year. He graduated in December of 2017.
So the only child that you were exchanging with Mr. Craig was Isabella?
That's correct.
Let's
And I
go,
think you trusted
Sandra.
Isabella in Jesse's care.
Absolutely. I never would have let her be there if I didn't.
The Christmas that Scott and Jesse got your kids or child expensive shoes. Do you remember what Christmas that was? 2017?
I could only guess. I don't know.
The year you got the $100 spa gift. Do you remember what year that was?
Well, my youngest child was born in March of 2017. So she was alive. It had to be 2017 or 2018.
The year
I think
that you
Aaron
were
Hack
meeting Jesse
was the
for a
wrong one as
fast
well.
pitch softball. I think you said it was. What year was that?
I don't recall.
Did you meet with her often for fast pitch softball?
We sat together. So if they had chairs up, my husband and I would put our chairs by them, or vice versa. If we were there first, they would come and set their chairs next to us.
And I take it she went there with Scott to see your child play fast pitch.
Yes,
And that was the only reason she went there, to see your child play fast pitch, correct?
I would assume so.
By her demeanor, did she appear to enjoy watching your child play?
Yes.
Regarding this trip or offer to pay your ticket to go to visit your daughter overseas, did you tell Scott about that?
I don't recall.
So you found it strange, but you didn't tell Scott about it, correct?
He may have been there when she offered. I can't really remember. It was a long time ago.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Your Honor, I'd be asking that to be released from Christina.
No objection.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down and you are released from your subpoena. Statement calls next witness, please.
State calls Alex Craig.
Oh, was I unmuted? I say about this comment in service of fraud that I thought you meant the Maya case.
Good afternoon.
not
If you
this
would please
case.
make your way to the witness stand, which is all the way to the front. It is up a riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left across from you, will swear you in.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Thank you. Please have a seat. The first thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Okay. Alexandria Craig, ALEXANDRIACRAIG.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Craig, are you working right now?
I am.
What kind of work do you do?
I'm in corporate philanthropy.
Could you tell the jury where you went to college?
Yes, I went to the University of Wisconsin-Madison.
When did you graduate from there?
December 2016.
What did you study?
Biomedical engineering.
Who is your dad?
Scott Craig.
Okay. What about your mom?
Jacqueline Thompson, now Gerlowski.
So when you graduated in December of 2016, what did you do next in your life?
I hard pivoted and moved to Thailand.
Okay. Was that right away, still in 2016?
No, I stuck around for a little bit in 2016 in December, took a trip to Spain and Italy, and then came back for a couple weeks. January 2017, I left and moved to Southeast Asia.
In January of 2017?
Yes.
Okay. What were you doing in Thailand?
I was a teacher.
Okay. How long did you live there?
Almost a year.
At some point in time, did you meet Jessy Kurczewski?
I did.
I got you, Erin. I got you now. I got you. Hard pivoted. She's 29. She can hard anything now.
Kind of within the timeline that we've already laid out, when do you think that you met her?
I remember at least being around her in December of 2016, that Christmas, and at my graduation.
Okay. Have you ever, at any point in time, were you ever living with your dad and Miss Kurczewski?
No.
Okay. So what was your impression of Miss Kurczewski when you met her kind of around your graduation that year in 2016?
She seemed kind, generous, candidly annoying, but a nice enough person to be with my dad.
Okay. Did you spend a lot of time at the home where your dad lived?
When?
Before you lived in Thailand?
No.
Okay. When you graduated from Madison, were you living in Madison?
After I graduated, I moved back home and I was living with my mom before I left.
Okay. Once you were in Thailand, did you keep in contact with your family?
Yes.
How did you do that?
FaceTime almost every single day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did that include with your dad, Scott?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Were there occasions when you would also speak with Miss Kurczewski while you were in Thailand?
She would be on the phone in the background, but I never desired to speak to her directly.
Okay. So during that time, were you also keeping in touch with your mom?
Yes.
Did you miss her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Never a relief in this chat. And how do you unblock a nose though? That's the next thing. I was going to do boiling water in a bucket with Vic in it and a towel over my head. See if that would work. It sometimes works.
Did your mom ever come visit you in Thailand?
No.
Do you know whether, do you recall a conversation where that came up, having your mom visit you?
Did you object to relevance?
Overruled. You can answer.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Do you recall a discussion that involved whether your mom would come visit you in Thailand involving the defendant?
Judge, you object as to hearsay?
Overruled. Answer the specific question about whether there was a conversation first.
There was a conversation and I was a part of it.
Was that a remote conversation?
Remote as in over the phone?
Right.
From what I recall, yes.
Okay. Do you remember when that conversation happened? Were you already in Thailand?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was Ms. Kurczewski involved in that conversation?
Yes.
What did she say about it?
She had offered to fly my mom out to Thailand to see me.
In 2017, if you had to estimate what a plane ticket to Thailand cost you, what would you say?
Round trip, at least $800 to $1,000.
No way, Katie. It's the worst, isn't
Was
it?
that offer from Ms. Kurczewski consistent with other spending you had seen her engage in?
Yes.
Could you talk about that for the jury, please?
Yes. She was a very generous spender and gift giver. She would always be offering to buy things to, we would be out to eat and she would want to pick up the tab or offer to get things for us, things even we didn't really need, but was just seemed very overly generous. I'll say that.
Even directly to you?
In ways, yes.
Fuck's sakes, I fucking keep muting myself. We are a little bit of fast forward just because to catch up. Also, these are all nothing burgers. These are like, about spending money to go to Thailand, which no one cares about. So they're nothing. So we're trying to catch up. We are.
What about, like, let's talk about holidays, for example. How would you describe holidays that involve Ms. Kurczewski?
Yes, they were always very over the top. We come from a working class family, so we like holidays and we tried to do, as growing up, do our best and have a lot of presents under the tree. But the Christmases, Jessy was a part of, they were always a little bit more extravagant with more extravagant gifts than we're used to, or the Easter baskets were much fuller or things along those lines where I could tell that it was not just my dad that went and spent that money. It was Jessy spending money. And I had believed it was because she, wanted to have us have good holidays.
Okay. During these times, what was your understanding of what Ms. Kurczewski did for work?
I had known that I had thought that she had worked at some type of clinic.
So, all you've missed after lunch is the family coming on. This is the daughter of her ex-boyfriend. His ex-wife's just been on, just saying about how much money she spends on them, basically. That's all, really. Hey, Erin, catch you later, Erin. Love you, Erin. See you later. Ta-ra. Nothing burgers. I say nothing burgers a lot, actually. So, Katie might just do it. No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. Sounds like he's desperate. I am desperate, actually, but no. Bye, Erin. Hens, yes, it does.
Dental clinic or medical clinic.
Do you recall Ms. Kurczewski having a consistent job throughout the entire time you knew of her?
Judge, this witness was never living in the house.
Overruled. She may answer. You can cross on that.
I don't recall.
Did you ever have an understanding of the source of the money being used to buy these gifts and things?
Objection, big
Overruled.
relevance.
Overruled.
I had an idea, but it wasn't something that was concrete.
Did Ms. Kurczewski ever tell you anything about where she would get money to spend?
She had mentioned she had a family friend that gave her money, but I did not pry.
Do you recall ever hearing about someone named Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
Who told you about Lynn Hernan?
Jesse.
Do you know about when that would have been?
When I returned from overseas around April, May 2018. So it was during that summer where I started to hear more about Lynn.
And what were you being told about her?
Right. I'm gonna put my head in a bucket. I'll be back now. I'm gonna put some Vic and warm water and then just try and a towel on my head to try and breathe. I'll be back now.
I was told that she was very, very sick. That was a friend that Jesse was taking care of, and that consumed a lot of Jesse's time, and that she was taking care of her sick friend.
Do you know where Lynn was located?
I knew that she had lived in Pewaukee.
Okay. Would there be occasions when you were at the house and Jesse would have to go to care for Lynn?
Yes.
Do you know where she was going to do that?
I remembered that she either was going to the hospital at the times she had mentioned Lynn was in the hospital, or she was going to Lynn's residence in Pewaukee.
Okay. Do you remember what hospital Ms. Kurczewski told you Lynn was at?
I believe it was Freighter, but I can't be 100% sure.
Regardless, do you remember Ms. Kurczewski telling you why Lynn was at a hospital?
She had said that she was sick, had depression, had liver disease. I believe that was the extent of it.
Okay. Do you remember the defendant telling you about a do not resuscitate?
I don't object to the name that the prosecutor's given to my client.
Sustained. Please rephrase.
Do you recall Ms. Kurczewski telling you about a do not resuscitate involving Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
She had said that Lynn had a do not resuscitate order, that the hospital resuscitated her against those wishes, and that they were going to sue the hospital or something along those lines.
Did Ms. Kurczewski ever talk to you again about that topic?
Yes, she had brought it back up and again said, and I'm paraphrasing, said something along the lines of the case was settled. They're paying her medical fees.
Who's paying whose medical fees?
Sorry, that the hospital administrators are going to be paying Lynn's medical fees and her remaining stay in the hospital because they resuscitated her against her wishes.
At that point in time, what was your understanding about the length of time Ms. Hernan had been in that hospital?
My understanding was limited. I had thought a couple months, but again, the topic seemed to upset Jesse, so I did not pry.
Okay. Could you give the jury an estimate about how much time you think passed between Ms. Kurczewski mentioning the do not resuscitate and then the settlement?
I can't recall.
Okay. Did there become a point in time when you found out Lynn Hernan died?
Yes.
Was that in October of 2018?
Yes.
Where were you living at that point in time, generally?
I was still living at my mom's.
Okay. Do you remember talking to Ms. Kurczewski about how Ms. Hernan died?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you ever go to a residence in Pewaukee that you believed was Lynn Hernan's residence?
Yes.
Who did you go there with?
Jesse, my dad, and my friend Danielle.
Okay. Would that be before or after the death?
After.
Why did you go there?
My friend Danielle and I were moving into an apartment, and we were really excited. And Jesse had brought us to Lynn's apartment to procure any items that we would want to take from her apartment for our own.
Had you ever met Lynn Hernan before she died?
No.
Did you ever go to any kind of funeral service for Lynn Hernan?
No.
So, for those that don't know this delicacy, bucket, boiling water, and Vic. Towel. Then you put the towel, put your head in it, put the towel over, and just stay there. So I'll do that now, whilst we watch this. I've never tried like this. I'm not sure if it's going to work. But anyway, here we go.
Did you know why Ms. Kurczewski offered to bring you to that condo?
She knew that we were moving into a new place and that she had said Lynn had a lot of items and things that she was going to sell anyways in an estate sale, and that anything that we wanted for our own apartment we could have. So I think she was an offer trying to be generous and save me some money.
Did Ms. Kurczewski seem to be handling quite a bit of the estate at that point?
Yes.
Did Ms. Kurczewski tell you why she was so involved in it at that point?
Yes, she had mentioned she had some kind of power.
No,
or,
that's not going to work.
that she was involved in the estate in some way.
Did you have a lot of details about
Hang
that?
on.
No, I didn't ask.
I got you, fam. I got you. I got you.
Do you remember
Oh, fuck.
taking anything
I just
from
put the towel in it.
residence?
Yes.
Shit.
What was that?
Oh,
A
fuck.
entertainment stand, some shelving units.
Yeah, you're not supposed to do that.
I believe a
You're not supposed
washer
to do
and
that.
dryer. And there might have been a
Oh,
few
fuck.
other things as well.
Right, hang on. I need to get another towel.
I want to ask you a little bit
Oh,
more
fuck.
about your dad's
What a
relationship with
fucking mess.
Ms. Kurczewski. Prior to the relationship, did you know your dad to be a frequent gambler?
No.
Once the relationship began, did you notice there was more gambling that went on? Overruled.
Yes.
What kind of things did you notice?
That they would be going to the casino more, or he would be going with her more. That, when I would meet them out at a pub or a restaurant, that there'd be more gambling then too, pull tabs, slot machines, stuff like that.
Do you ever remember Mr. Kurczewski telling you why Lynn Hernan died or how Lynn Hernan died?
She just had said she was very sick and succumbed to her sickness, I would say.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any cross?
Just a few questions, Judge.
Go ahead.
When you use the word succumb, that's your words, correct?
Yes.
See
The
the bed?
Thailand trip, that never occurred, did it?
What?
The Thailand trip, that didn't occur, did it?
Me going?
No, anybody going, like your mom going to Thailand, was those tickets purchased?
She did not go, no.
Prior to your dad meeting Jesse, your dad lived alone?
No.
Who do you live with?
My Uncle Dan.
So is this your dad and your uncle?
And my other siblings, yes.
And during that time, your dad would just give you and the other siblings just little gifts?
In what regard?
Did you get like presents from your dad?
For like birthdays and Christmas?
Correct.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you get presents from your uncle?
No.
And those presents continue when your dad met Jesse, correct?
Yes, we continue to have Christmases.
And presents from your dad and Jesse?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Want to redirect? No. Thank you. You may step down. Thank you.
Release from all subpoenas.
No objection.
Thank you. You're released from your subpoenas. Do you have another short witness or should we take a break?
think we have our next short witness here. Let me just check very quickly. She would be short.
All right, why don't you just stand for a minute, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Judge, the witness is just at the end. Always my victim witness advocate is going to get her.
All right, well, have you call this next witness and then we'll take our afternoon break.
Thank you. And we are calling Christina Sherrod.
All right, let's be seated. Good afternoon, Ms. Sherrod. If you please make your way all the way to the front to the witness stand. It is up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you. Have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Christina Sherrock, Christina Sherrock.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. And Mr. Rock, just before we get started with questions, can you just move a little closer to the microphone? You're a little hard to hear back here. Thank you.
No problem.
Mr. Rock, what do you do for a living?
I work in the bar industry.
And any specific bars currently?
4th and Long,
Okay. And how long have you been in the bar industry?
16 years.
Through that employment, did you meet a person named Jessy Kurczewski?
Yes, I did.
How long ago would you say you met Ms. Kurczewski?
Probably like 14 years ago.
Was it just from frequenting bars and being in the same friend circle or something different?
Well, first she was a frequent person at my bar, or at the bar that I worked at, and then she worked there. And then she just frequented afterwards, after she was no longer working there.
Okay. So 14 years, sort of what's the end of that 14 years if you had to put a year on it?
When she was put in jail.
Okay. So if you heard earlier, that was 2019. Is that fair?
Yep.
So we're talking about 2005 until 2019.
Mhm.
Yes?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Now, towards the latter part of that 14-year time span, were you still working at bars that Ms. Kurczewski would come to as a customer?
Yep.
And what bar was that?
Scotty's.
Scotty's Pub.
Mhm.
And is that a yes?
Yes.
I'm sorry. The woman in front of you is just taking down all your answers, so we need yeses and nos and things of that nature. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. So Scotty's Pub, that's where you would be working and Ms. Kurczewski would come as a customer.
Yep.
Were there other times where you would go to bars as friends together?
I would see her at bars and meet her there.
Okay. So you wouldn't necessarily go in the same group, but you would frequent as customers other bars.
Yes.
Do you know what some of those were?
Dallas Palace.
Okay.
And
And I
then
assume that's
some-
in West Dallas?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a lot of opportunities for you to talk to Ms. Kurczewski throughout the years?
I mean, sometimes we did, yeah.
Okay. In talking with Ms. Kurczewski, did the name Lynn Hernan ever come up?
A couple times.
Okay. What do you remember about those couple times?
She was just saying that she was helping her mom take care of her best friend, and something about she had a bunch of cats. She had to get rid of some of the cats, and I mean, she didn't really tell me that much at all.
Okay. And you said that at some point she went from being a customer to working with you at a bar?
Mhm.
Was that, sorry, is that a yes?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Was that Scotty's Pub?
Yes.
How long would you say you worked together there?
That I don't know.
Okay. If you had to try your best, would you say a year, more than a year, less than a year?
Probably about a year.
About a year. Okay. Do you know if Ms. Kurczewski was working other jobs at the time?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall approximately what year that was?
No. I couldn't tell you that.
Was it more towards the beginning of that 2005 to 2019, towards the middle, or towards the end?
Towards the beginning.
Towards the beginning. So closer to 2005.
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay. I understand. I'll try my best to keep correcting you. So
Bloody hell, that was hard.
beyond working together, when she sort of returned back to being a customer
Hi, Becky.
of Scotty's Pub where you worked,
Mhm.
yes?
Yes.
Did you notice her spending habits at all?
Well, I know she always liked to gamble, yeah, and then she would buy rounds of shots for
Okay.
all of her friends and stuff at the bar.
Okay. And you said sometimes you would see her at bars while you yourself were a customer, correct?
Yes.
You wouldn't necessarily go with her?
We would just be at the bars together, like a Sunday fun day or something like that.
Understood. It was more just a coincidence that you'd end up together.
Yeah.
So when you say Ms. Kurczewski would buy rounds of shots or things like that, was it for the group she came with, or was it for everybody in the bar, or something different?
Sometimes it was just for the group that she came with. Sometimes if there wasn't many people at the bar or whatever, she would buy around for the whole bar.
Okay. And how many people were in there when it was the whole bar?
I mean, sometimes it got up to 10, 15 people.
Okay. You said she also liked to use the gambling machines or video poker machines?
Yes.
Did you ever kind of notice or pay attention to how much money she was putting in those machines?
Because I was usually right next to her and I was just playing myself. So I didn't recognize how much she put in there.
Artistic advice. Yeah, I don't know what that
Times
one
she
is.
did talk about Lynn Hernan. Was that to tell you that her family friend had passed away?
Yeah, she did tell me that.
And in that conversation, did Ms. Kurczewski sort of offer you personal items of Lynn Hernan?
Yes, she did.
And were you able to follow through with that and take anything?
Yes.
You recall what items you took?
It's taken me nearly a year to train her hands. Just a bit of a slow starter she's been, but she's doing all right now. She's doing all right now. Welcome back, Meki Teki. I've done it for fucking years. I'm still. This towel is soaked with Vic and warm water now. This one's okay though. I got heartburn now as well. Fuck me. And I've drank some red jalapenos, Meki Teki, got heartburn now. Fuck.
And in my mind, I said that would never happen. Nothing happens that fast with a company like Freighter. But I didn't engage like and say, well, that's not true. Like I was like, oh, well, I'm glad you guys settled it. And that was it. I mean, my conversations were limited, but that was also very weird.
Thank you, Ms. Cross. I don't have anything else.
Any Cross?
Yes, Judge, just a few questions. Ms. Kowalski, you indicated that Jessy was a nice person, correct?
Yes.
She treated your kids great, correct?
She treated them very good.
When you and Scott would have the kids every other weekend?
Every other week.
And this started when, what year?
I just had a boomer moment
You mean when
there.
we got divorced? 2010, I think.
Oh, fuck. What have I done?
Was the
That's okay. That's okay.
Something happening here. Hang on.
If it's used like it was to refresh recollection, it's at a minimum marked. And so I want to make sure we had it in the record. So I think that was Attorney Kukler doing the questioning. Do you know if you were using the excerpt from 186 or 183?
I think I was using 186.
Can you please be sure? And then
I don't have my computer anymore. That's a problem.
Well,
that's where I had it brought up on my computer. It's just my recollection right now.
it was after lunch that this came up, I believe.
Oh, then it's on Attorney Gallivis's computer.
Right. So if you want to, you can do it during the break. I just want to make sure the record's clear. And if you happen to have been using 183, I'd like to let the jury
Where is that sound coming
to
from?
clarify their notes. That's all.
They were
Okay, whoa now. What's going on? Whoa. Well bad, Danny.
Expect he'll be here after the break, but I didn't know if there was
27.
Fuck me.
Who's the next witness?
Officer Ryan Soley.
All right.
What's going on here now? Right, bear with me. What the fuck have I done? I have no idea. Where the fuck's that gone? Where's this coming from? So, Katie, I genuinely am not. I want to get it to live, but it won't let me. Right, hang on. Let me open the. Oh my god. Oh my god. What's going on? Oh, I know. Keyboard on top of my keyboard. I know. Oopsie, oopsie daisy. That's why it wouldn't work. Why didn't someone, Sarah P, why didn't you just tell me? Could have fixed it easy. Oh, do you know what I mean? That was my fault. Well, Sarah P's fault. But law and crime. We are family. Right, we're back. We're back. It's because this keyboard is on top of my laptop keyboard. That's why. Oops, press play. I'll be right.
Did you know that those
Oh.
cats were taken by her mother, Jennifer Flower?
Speculation and relevance.
Overruled. If she knows, she may answer.
No.
Spoon of baking powder soda.
I love that
Jesus.
question, Judge, thank you.
Any redirect.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
I would ask that Mr. Rock be released from her subpoenas as well.
Objection.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You are released from your subpoenas. And now we'll take our mid-afternoon break. All rise for the jury, please.
All rise for the judge, please. Oi, oi. Right, we're back to business. I had a bit of a mare there because of the keyboard. So we're back. Thanks, Sylvia, for happens. And yeah, I haven't got any baking soda though. That's the only problem. Just a temporary. No, but they're doing something else. They're doing something else. She said she'd cover something during the break, so I presume she's doing it here now. Anyway.
Thank you. Seated.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go.
If it can be clarified now, this would be great. During Scott Craig's testimony, the state referenced Exhibit 183. No. It was shown, it was marked, it was not received. And then during his cross-examination, it appeared he was being questioned regarding text messages. The defense referred to the exhibit as 186, but I believe it was 183. So do I have that correct? Anyone from the state?
You do have that correct. There is a 186 that's more of a demonstrative PowerPoint with text messages, excerpts from the raw data. 183 that I showed him until it was objected to was the raw data with all of the messages in sequential order. They will be coming in through. Is that a question from the jury or just from the court?
No, I just wanted to make sure that our notes were correct. Madam Clerk wanted to confirm, because typically even when an exhibit has not been received, if it's used like it was to refresh recollection, it's at a minimum marked. And so I wanted to make sure we had it in the record. So I think that was Attorney Kukler doing the questioning. Do you know if you were using the excerpt from 186 or 183?
I think I was using 186.
Can you please be sure? And then
I don't have my computer anymore. That's a problem.
Well,
that's where I had it brought up on my computer. That's just my recollection right now.
It was after lunch that this came up, I believe.
Oh, then it's on Attorney Galavis's computer.
Right. So if you want to, you can do it during the break. I just want to make sure the record's clear. And if you happen to have been using 183, I'd like to let the jury know that to clarify their notes. That's all. All right. We'll be in recess then, about 15, 20 minutes then. Be back.
Judge, just one issue. We do have another witness on the way. I expect he'll be here after the break, but I didn't know if there was an earlier issue with Attorney Kukler's computer or not. It was sort of left in. We'll have to address it after the slate of witnesses.
Who's the next witness?
Officer Ryan Soley.
All right. Any issue with that, with the computer issue?
This is Attorney Galavis's witness. I'll let him address that one. But we were not informed about this potential witness for today. I can say that. And this is on one of the other acts situations, I think. So I think
we're
we should
moving
have
ahead
advanced,
of schedule.
I do think we should have advance notice on something that significant.
He will testify. We're going to keep this going. I'm not holding up this case for that. It is really a courtesy. I understand things are fluid. He's on the witness list. He's a subject of at least his testimony regarding another acts motion. There's absolutely no surprise to the defense. We're in recess.
She's tough. I can imagine she's like, oof. Right, you can skip forward now then. Just in time for a break. She did not address, I don't believe, the witness. So the ex-boyfriend is still under subpoena. She said, I'll address that at break. But she never did. But maybe she will again. I don't know. To be honest with you, I feel more sick now than I did. Blood, I think I'm trying too many things now. Salt water and salt water gargling, apple cider vinegar gargling, bloody jalapeno juice, Vic and warm water or boiling water. And now I got heartburn. And I haven't got a baking soda. Don't be silly. You don't have to say that. It's all good. Sarah, you don't get, this isn't your job. It's all good. But thanks for letting me know that you go into, don't worry about catching the witness names. Don't worry about it. It's fine. To be honest with you, it's all good. Don't worry about it. Absolutely fine, Sarah. Next one's like an office or something anyway, so it's all good. Oh. But thank you today, as always, Sarah. Have a good evening or day, whatever it is. We is just 5, 6, 7, 8, 3 o'clock with you today so far. Okay. Safe travels, Sarah P. Yes, Dandy. Dandelion. I love Dandelion. Have a good evening, Sarah P. Do not worry about the catching names and stuff like that. It's literally everyone that's here will catch their own. Do you know what I mean? It's all good. It's a courtesy we do it. It's not like essential. So it's all good. I feel my nose is coming out now. It needs to come out. Like, thanks for being here today, everyone. I'll see you all tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Sarah P. Hence for y'all. Jeez, no baking soda. So I'm gonna have to use my tablets now, then, Sylvia. Oh, Samantha Marie, you're still here. I didn't think you were still here, Samantha Sam. I don't know what you're doing here, Sam. I mean, we are just a reprobates, we are. Man, they love to show the top of this flag more than any. I know. Jonathan, I was just thinking, Jonathan, you're probably the youngest person in this stream, and you're probably the most intelligent person on this stream as well. It's weird, isn't it? You're a young pup, but intelligent pup. So it's bye from Samantha Marie, bye from Katie, bye from Jonathan, bye from Sylvia. You miss Samantha, Sarah. Oh, tut, 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 tut. I don't know, I'm older than whoever turned. Oh, so no, yeah, Luna, yeah, but Luna's not as bright as you. Let's be honest, Luna's not as bright as you. And I would say that to her face as well. But Luna's got the looks, so it's fine. Sylvia, are you off as well? Are you, Sylvia? You off, Sylvia? Are you? We still got court, remember? I half the time I don't know why all you weirdos stay here. Like, we probably got the biggest weirdos in the whole of YouTube in this chat. So I'm thinking, Samantha, you must be one hell of a weirdo as well then. If you're still here. There's no one else where you got a fucking host putting his head in, listening to the chat, drinking shit. Putting his head into bloody boiling water. It's kind of funny. I took an online autism test. Yeah, but autistic people are very bright, though, Jonathan. Very, very bright. And you're very intelligent. No, we're not done. We're not done. We've got the afternoon session to go, Sylvia. We've probably got another 2 hours to go, Sylvia. Oh. I want to get to the day where I'm not whinging. Don't worry, Emma, it's fine. We'll just talk about weirdos, and you're one of them, so it's fine. You've never met my autistic cousin. I imagine he's brainy as hell. I need to get clean my sinuses, Jonathan. How do I clean my sinuses? Sylvia, behave. So autistic at all. My memory is a dog crap since the TBI though. TBI. TBI. No, but I would say you're very intelligent. No, but I think you know a lot about a lot. Right. No. You can inhale some hot ground powdered pepper. First of all, I haven't got any hot grounded powdered pepper. And even then, I came here today feeling like shit. I'm leaving the stream today feeling worse with heartburn now as well. Fucking hell. I'm sure you guys just take the piss with half the stuff, and I believe you. Jesus. Exactly. Everyone wants to be a weirdo. Everyone wants to be a weirdo. I was just wondering why Samantha's still here. She must be a weirdo because no one stays here unless you're a weirdo. I mean, do you know what I mean? Let's be honest. I don't think there's anybody in this chat that's normal. Nunya walks around naked. Do you know what I mean? Jonathan fucking don't know what planet he's on half the time. It burns and makes you sneeze, but it will make your nose open up and run immediately. That's what I need. I thought it might do it, but it didn't. You could get a neti pot. Don't know what a neti pot is. Don't know what it is. And you got to remember, it's 8:15 in the evening with me now, so I can't get stuff as easily right now. Lines of hot pepper. Thankfully, I don't have any. He's got full apart from cum water and lozenges. I know. It is. It is, honestly. The cum water did not fucking. Neti pots, I've never heard of it. Never heard neti pots. Yeah, the cum water was okay, to be fair. But I now know what you women go through, so it's fine. Um, Lozenges, actually, I got 4 lozenges left, so I'm trying to stretch it out a little bit. Do you know what I mean? They're good as well, lozenges. But now it's like I got the head and the nose, not just the throat. There we are. I won't have that then. Jesus, I need to go and get some. I need a tablet. Sorry, I'm gonna have to take a tablet because my heartburn is fucking. It's making me sick as well. So, oh. I'm taking this. Oh shit! I take this. This is like Lanzo Prose, I think it's called. Lanzo Prose. Right. Just spilling stuff all over the shop here. Oh. Don't know what that going things. Don't know what that is. Yeah, I do, but it'd be a bit awkward when I take my camera in with me. Do you know what I mean? I have a shower with you guys with me, like, you know? Be a bit awkward. No, but I know what you mean, though. Something tells me you're not happy. Well, fuck you. Honestly, you just made it worse, but it's fine. It's fine. I like to have different advice, but I don't like to be the guinea pig for it, you know? I still support lines of cayenne. Is used to help clear mucus of phlegm. Then eBay. E-boy time. Oh. His voice sounds better than it did, so it definitely helps him. Yeah, I mean, I probably did. Maybe it did. But now my sinuses are all blocked up. Do you know what I mean? My sinuses are blocked up. My heart should be clear in a little bit after taking that tablet. And whatever else is here, chat away, guys. Not just 3 or 4 people here. There's lots more people here. Do I need a bowl of chili with lots of spicy powder? Or is that a lot of garlic? You could try picking your nose again. I can't even get my fucking finger up there. I've been blowing my nose a fair bit. Oh. Yeah, feel free to chat, guys. We're not just 3 or 4 people here. There's a lot more people
bring the
here.
jury out
Feel
and-
free to chat away. And as I say that, the gilf is
Go ahead.
back. No, the MILF is back.
Computer and things up there, and somebody from my office, I understand, is on their way.
Oh, no problem.
Chili
Okay,
powder.
and I just want you to.
No, probably not.
No problem. Okay, I understand.
All right, here.
You meet all my nieces.
At the end of the day.
Thank you.
She's
roll.
going to
Let's
talk
keep
about
going.
Scott. The fucking prosecution
Did we ever look
guy.
at 183 versus 186 though?
What a snitch. What a snitch he was going. Do you remember that you said you want to speak about Scott? Snitch.
All right. At some point, we should let the jury know that.
I'm not a chilly guy. I might be hot stuff, but I don't like hot stuff. Oh.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. All right, the state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Ryan Soley.
Come on up, sir. Please make your way to the witness stand, which is all the way up to the front. Upper riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Okay, my name is Ryan Soley. First name Ryan, last name Solie.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Mr. Soley, how are you employed?
I work for Wisconsin Lutheran High School.
In what capacity?
I'm the director of school safety.
All right. Going back to July of 2010, how were you employed?
I was a police officer for the city of West Dallas.
How long were you employed with the city of West Dallas at that point?
About 3-4 years.
Okay. On July 16th, 2010, were you dispatched to a Payday Loans?
Yes.
What were you dispatched to that location for?
I believe someone was trying to
If only,
fraudulently
yeah,
obtain some type of title loan.
Okay. Ultimately, when you were dispatched to that location, did you meet with other officers to get briefed on the situation?
I did.
Okay. Did you make contact with the suspect of that case?
I did.
Who is the suspect?
Jessy Kurczewski.
If I would say it's Kurczewski, would you have any issues with that?
No.
Okay. So you ended up speaking with Miss Kurczewski, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What did you talk to her about?
Well, employees on scene were worried that she was trying to fraudulently obtain a loan. She initially provided her identification and stated that she was Jennifer Flower. She showed me a picture ID of a Jennifer Flower, which did not look like Jessy. So I questioned her further on that.
What happened at that point?
She eventually admitted that Jennifer Flower was her mother, and she was there trying to obtain a title loan on her behalf.
Ultimately, was Miss Kurczewski taken into custody?
Yes.
Okay. Before we get to that point, though, was a search of the vehicle that Miss Kurczewski took to that location?
Thank you, Dandy.
Yes. Was identification relating to Miss Jennifer Flower located in that vehicle?
Yes.
Could you explain
Thank you,
to the jury
Dandy.
what was found in the vehicle belonging to Miss Flower?
From what I recall, her social security card was in there. I'm not exactly sure what else we located in there.
If there were, if I were to show you your report from 2010, would that help refresh your recollection about what was found in the vehicle?
Yes.
My lozenge.
Your Honor, I'll get this marked as an exhibit after this.
No, Sarah's had to go fit.
Officer Solly's.
Normally Sarah is slacking, yeah, she's lazy as hell, like, but in fairness to her, she had to go and pick her daughter up and go home. So it's all Sarah's a star. Sarah goes way above and beyond in what she has to do. So I love Sarah.
Report from this incident.
All right.
Yeah, but hey, Dandy, she's still lazy though. Let's not give her a pass. Like, she's still lazy. Do you know what I mean?
Did you show it to Attorney Galavis? All right, go ahead.
Mr. Solly, I'm going to hand you what's going to be marked later as Exhibit 219. And I'm going to ask you to review the last bullet points, and then once you're done with that, turn it over and hand it to me.
That's two big sneezes. Okay, we let her off. We love her. No, don't let her off. Lazy bitch.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
After reviewing that, what other items of Miss Flower was located in the vehicle?
Her checkbook from her bank account. There was also some sort of letter from a company stating that a loan was approved.
All right. So ultimately, Ms. Kurczewski was taken into custody, correct?
Yes.
Was an interview conducted with Ms. Kurczewski?
Yes.
During that interview, did she talk to you about trying to obtain that car loan?
Yes.
What did she say about it?
She stated that she was trying to use her mom's information to obtain this loan. Her mom did not have any knowledge of her doing this. I believe she mentioned something about like gambling debt, being in gambling debt, and that's why she had to do this.
I don't know if you specifically stated it. Did Ms. Kurczewski have the consent of Ms. Flower to use her information to apply for this loan?
No.
I don't have anything else. Thank you, Mr. Solly.
Attorney Galaviz? Cross.
No questions. Thank you,
No
sir.
questions? All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Well, no waste of time.
I'd be asking that he be released from his subpoena.
Objection.
All right, thank you, sir. You are released from your subpoena. All right, you can call your next witness.
Judge, we are ahead of schedule and have no other witnesses available today to call.
All right, then. Well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're going to get a little bit of an early start to the evening. We'll commence tomorrow as close as we can to 8:30 a.m. I do want to read the instruction. I know you've heard it. My
I
goal
know.
by the end of this is that you can recite it with me.
I could be gifted as well, Jonathan.
Just kidding on the last part. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as
Well,
a
I'm
mobile
out.
phone or computer,
If it's 8+, I'm
text
out.
or instant messaging, or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. We will stop or recess from time to time during the trial. You may be excused from the courtroom when it is necessary for me to hear legal arguments from the lawyers. If you come in contact with the parties, lawyers, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversations about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene, either in person or by any electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or
Look at Jonathan. Jonathan's packing. Go, John. I'm the reverse, John. I
witness
don't
in
pack.
this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have an opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror
Oh,
while you are
Jonathan.
serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics, applications, or tools with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. If anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, you are excused, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:30. We'll take up the issue of the dual subpoenas to Mr. Craig, as I indicated earlier. Since you've now had an opportunity to obviously hear the state's questions on direct, cross-examine him. I know he's under subpoena, but what reason does the defense have, other than the generic reason that's been proffered earlier today, to not release him from his subpoena? And who will be addressing that for the defense? Go ahead.
Well, again, we want to assess the case at the conclusion of the state's case. There are potentially other text messages that I'm going to want to go into. Unfortunately, part of the problem with this witness also was that my computer broke over, my screen broke on my computer over the lunch hour. So I had prepped for a couple things that I had quickly sent over during the lunch hour to Attorney Galaviz. But I had the full packet of information on this particular witness. So I dealt with what I thought was most important, but there could be others. I just couldn't look at them over the lunch hour because my computer was broken. So there would be potentially other text messages.
In response from the state.
Judge, as far as the text messages, when we attempted to get into the specifics of them, it was Attorney Kukler who objected to that. They certainly will come in. The foundation will be laid through, I believe, either Detective Fredericks or Detective Schrader. And then, as I see it, they'll be in. There'll be a certified copy of the phone downloads from Ms. Kurczewski and Mr. Craig. Again, we could have explored that today. It was Attorney Kukler's objection that kept us from those. And so I simply am not hearing a reason why Mr. Craig would need to be called back. Certainly the defense added 2 exhibits this morning, I would add to the record, that were his recorded interviews that they appeared ready and able to play portions of if he had trouble remembering something or testified differently than he did back in 2019 when he was interviewed. And I think the next interview was 2021 perhaps, but several years ago. And They had those opportunities today, and there's just nothing being brought up as to what they did not have the opportunity to ask him during his testimony today.
Well, it's up
We
to
have
them.
the right to call somebody in our case in chief and present our evidence in the way we want to.
But you're telling me you did not take the opportunity earlier to question him regarding text messages, which would have been a proper subject of cross-exam.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
I know there was an objection by Attorney Kukler to showing the witness text messages. Frankly,
Go ahead.
from my perspective, although you may link this up later, there were some issues with foundation, including that this witness never testified to what his phone number was or how he had labeled, if any, Ms. Kurczewski's contact in his phone. I've certainly seen enough of these records to know how these things typically are displayed in the format they are. I understand you'll need a detective, though, to further go through that foundation in terms of why it's in the format that it is versus a cell phone, for example. So given that, and there might still be a need for some of these things, I'll honor the request of the defense as it relates to this particular witness, give him some leeway, given some of the computer issues. I know that Attorney Kukler and Attorney Galaviz were able to get a number of documents by email, but this is a complicated case. It's scheduled for 25 days. There's volumes and volumes of discovery. At one point, it was described to me as being on a terabyte, and I think having a computer with your prep not available is reason sufficient as it relates to this witness. So I will keep him under subpoena. He continues to be under the exclusion rule that I set up earlier. With that, is there anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We are in recess for the day. Please make sure when you come in tomorrow, I want both parties to test out the equipment before we bring the jury in. Sometimes there's a delay. Sometimes cords aren't in the right place. But let's make sure everyone gets here early to do that. That should be done both in the morning and in the afternoon. And then I had a note, but kind of threw me with getting done early. So I'll tell the jury tomorrow about 183 being the correct document that was utilized during Mr. Craig's testimony. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Well, thank you guys as well. Jesus. Oh, my sinuses. Right. We didn't have many people in here today, but that's fine. That's fine. The people that have been, you've been fantastic. I do enjoy you. Thank you so much for being here as always. I'm not sure if Samantha's still here. If you are still here, Samantha, thank you very much for contributing. And that's a hard bit to get people to chat in chat. So thank you, Samantha. She might have gone by now, but it's a shame. Danny, if you're here, hi Danny. I know Danny's a lurker. Doesn't seem we've kept Merlin's MIA. Hooch is gone. There's lots of people that unfortunately seems to have disappeared. But if they do look at this, listen to it, please come back, guys. We appreciate you. We do love it. So I'm not laughing now. Sorry, I have to go. No, don't be sorry. It's all good. It's all good. No, what I mean is there's some people that were great here the other day, but don't seem to have come back, which is a shame. And that's half the story. That's half the battle, is getting people to come back. But we can't. None has been missing action today. Erin Hack popped in. Josie's watching my. So there's a lot of stuff. Unicorn as well, still out. So there's still a lot of people that are normally here. But I thought we could gain a lot of new followers. Well, we have, but unfortunately, they don't seem to come back. Maybe we're a little bit too weird, but I wouldn't change it for the world. So we're not for everybody, but for those that we are, I hope you feel at home because that's what we want. I'm not going to keep on because I'm ill. I'm glad I tried loads of different things. I'm sweating now. Jesus, sweating. So with that, I'm going to close down right away, rapid, because I need to lie down, maybe go to bed early, snuggles, um, uh, and yeah, just I'll probably be still ill tomorrow. But if you guys keep it going. We love you and do not forget it. No, I don't forget it. I appreciate every single one of you. So I appreciate all your support. So yeah, and I'm glad Sandra got it today, got the membership. So yes. So 1 p.m. tomorrow, yes. 1 p.m. tomorrow. That's good that you're sweating. Yes, I sweated a little bit there. So yeah, it is good. You're right, Sylvie. It is good. So 1 p.m. UK time, yes. Usual time there for everybody else, 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern. That's the pickle brine. I'm not sure. It might have been the boiling water that I put on as well. Thank you, Katie. Thank you very much. And thank you for your contributions. I'm going to have to ask somebody to say what the fuck's going on with this trial at some point. See you tomorrow, Dandy, as well. Thank you very much for being here. Thanks to Sarah P for modding. Jonathan, as always, brings the juice. And yeah, if you remember, please make your way over to Discord as well. See Jonathan's work. And with that, I'm going to say goodbye because I'm going to lose my voice. So love you too, guys. Love you too, Thank you very much. Take care, guys.